And I believe that means we are now live on the internet. Good evening, good evening, good evening. If one of you wonderful people out there would let us know that you can both hear and see us, that would be absolutely wonderful. Thank you all so much.
Hello, hello.
Tea. We have 36 people joining us on this fine Saturday evening. And hopefully one of them is going to go, we can hear you, we can see you, and all such things. It's normally about a 20-second delay. Sound and video works, it's good, and we're off. So indeed, welcome one and all to Battle Streams in Middle-earth. This is, of course, our every few weekly series in which we take a look through DXTini's part work, Battle Games in Middle-earth. I love that someone's just said Damien sounds quiet, which might be, because that's not in comparison, that might be your volume, I think. You have the power to end this. But we normally take a look down through Battle Games DXTini. It's going to be a long night. Battle Games Middle-earth. And we there's a theme, there's an issue, and there's a theme, and we paint together for the fun of it. And of course, the point of Battle Streams in Middle-earth is to help you clear your backlogs. The idea is we all come together for a few hours normally on a Friday or a Saturday evening, and we paint something together just for the fun of the hobby to clear those backlogs. But before we get into any of the details about how that's going to work, who the hell is this guy? Oh, who the hell are these guys, I should say. Maybe I should say, who the heck are these guys? It's only Mark Stone and...
Hello, William.
We can reveal names.
We can.
I didn't know about GDPR. It's only Mark Stone and William Stone. Woo! Joining us today. Everybody. How are you doing, my friend?
We're very good. Yeah. In Throne of Skulls panic mode, but I'm sure there's probably not alone on the stream tonight,
aren't we? I'm sure we'll get to that. That feels like a fairly decent topic to come up tonight. It's Mark Stone. Where are you, Mark?
I'm on the supposedly sunny shores of Guernsey, but we are as equally windswept and rain-sodden as the rest.
Guernsey, you're our first co-host to come to us from across the sea, if you don't count that time Lockie was on, and maybe some other people.
Extra special privilege.
Indeed. So yeah, he's not even on the same landmass as me. It's incredible scenes. So yes, welcome all. Mark is joining us. Mark is a fellow wanderer in the wild. Are you wandering tonight? Oh, you're not wandering. You're battle streaming. Oh, look at this. Look at Junior Wanderer. We love to see it. Rep the badge, William. Rep the badge. But yeah, Mark is joining us tonight. And so, what do we do here? The point, of course, is that Battle Games in Middle-earth came with some miniatures. Every issue had a theme, and the idea was that we would just hang out and paint along to that theme. And so if it was Aragorn, everyone would just paint an Aragorn. Whether you need an Aragorn or not, we'd just paint an Aragorn purely for the fun and joy and love of the hobby. Not because you need them or anything. And that's the idea. You hang out and do it. And so tonight, there is no Battle Games in Middle-earth issue. We don't have an issue. It's a special. And Mark, all the pressure over to you. Do we know what the theme is?
The legacy models.
It's the legacy models.
Biggest news outside the new edition, I think.
Absolutely. Dear sweet legacy models. So the theme tonight is we said it would be any model on that list. So the article, which I believe is called something like an update to how the range will work going forwards, or something like that. Let's go to Warhammer Community. Definitely shouldn't have prepared this. Good news is Games Workshop websites are notoriously easy to navigate. Let's go and find Middle-earth. And we have Middle-earth Strategy Battle Gaming, the upcoming range update explained. And on that, it tells us all of the modules that are going to Legacies and some of the modules that are being repackaged. And to keep things super simple, we just said any model on this list. So any model at all on this list. So some of them won't be going to Legacies. For example, Beragond. But Beragond is named on this list somewhere. Beragond separately, so Beragond will get you in. It's just going to keep it a hell of a lot simpler. Otherwise, Larry will be all over the. So yeah, It's any model that's on this list. So you've got a huge choice. We're obviously not going to read them all, but all of Farharad and all of Canned and some Moria stuff and some Orc stuff and loads of things to paint. And if you're painting any one of those models tonight, any of them, you're in with a chance for a prize of winning. Did not prepare this. Yeah. Oh, let's see. How's Dice Cam holding up?
Webcam off.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
These are our purple patron dice. You can't win these tonight. You can only win these by paying regularly, but you can win one of these bad boys. Oh, look at that! Boom! You've won that roll off. If you're good. This is of course a black Battle Streams in Middle Earth dice. Oof, look at that bad boy. The only way to get your hands on one of these is by winning one of these draws.
I don't even have these.
I don't think you have. You strike me as a man who's not often in the draw.
Yeah, I sort of dip in and out of the chat.
I feel like you're not meeting me halfway in my attempts to get you a dice, you know. But yes, this very dice is up for grabs tonight. And so, Mark, here comes your big test. If they want to win that dice, how do they get involved?
Win the dice, post your legacy models into the whip thread on the GBHL Facebook page.
And it's only there. It's only blimmin' there. The whip thread should be there. Put your pictures up, and if you're working on any legacy model, you'll be in the draw at the end of the stream to win that black dice. Obviously, if you're working on anything else, please show us as well. Always like to see whatever hobby you're up to during the stream, but the legacy models are the only ones that will give you in with a chance of winning a black dice. And there we go. We'd also love to see what you are eating and drinking to help you through this Saturday night. The Stones in Guernsey, what have you got?
So beverage-wise, I've gone for a Cruise Campo.
Very nice.
The many English lagers that seem to be on the market.
Of course, I'm not allowed that one.
No,
why not? I think you should be allowed that.
No, I'm not sure we should be promoting that on the internet.
Also, I think it tastes like soap.
I ticked the box that said no, it's not made for kids. I think we're covered.
We can do. Snack-wise, we got a bag of Haribo, and a bag of Mal.
And a bag of Mawams.
Yeah,
that's a chewy treat. It's going to take you a while to chomp your way through them.
That should keep the sugar up for the foreseeable future.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Cool. Nothing savoury?
No, I've just had a large pork sandwich. So that'll keep me going.
Large pork sandwich?
Not a euphemism.
Bonus with chips.
Pork sandwich sounds like, you know, like bacon sandwich, ham sandwich, pork joint, pork loin, pulled pork burger. The what?
Slow cooked a pork shoulder all day.
So it's what, like slow cooked pork, BAP sort of thing.
Yeah.
Very nice,
yeah.
Very nice, very nice. I like it. For myself, I've gone for the classic cup of tea. I also have a beer racked up for later in the evening, and I was so panicked in my attempts to get here on time and such that all I've done is grab my my backlog, my BSIME treat backlog from the cupboard. Some of you at Seven Stones will know that this is the Whisper box that Phil Bill gave me. I think I gave him something. I can't remember what I gave him, a Gandalf or something. And he said, "Can I get you something?" I was like, "Sure." And he's like, and I said, "I like Whispers," and he got me 48. And I was like, "That's too much." But I had the last one last week, so it turns out that was the end of May. So is that 5.5 months? Takes me 5.5 months to eat 48 Whispers. It turns out.
Right.
Is that all right?
I mean, Whispers are a strong chocolate choice. I think that
it's not. It doesn't seem excessive, does it? I don't know. A few other people had some anyway. But what I've been doing is keeping my stream snacks in here that people give me, and so I've got one Twinkie left that was sent from Winston the cat. Been saving that for a special occasion. I've got a bag of Frederick Schultz's chocolate balls. I've got one of Frederick Schultz's Knoppers. I've got a Kit Kat Chunky brownie from Julian Hammond. And I've got a Galaxy bar that I've been hanging on to because I'm going to have to apologise to the BSIME community because I don't remember who gave me this. I want to say it's probably Larry because he's quite pro-Galaxy agenda. But someone gave me this, a BSIME at a tournament for the stream, and I don't know who it was, and I can only apologise, but I'm gonna have this tonight. I think this is standard. It says Empower and Thrive, which is a new story. This is for it's supporting young women's trust. Well, that's a good thing, and it's smooth milk. So I think this is basic Galaxy, but I'm gonna have that, I think, and maybe dip into something else.
Cool.
So yeah, so that's me. So there we go. I haven't had Galaxy in ages.
No, I can take it or leave it.
It's all right. It's no dairy milk, but what is? So there we go.
Oh no, bring it out of the fridge.
Let us know what you're working on. Send us pictures of it, and then we shall get stuck in. And our agenda today is kind of wide-ranging. I think we talked about legacy models. I'm going to hear about Mark's thoughts on legacy models. We're going to hear all about Mark Stone and possibly William Stone, and his hobby journey. I'm sure we're going to.
Lord of the Rings.
Is what? What about Lord of the Rings?
Don't have any Lord of the Rings.
You don't have any?
I have Warhammer.
40k or something?
Yeah.
Ah.
You got to start somewhere, right?
Okay, well, I guess you can stay. You can tell us all about 40k. You can tell us why we should all be playing 40k. And then, legacy models. Talking about Throwing Skulls. Me and Mark are both going to Throwing Skulls. It's this time next week. It's incredibly upsetting. And maybe Frederick will be pleased to know I got this deep dive that I went through and read and created about 3 months ago. So I might read what past Damien thought about the history of the Dead Done Harrow at some point as well. We'll see how the night goes. And so, Mark, I don't want to put undue pressure on you, but it's at this point that I traditionally hand over to the guest host to fly through the chat, to catch up with everyone, and to see what's going on. I have previously directed Mark to live chat, and I believe it was Frederick Schultz who kicked things off. Does that look right to you?
Yep. So Frederick opens it with a hello there.
Oh God, sorry, I've gone wrong. It's not you. We didn't do what we're working on. We didn't do that. The legacy model thing.
Legacy one. So I'm torn. I am genuinely panic painting for Throne of Skulls. I have still got plenty of trolls I need to get done. So I have Birder currently on my desk. I know he's not legacy, but he should be a new one. We don't have the new one yet. So he's old Birder at the moment.
What were we saying? Old Birder has been legacied by a new Birder. Is that our
I do feel I get in the spirit of things, and I do have these two that were just on the side of my cabinet, which is the Black Shield drummers. So I used them at Throne of Skulls 2 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
And they're the only ones from that warband set I haven't painted. So I may look to get some paint on those boys as a farewell to the legacy aspects of my much loved Moria.
Oh, that's nice. A nice little doffy cap. What are you losing? Wild Marauders, Black Shields, Ashrak, Groblog.
Yeah, a couple of the main characters going. Is Groblog going as well?
Groblog's going.
Yeah,
quite a lot. And Dwell in the
not
Dark.
too bad. I mean, I tended to run the Legendary Legion, so it's only the Wild Marauders, which I'd never actually found in that. I think never used them. But
cool.
Prowler stay.
Panic painting for throat. So pretending to paint some Black Shields whilst panic painting for trolls for Throwing Skulls.
Yeah, if they get undercoated, I'll be impressed. Whilst they work on that.
I thought there's no chance because in a surprising twist, people have been saying like, what are you painting for the last 5 months? And I've been saying hobbits, like, always. And so I thought I wouldn't be working on anything on topic, but I've got Banderbras Took.
Oh, there you go.
But it's Banderbras Took, and this is early spoilerific. It's Banderbras Took if you've never seen it, as you've never seen him before. And so I present to you Banderbras Took the 5th, the Barrel Roarer, great grandson of Bull Roarer Took.
Standing.
So what I've done is taken an already out of production rare model that is never coming back because it's been legacied, and I've chopped it up because I hate myself. And as stupid as this sounds, there's a reason I needed to do this for Throne of Skulls, and all will be made clear in a vlog in the future. But yeah, he will be at Throne of Skulls with me next weekend. So I thought, well, perfect. I've got Banderbreast. I will work on him. So yeah, that's me. So yes, apologies for that, but we've got to tell the kiddies what we're working on, you know. So I hand over to you to fly through the chat.
So yeah, you're right. Frederick starts off with a hello there. Joe Holzman's in. Good evening, everyone. Tanya T, hi all. Frederick Schultz again. Why are we early? With a large stream of exclamation marks and question marks. That's probably a little technical foible we had early on.
We were deliberately early, but maybe the screen was the wrong screen.
Yeah. What is this new devilry? And me coming with just a little tease. Followed again by YYY from Frederick. Richard Clammer's in. Hi all, early. This is unprecedented. Got to run, get my nachos. Katie says we love a tease. Michael Double, evening all. Rory Campbell, hi all. Frederick Schultz, apparently having a little snack, might be quite late with the whip pick due to this madness. Still referencing the fact we were somewhat early initially. Joe Holzman, I wouldn't worry yet. There's no whip thread. There is now. Make sure you're getting your models up in there.
Thread. How dare you?
Palomar, evening everyone. First stream I've made in some time, and it's just in time for my traditional Throne of Skulls panic painting. Yep, joining the club with us there. Frederick, again, a battle stream is often late. Apparently it's sometimes early, but rarely starts when it means to. That's probably a fair statement.
That's pretty fair, yeah.
James Wilson's in. Good evening. How are we all? Doing well. Sam Page is also in. It's done. Evening all. Just back from the cinema, ready to settle down for the stream. What did you see, Sam?
Was it wicked?
Wicked. That sounds like a safe bet.
I was just asking about the quality of the film you saw.
JP says evening all.
There you go.
William's in.
Yeah. William's chipping in. Scott Johnson. Evening everybody. Ryan Cuthbert's also in. Evening all. Frederick, amazing how we started 5 minutes early, yet somehow we're still 4 minutes late. It's the magic of the internet. Eric Schultz, evening all. Frederick confirming sound and video works. Always good when the tech comes together. Tanya T, yep, we can see and hear you both. Rory, sound on. Sam, Damien sounds quiet. Hopefully that's now all sorted. James confirming it worked. Sam says, Nick says hello, everyone. Hello, Nick.
Hey, Nick.
Hope you're well. Richard Clammer says it's Mini Mark. You happy with that name, or do you want to stick with it? No? Unsure.
I like Mini Mark. It's cool.
Where are we? Dominic Lord. Time to pay Aerostore. Only got him just for GW now to keep going. Though sounding cool with his dagger. Yeah, he's always been a favourite in the arena at 7 Stones, isn't he?
Yeah.
Always done well there.
I think he won it, didn't he? I think Aerostore won it once.
I think he won it a few years ago, didn't he?
Did
he beat Baldo in the final that year?
I think he's the one who beat Bill.
Was it Bill? Yeah.
I think so.
I knew it was one. Controversial.
He was one of the ones that took down the people's favourite.
Yeah. Frederick Schultz. Mark Stone sounds like a friend of Tom Harrison. I mean, certainly on my part. A fellow wonder, of course. Frederick Schultz. Shed. I'm assuming that's alluding to your usual state of Throne of Skulls panic painting. Is that in a shed?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it's about. I don't want to disappoint. I've done a lot of it in the house.
I mean, I think with the weather the way it is, it's probably a sensible call. Right? Might end up in Oz.
There's plenty of stress. But it's quite balmy where I'm making it.
That's it. Better be stressed and warm, stressed free. Joe Achille, is how you pronounce that. Hello and good afternoon from the State. Hope everyone's doing well on this fine day. Yeah.
Definitely fine.
Yeah, it's been somewhat wet and windy, but great day to be sat inside thinking. Do. Yeah, Michael Double. I agree with Frederick. The weather should have called for the stream to be done from the shed.
No one wants that.
Richard Clammer, must be hard getting around on that tiny island with all the cows. Do you know what? Sometimes it can be. I do sometimes get stuck on my way to work because I have cows across the road.
You have to tell us all what it's like living, in that kind of like community like these days, and like what it's like, and because we, over here in the bright cities of the mainland, we won't know what it's like for people like you in places like you. Like it'd be good to know like what a different culture's like.
I mean, it's not wildly different. We have cars and internet and things. It's not some sort of.
Don't lie. Don't just try and impress people. You don't have cars. You don't.
Why
have
is everybody leaving?
I mean, Guernsey's. It's pretty densely populated. It's 65,000, so it's not as small as it sometimes sounds. It's sort of, what's that? Reasonable sized UK town population, I guess.
Sounds pretty small.
We don't have some of the important stuff like no McDonald's, no KFC, no Burger King. That's
Why?
That's crazy. It's crazy.
But I mean, that's balanced out with no VAT and no inheritance tax, right? So you got to take what you can get. Where are we? Sorry, yeah. So no, definitely lots of cows. States. Must be hard getting with all the channels. Katie says, Chris and I are not panicking about throwing skulls yet, but there's still time. Neither of us finished our army. I don't need people. Like, if you're already finished your army a week in advance, you're not doing tournaments, right?
Cal's just finished, didn't he? He just put a post up about it. Braggy Muck steals, right?
Yeah, it's a big old flex. I'm impressed he found the time to that. I think he got married fairly recently.
Absolutely. It's because he's only just got married, so he's prioritising. He doesn't realise, he doesn't realise how he should neglect the ladies in the life.
Yeah. When he's been beaten down like the rest of us after a few years.
That comes with time.
Let me know. I forgot Cass actually watched. Sorry, I love you, babe. He lives in Guernsey and he's eating pork. That's probably a reference to the cows again, right?
Well,
but yeah, Guernsey beef's actually really good. It's got a nice yellow colour. Very tasty. Good quality beef. You can get your hands on it. I guess the other thing that's different living in Guernsey is our milk is a lot simpler. You can go to the supermarket and just find milk. It's in very clearly marked cartons. Only a few varieties, not like Asda, which had a absolutely bizarre different right.
You had a bad time in a British supermarket once, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, someone asked me to pick up some milk on the way to their house, and I didn't realise how complicated an event it was.
He didn't know how to do it.
Yeah, didn't know. Rory Campbell, I asked for one, gave me 48. That's a whisper reference. I asked him for a single whisper from Asda, gave me 48. That's the post-team spirit. 2 comments just at the same time there, I think. Davey McShearer. Yeah. I couldn't have 48 whispers in my house. I'd eat them immediately. To be honest, I'd probably be in the same. I think to make them last 5.5 months.
Yeah, it wasn't easy.
Rory Campbell with a laughing face. James Wilson, happy to say that what I'm working on tonight is not controversial. Spooky goblins from the last stream. Katie's, it would take me a lot less time to eat that many whispers. Yeah, so there you go. I think if that makes you feel better. Lots of people seem to be thinking 5.5 months is a sensible length of time to have those whispers.
That's good to know. It's good to know.
The post-team spirit, you've changed, James. You used to be edgy 3 weeks ago. Stephen Bonner, Not too bad. In my house, 48 whispers wouldn't last a week.
There you go. I'm doing it right, clearly.
Okay.
Sam Page, I think that may have been me based on the Great Galaxy 5 Cadbury bake.
Oh, was that?
Oh, okay. Who gave you the Sam's claiming credit for the whisper for the Galaxy
Sam.
bar?
I'm enjoying it.
There you go. Ah, Cal's in. Speak of the devil.
Oh, there it is.
How are you, my friend?
Finished.
He's come in to brag about being finished for his Throne of Skull.
If you haven't seen it, go and check it out on GBit Shell. His Entmoo looks absolutely awesome.
Yeah, no, it does look good. Katie's saying Galaxy is much better than Dairy Milk.
That's untrue.
And also says nice pot cow. Well, there you go. Now, Cal's asked a question for William. What faction do you play in 40k, William? And there is a correct answer to this.
Blood Angels.
Blood
There you
Angel.
go. I'm sure.
They're all right, aren't they? They're a trendy faction, the Vampire Space Marines, I think.
Yeah, they've just had some cool new
I'm
models
just getting a model.
Oh, there you go.
Sure,
Yeah. Cal says, thank you, Katie. Commissariat says hello. Stephen Bonner, Chris wouldn't have made that mistake, Damien. Imagine forgetting to take I think they're supposed to talk about your hobby progress.
Some pro-Murphy propaganda going on.
No, disgraceful stuff. Go on then. Show everyone your Dante. Put your hand up behind it.
Oh, very cool.
There you go. Painted that one yourself, didn't you? Where did we get that one from?
He's like, is he the... Oh, go on, sorry.
Warhammer World.
Very
We went up,
nice.
didn't we?
Is that when you came over recently?
Yeah, was it August?
Yeah. Well,
When we went to Legoland, wasn't it?
What a weekend.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so yeah, get past the filthy pro-Murphy propaganda. Tommy Murphy, I settled the missus into bed with a hot water bottle and pink gin, fixed myself an old-fashioned.
Hot water bottle and a gin. That's great. There you go, love. You'll be all right.
Yeah.
You'll be warm and drunk.
I mean, there are worse states to be in this weather, right?
Oh, I love that.
Frederick Schultz, that's a nice conversion.
Oh, is that my brand of breath? Thank you.
Ah, yeah, of course, yeah. There you go. He's very. Damien doing a Steve Crow conversation thing, not dress thing.
What's my conversation thing? Don't know what I did.
Posting Spirit, given time, he can still dock if he tries. Calamar, lovely conversation. Commissariat, having some cider. Choice. Oh, here we go. Sam Page went to see Wicked. By the wife's request, it was Wicked, and it was pretty wicked.
Emma went to see it last night. She said it was amazing.
It's not my usual cup of tea, but I could be tempted.
The show's incredible.
Keith Taylor is in. It says evening, as does Dave Simmons. Crispin Fairbrothers here. Evening all. Looking forward to some company whilst preparing for Burn Skulls. Another one in the Planet Painting mode. Good stuff. Old school Chris C. Evening all. Haven't planned for anything tonight, but I'll go have a dig in the pile. Good
That's
stuff.
the spirit. There's lots to choose from.
Yeah, absolutely. Old school Chris C also says cars and internet. What a time to be alive. I don't see him saying what we do have again. Chris Feller says the no fast food rubbish sounds like a plus to me. Yeah, I mean, you know what, you're probably right, but it's almost like, things that you can't have are the things that you want, right?
Forbidden fruit.
Yeah.
I guess the hardest, not hard things, but it's not being able to come away, go to events as often, but like things like Throne of Skulls or, go to a football match, rugby or something like that. It's a massive undertaking to do any of that. The travel links are pretty horrific cost-wise to get on and off the island. So that's probably the big difference.
If I knew there was a way you could make back all that lost money by living in Guernsey.
Well, pros and cons, right? Everything balanced out. Jokey says, just for info, Damien's still quite low. Mark's a bit higher, but I'm also quite low.
I'll put myself up a bit. But I've run. Oh no, hang on. I know what I do. I turn you down a bit. That's what I've been doing, and then the punters turn their volume up a bit. So I've turned you down a smidge.
Cal says he started his Throne of Skulls project only a few days before my wedding. Priorities, right? I mean, yeah, 100%, man. You made a commitment to Throne of Skulls. You can't let it down. Posting Spirit, whole semi-skimmed and banana flavored milk are all the varieties you need. Bananas are disgusting. Back first.
I don't know if this is going to be like a long 4 hours, but I think for some reason when you turn away, you break up.
Okay.
So when you're facing the camera, you sound fine. So what you've got to learn to do is read. You need to learn to read the comments without seeing them. It's really odd. It's like whenever you're looking at the camera, you sound fine. So it's not the mic, and I don't think it's the internet.
Let's see if we can at least not destroy everything today.
That's my experience anyway.
Apologies, mate.
I think you just made a humorous gag about bananas, and I didn't catch it.
I just basically said they're horrible. I don't like them.
That is humorous.
It's not only.
I don't really like bananas, if I'm honest.
They're massively overrated. Even the smell of them is pretty good. Cal saying his priorities, milk. Joe Holzman, thinking about taking 5.5 to eat 48 whispers is a lot more sensible than having 48 whispers in your house at once.
I didn't do it. It's not my fault.
There you go. Carol's backing William's choice for Blood Angels. Outstanding choice, William. That Don's fantastic.
Thank you. And I see 2 more coming up.
2 more heroes.
The post-team spirit says that's cool. Model Stone Jr. Dave Simmons, absolutely spot on model, William. There you go, bud. Some nice comments like Dante. Old school Chris C. I found Gildor. Seems like a plan. Oh, I think there's a few Gildors tonight. Seems to be one of the.
I think it's largely because of the campaign that Harry Parkill's run for the devastating loss of Gildor. Harry's more upset about Gildor going than most people when they lose a job or something. He's like he seems incredibly disproportionately upset about the fact that Gildor's going.
He's become the poster boy.
Absolutely.
Gildor, not.
Yeah, well, both.
Richard Clemmer says she cries in the trailer. Hope there's an explanation why she doesn't know.
Well, there is. I mean, I won't spoil it. It's about Wicked, but they very much do that. It'll be in part 2. It won't be in part 1, but there is an explanation about why she doesn't know. So what?
And
Sam Page says spoilers.
And Richard, did you have caps lock on at the start?
Yeah,
you've been called out. Who was that? Yeah. Oh, Richard's been called out by William. Wretched caps lock use.
Simmons says, even worse during the winter, not only is the cost of travel, but the weather, fog, high winds, we get cut off in a way. Is Dave in Guernsey as well?
Have you found a friend? You must know him, mustn't you?
I mean, he might live next door.
There's only one road.
So, yeah, we'll hitch up the wagon to the cow and.
Dave, tell Mark what number you live at, and he'll walk down the road and give you a knock, and you can be on the stream.
Oh, there you go. Small world. Michael, to be fair, I did actually post this in a couple of our local chats, so I was hoping to drum up some you.
Oh, really?
More than just cat. Awesome stuff. Hurrah! Yeah, Dave's just confirmed there's another guy. Fantastic. Good to see you. Michael Double, yeah, I find the texture of bananas uncomfortable. Yeah, it's the texture, the taste, the smell, the whole thing.
The attitude.
The attitude, yeah, they're an arrogant fruit.
They're an arrogant fruit. They know they're popular, don't they?
That's it. It's like, you should be, whenever you play sport, you should have a banana. Like, no, banana.
Should I?
Oranges had that.
I'll decide what I should have.
There you go.
Oh, that's good.
Banana soapbox now. Old school Chris C. Will Gildor pick Aragon tonight? Ooh, interesting.
No. That's good.
Joe Hosden says I'm the same. I like the taste of bananas though. Texture. Richard Clammer says my shift key is sticking, William. I think we'll leave that one there.
Yeah. What? Why?
That's post watershed. We'll pick up that. Old school Chris C. Oh, there we go.
I can hardly read that.
Yeah, we're getting all sorts of caps coming through there. I see that. That's actually really cool. I see that tonight is the night to not make a typo. There you go. Joe Holson says, I've got a Witch King separate for the theme tonight. Also working on a Frodo and some Easterlings. Good stuff. There we go. More fellow anti-banana brigade. Can't stand bananas. Them and custard are the two huge no-goes for me. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of custard.
I'm right with custard.
A sponge like a...
Not banana custard, though.
Banana custard, no.
Tastes like bananas.
And then old school Chrissy also says he likes his fluids Newtoni. And that is us caught up with the chat.
What? No.
And Dave,
I believe so.
do you live in Le Petit Capel Lane?
Don't give out our address.
Can't dox him on it. I bet he does. Well, that is the fastest anyone's ever flown through the chat, Mark. And obviously, I can only presume that every stream has exactly the same number of comments and is started at exactly the same time. So it's just you. It's just you. So at this point, in proceedings, we normally hand over to our new guest host to learn a little bit about Mark. Who is the man behind the polo? What was he born bald? All the big questions you want to know. We're going to turn to Mark Stoner. So Mark and William, I don't really mind how you do this. We do it like we could do it as two. If you want, we could have a chat with Mark and then a chat with William. But it's like your hobby journey, how you got into it, and this is the point where you can put your questions in the chat for Mark while he's telling you his story, and then I'll interview him at the end, and it'll be great.
It's William's gonna have to go to bed soon, so we'll let him go to bed.
Okay.
What was your first time playing Warhammer? You remember?
So questions for William in the chat, please, everyone.
It was before we moved into our new house in my old bedroom. I won practically every single game. And I didn't have any models at that rate, so I used them at Daddy's.
Remember which ones they were?
Rubbish.
Not rubbish.
Old school Chris,
Rubbish.
better gamer.
Oh, there you go. You gonna answer that one? Who usually wins?
Me.
That is true, isn't it?
Don't jump ahead. Don't jump ahead to the questions. Like, otherwise, I'll have nothing to interview you with. What? How did you? As I understand it, William, your hobby journey started when you were in your bedroom playing your dad. Like, what was your first? How did you get into it? What was the start?
The good old-fashioned floor hammer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
which wasn't fantastic for Daddy's old knees, but we did. And then what was the first models that I bought you to paint? Can you remember?
Wasn't it like Leviathan?
Yeah, we got the Leviathan.
Yeah. Oh, it was the Blood Angel Combat Patrol, the old one, not the new one.
Oh yeah, the old one's much better than the new one, or vice versa. My favourite bit of the Blood Angels Combat Patrol was the Red Space Marines.
I mean, that's a strong component of it. What have you got in your Blood Angel? Well, Dante leading it. What else?
Yeah. I have a Librarian Terminator armor.
Cool.
And then the same Librarian.
The same Librarian?
He's in a different set of armor.
Okay.
But he's not the same.
So you can have him sort of souped up or unsouped up, can you?
You've not got any Lord of the Rings models, but you've watched Lord of the Rings, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've watched Fellowship.
And old school Chris.
I'm jumping back in the comments.
Yep. I don't really know much about Space Ball.
I think he's lost his paint.
This is reckless ignoring of the etiquette of the Q&A.
I know it is.
Sometimes you interview these big celebs and they just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Let me jump in and see if we've got some questions. What are people saying? I don't want to miss anything from before. So we have Callum R. Here's a factoid for you. This is a BSIME exclusive. Bananas are the most bought items in supermarkets. Their fans are clearly devoted. That can't be true.
It's got to be bread or something, right?
Well, I would think. What about cress? Because because I mean, you're saying most bought. Is that like everyone who buys bananas, or is it the number of bananas? Because cress, everyone who buys cress gets like 400 cress.
Then it'd be something like Rice Krispies, surely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's not bananas.
Really much to find it.
Sorry, what was that, William?
Old school Chris just found it.
Oh, he found his paint. Spoilers. It's a mini adventure. So I can only presume Callum must mean like volume, the number of people. Like they're perhaps the most commonly bought item. But you know, a lot of people went to see Transformers. Old school Chrissy says Dr. Clark. Entmoot Videos in. Harry's in. He's here for Gildor. Evening, gents. Looking forward to getting some paint on Goldfimble this eve. May assemble the Golden King too. Of course, Gildor is already painted and proudly displayed at the front of my cabinet. Dear sweet Gildor. Old school Chrissy, is that a miniature Steve next to there? What does that mean?
I mean, I hope not, if that's referring to William.
William, can you cook?
I can cook noodles.
That's about all Steve can do. He just chucks parsley on the top of everything. It looks fancy. Dave Simmons is laughing at William for laughing with William, I'm sure. One of the call outs you go. James Wilson, we need to give bananas more love. As Christopher Ecclestone said as Doctor Who, I like bananas. Bananas are good. That's a great quote. It's a great quote. I'd never thought of it like that before. Who's the better gamer, William or Mark?
You win more often than I.
Yeah. Also, old school Chris, I don't really know any Lord of the Rings models.
You got a whole cabinet full of them.
But
He's jumping ahead. He's jumping ahead to another question.
Damien's going through the chat. Damien will read the questions out when he gets to them.
Just sit down and feel like you're famous. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz says, William, where do you know Mark from? Where did you meet Mark, William?
Well, at the hospital.
At the hospital. Nice. Was he always there? As long as you can remember.
Yep.
I don't even remember photos.
Of the hospital. But he was there. I'm sure he was there. He's probably there.
Nearly 9 years ago, wasn't it?
The glasses resemblance is there, isn't it? So we're fine. Rory Campbell says, William, why is better? Why is better? I think that might be who is better or which is better, Guernsey or Jersey?
I've never been to Jersey.
Yep.
Do you not like Bergerac? They're bringing Bergerac back.
They're not bringing it back. I can't remember who's been cast. Who's been cast as Bergerac yet?
It's someone I thought, this isn't going to... Someone thought, it's him off that thing. But yeah, I presume it's all the talk of the Channel Islands, isn't it? Big B coming back again.
Maybe in Jersey.
Doesn't travel outside. Old school. Yeah. So do you know, William? Do you have a favourite Lord of the Rings model?
The Balrog.
Yeah.
You like the eagle.
I feel like you've been led there.
I was leaving.
So first Emma scare of the stream. Yeah, it wasn't a very successful one though. Heard her coming. Tanya T says, "What's William's favourite army?"
Blood Angels.
Blood Angels. Cool. I literally thought earlier I was chatting to someone about what are the second questions, and I always said you'll get asked your hot takes, and I can't remember the question. And of course, if I'd have remembered who asked the question, I would have remembered the question, because the question that the guest host is always asked by Michael Dublé, and I think this has to be for Mark, I'm going to assume, but William, feel free to have a go. What is your favourite Bublé song?
Genuinely don't think I could tell you.
If it helps, most people say one of the Christmas ones.
I mean, it will be one of the Christmas.
William, do you have a favourite Michael Bublé song?
No.
Did you know what any of those words meant?
Michael Bublé, but again, that's not really the sort of music that.
No, the weather outside is frightful. Yeah, you know. And again, probably just for Mark, if you could save one model from going into Legacy, what would it be?
Oh, one model. And I'm not going to say Gildor.
And a terrible answer.
You don't know. It would probably be something. It'd probably be something like the Great Beast, because I just think that's a cool, like something different, right? That you can add into the army. I always found them quite fun to play. I've never used one, but I found them quite fun to play against. I think they're quite a cool model for an old plastic sculpt as well.
That's resin. It's not a plastic.
Is it? Sorry, resin. Yeah.
2012.
Yeah, I just always thought they were quite cool. I know they never saw much, well, certainly recently, saw much sort of competitive play, but yeah, it's one of those fun things you take to a Seven Stones or a Throne of Skulls or something, and it's entertaining. It adds a bit of flavour to a list that would otherwise be a wall of infantry.
I can't remember what I settled on. I answered it last week, but for evil, I would say the Great Beast, and then for good, I think I said Erkenbrand. I'd say Erkenbrand. I'd like to save him. Those are my two.
Yeah, good. Again, it'd be something that just adds. But again, I know they're lousy in the game at bias because of Gondor, but I really loved the Knight of the White Tower model. I just thought it was a really cool model.
I think someone out there
to try and prove that they're not as lousy as everyone says. Now that's been taken away from.
I think someone out there in Streamland is working on a Knight of the White Tower tonight.
They're really awesome. I look forward to it.
And here it is. Sam Huddy says, since I've asked everyone, any hot takes, Mark? Any hot takes? This is where we get controversial on Battlestreams Middle Earth.
Hot takes on Legacy or
on anything. I think SBG Middle Earth. Like, what are your SBG hot takes? Or Middle Earth. I think some people have talked about Rings of Power, for example.
Yeah. I think I'll sort of keep it on the Legacy theme, but it's more. I guess it's a bit more general than just the Middle Earth bit, but it is relevant. I think Legacy's becoming a thing in all games, right? And you're losing profiles, and I can sort of see why that happens from a range management. You know, the Games Workshop's producing more and more models. They can't keep them all forever, right? I think what is happening and is now creeping into Middle Earth, what I've seen with the changes, is removing things like war gear options where they haven't got a model for it, which I just don't think that's necessary. I think where some of the fun for me in the hobby comes in is seeing that you've got those options and there might be a model, and then creating something to fit that build. And it's, to me, that's one of the creative aspects of the hobby that I really like. Why games like Necromunda are really cool. Hit back whatever you like. And I think, you know, that's a bit sad. I know apparently some characters are going to lose their horses that they used to have, you know, things losing shields as options just because they haven't sculpted one. And I think that's a bit sad because, again, it takes away some of the options, some of the flavour. We've got visitor. There you go.
Is it another Stone?
It is. It's Mrs. Stone.
Mrs. Stone, internet debut.
Bye.
Bye, William. Thanks for joining us.
See you later, dude.
Give it up for William Stone.
Yeah, and I think for me that's just a bit where all the game systems are losing a little bit of their soul for me. That sort of extra element of creative. Of course, it's still a creative hobby, but it's like that. But you know, some of the list buildings being simplified, like get that easy entry in, etc. You know, you can sort of justify most of the decisions they're making, but they're purely business decisions nowadays, not gaming or creative. I think that for me just takes a little bit, not to the point of going to set all my armies on fire or anything drastic, but
who would do that?
It's a trend that I'd like to see reversed at some point. I like seeing the fact that I can put a shield on that model or put him on a horse or give him a lance or something like that, regardless of what sculpt.
So your update is that your hot take is the loss of profile options is a bad thing.
Yes.
That's so cool. That's so cool. That's not hot. That's not edgy. Everyone's just going to go, yeah, you're right. That's not explosive. That's not controversial. That's not going to get us clicks.
Oh, no, it's not. I mean, I think all the stuff that is right. My biggest bugbear at the moment is where's the blooming troll?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's a better one, and it affects you. Do that one. Go on. We haven't had that. No one's ranted about the missing trolls. Go on, off you go.
Literally, that was my Throne of Skulls army. I was so excited when the new trolls were previewed. I was like, brilliant. I was always going to have like a troll list, but when I had extra options, new birder, new type of trolls, fantastic. In it goes. And not only do we not have them, but they took the trolls out of Angmar. So to take birder and cave trolls now means you have to ally in a hero of valor from Moria to be able to take cave trolls with birder, which I've worked around it, and I have a
hero
list.
Of valor?
It is hero of valor, isn't
it? Yeah. And who is he?
It is but actually the only model that doesn't have it.
So Games Workshop released, you were taking an old cave troll army. Games Workshop released a supplement that said you can't, but you can take hill trolls instead, and then they didn't release the hill trolls for you.
Pretty much, that is what they did.
And how do you feel about
that? Well, I mean, it was touch and go whether the troll would even come. I was sorely tempted to just go, you know what, I'll just take the Balrog for one last ride at Throne of Skulls. He did all right last year. So I found myself on the giddy heights of Table 1 on the Sunday morning.
I remember. And you
crashing back down to Earth.
Too close to the sun.
No, absolutely. But it's a good fun. Let's play that legendary. So I was tempted to take that because I think it was sort of the day before Throne of Skulls last year when I threw together a display board at midnight.
Yeah, it was.
We were still relatively painting. So I turned that into a proper display board once I came back. He's got a nice little home now, and that was to be his retirement home, and maybe it still will be. But no, to be honest, it was only through pestering on Messenger from you that I stuck with the trolls in the end.
Yeah, I felt invested in the trollership.
Yeah, so no, trollership's coming together. Like I say, Birder sat in front of me on my desk right now. Converted some trolls from some of the Age of Sigmar Warcry models that took some sort of removing of skulls and horns through arms and things, as Warhammer has a tendency to do, to make them look a bit more.
Well, Mark, I'm gonna stop you there because we will talk about that later. You have stopped ranting about GW's business practice and started talking about how excited you are about their event. You're doing it wrong. You're not. This is not a hot take anymore. You're going to be saying, "Where's my trolls? Boo!" and that sort of stuff.
Well, I mean, it's frustrating, right? It's
better.
When you see stuff previewed, you normally think it's coming in a matter of weeks, right? But when were they previewed? Sort of June, July time? Is it that long ago?
They were previewed. It was August, wasn't it? Because it was just.
August.
Boo! Oh. Oh, hello.
Hello.
All right.
Yep.
It's not your wife.
You hit. Oh, that was weird.
What was that?
Did you just see that?
I mean, I've only had one beer, so I can't believe it was a hallucination just yet.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I must imagine that. I thought that was weird. Oh, what can you do? Sorry, you were saying. Yeah, it was for Ardacon, wasn't it? It was the day before Ardacon.
That's right. Yeah. So what was August? Yeah, but still, you know, and if it is as simple as the base size, like that's just irritating. You know, I kind of defended them a bit with the, the Angmar book coming out and selling that when at the same time announcing a new edition. And I was like, you know what, fine, it's probably been in works for a long time, but to then release the rules for models and not release the model. So, not only have you got a book that's only valid for a short shelf, but you've actually not released part of some of the models that you created profiles for in that book. So that's actually completely redundant profiles. Right? Those profiles will never see a battlefield.
yeah, I suppose. You can proxy them, but yeah, the profile in Rise of Angmar will never ever be used.
It'll never be valid.
It's just a pretty picture with some symbols around it.
Yeah, and that's harder to defend. It's just frustrating.
I just think it must be the base size though. I can't imagine what else it would be. I imagine Birder's going to be on a 50mm base. And if they released him now, they'd have to put it on a 40mm base, and the world would go nuts.
And it makes sense. I've got some really nice bases from our good friend Matt Davies at, was it now GS?
Indeed, GS bases, I believe. As
GS bases. And it's actually going to be really tricky because they've got all the sort of senior bits. Cave trolls are just too big for, I can't remember, 40mm.
40mm, yeah.
But I'll make it work. But yeah, they'll certainly look better on it. Because I don't have a problem with them being on it. But just we can release the model. Right?
I think it will make sense because I think once it comes out, it's going to say Birder's on a 50mm base, and if they sold it now, everyone would glue him onto a 40mm base, and then they'd be really angry when they had to rip their new model off the base in 2 months. I think that's the reason.
They'd be really angry.
Would nerds be angry, Mark? Have you met the internet?
No, but that's exactly what I was about to say. A loud minority would be very angry, but actually, like taking a resin or a metal model off 40mm base isn't the trickiest hobby challenge.
Oh, you're such a pathetic shill.
No, I'm saying they should just release the freaking troll.
I think I think I'm as shilly as they get, right? I have my shill credentials have been plastered all over the internet. I am the worst of humanity, but I'm going to be honest. If I bought that Birdo model, it's going to cost me 70 quid, and I glued it on a 40mm base, and 2 months later they go whack that off, I'd be like, that's annoying. Do you know what I mean? I'd find it hard to put a positive spin on that one.
I see your point. Is that more annoying than just not having the model and not being able to use it? I mean, I'm especially salty because I wanted to use it.
Yeah, you wanted it. Yeah, for me, absolutely. Because I didn't want to use it, so I'm fine with waiting.
Yeah, but I really wanted to put them in there. Yeah. I think they're I think they're brilliant sculpts. I really love.
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Hill trolls. The new birder, I think, great on the old one. But I like the old one. He's a cool model, but I think the new one is better. Yeah, I feel teased.
Yeah, that's all right sometimes, don't it?
And then they go and preview another flipping troll. It's like, stop showing me new trolls when you haven't given me the other new trolls yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's do that. You've brought that up, and you've given a hot take. It was a good hot take there, having a go at GW. That's the sort of stuff we like. We'll see the subscription numbers rocket in now. Battlestreams hates GW like all the cool people. So good work on that. But yes, we have some news. Mark, tell us about your new favourite troll you can't buy.
He's an ice troll, isn't he?
Snow troll, I believe he's called.
Snow troll, yeah. Something wintry troll. Yeah, I think he's a cool model. I think the orcs are cool as well. I think they fit quite closely to the Rings of Power aesthetic more than the sort of traditional orc aesthetic that we see. But I like them. Yeah.
And I think
that's the thing.
And rot.
I think, sorry?
Shank and rot.
I think that comes back to what I said before, right? Legacy's frustrating, but we're still getting new models with this new War of the Rohirrim, and we're going to see a lot more stuff. So
we've seen, these are new. We have news to talk about. So we're going to get them as one box. So they're all
resin.
Resin. They're all presumably effectively independent named heroes. I know the snow troll's not named, but the impression I get is you can have one snow troll. So hands off, Mark. You can't have an army of snow trolls with these guys. And they seem to be scavengers of some kind, hanging around and about the White Mountains, so living around Helm's Deep. And they can be slotted into, was it Besiegers of the Hornburg? That's it. So these actually get slotted into kind of the Dunlending army that attacks Helm's Deep, which is pretty cool. You'll have to wait to see how they play on the tabletop, but their rules are unique and characterful, just as they appear in the movie. I gotta say, and I know I'm a dreadful shill. I think they're awesome. I think they look great, and I will keep saying this because I've said it so many times. I'm so excited about the new edition and Dunlendings. I'm so excited about that Dunlending range, and they keep saying. I was like, oh, Wolf looks cool, and then look at these hill tribesmen. They're amazing. They are, and Targ's amazing. He is, and Freck is amazing. He is, and Lord Dawn's amazing. Like, yes, and now I can take some Rohirrim, and then they go with massive troll. So every time they're just releasing something with Dunlendings, I just think it's awesome, and yeah, I'm all in for it. And so getting a cool pack like that, I think it's brilliant.
I think they are cool, and I think it's interesting seeing all the new sculpts, because I imagine it's a challenge to, when you look at sort of the Middle Earth range compared to the Warhammer range, it's not that sort of more cartoony aspect, right? It's more of a realism feel, but then we've got an animated movie that's coming out, and the new range is based off that. So to try and get that balance right of getting these models close to what they look like in an animated form, as well as keeping them in character with, the traditional live action, I imagine it's a tricky task. But I think they're just about there. I think that the snow troll wouldn't look out of place in an Age of Sigmar army, I think, but I think he still fits for a Middle Earth.
I think it's the horns people seem to take umbrage with. And obviously, as ever, it's the movie, isn't it? That's what he looks like in the movies. That's why he's got horns.
Exactly. So, and that, I guess that's sort of where I'm going. Clearly with everything that's happening, they have to stick to certain aesthetic, and that, moving from live action to animation is always going to be a different aesthetic. So I can feel that must be challenging for the sculptor creating the range to say, hey, this needs to fit with what's already gone before it, but be true to what is coming.
Yeah. So the horn. I don't know the horns. I didn't really even notice them, to be honest. But it just seems to be that people who like their grey immortal angels to die and come back as white immortal angels don't like horns on their troll heads. I don't know. I know what that is, but yeah. But I thought they were cool and super excited, and we have some new things. I also think he's going to be at the end of the trailer. There's an orc voice going, "What's Mordor want with rings?" And that must be one of them, I reckon.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Then they say they're scavengers, so he's wandering around picking up rings, hoping it. Is this it? No. Oh God. Is this it? No. Oh, God. Can you imagine trying to find the one ring? I've been listening to the Lord of the Rings recently. I've been doing a lot of hobby of late, and listening to the audiobook. You know, Gandalf goes to find Gollum. But just think about that. Like, what?
He must have had a vague idea where it was.
Is Gollum here? No. Oh, all right, thanks. He's not got the internet. He's not got to find my iPhone, find my one ring, is he? Like, he's just walking around Europe looking for Gollum, and he finds him.
But he knew where Gollum, or the vague area Gollum lived, right? 'Cause he knew
I
that.
think so. 'Cause he wasn't in the mountains. He'd gone to Mordor.
That is true. Yeah.
I think it's silly. Then I also think a story about a ring that can destroy the world's a bit silly, if I'm honest.
And yet we dedicate large swathes of our lives.
That's why I really hope they're doing the hunt for Gollum, right? I really hope it's just Gandalf walking around. I don't know where to begin, frankly. Like, what? And Aragorn's going, what do you want to do? Find Gollum. Like, how? You got any leads? Like, what? What do you want me to do? Just walk around? What if he's literally just outside of my vision going the other way at any point? Dreadful business. Hunt for Gollum. Nonsense.
I'm sure.
But yeah, the rest of the models, new edition, you like? You excited?
I am, yeah. I think it's always nice to have sort of it all refreshed and shaken up, right? It's going to be a completely new meta tournament. We'll see loads of cool new stuff. Yeah, new editions always. Might even be the opportunity to get William to paint Lord of the Rings, so you don't have to hear him talk about Blood Angels next time.
Yeah, I mean, that was embarrassing for everyone, right? But
Fortunately, 8-year-old kids think Space Marines are cool.
yeah, I know. These
Don't
crazy
talk
kids. But yeah, it'll be cool, and maybe you'll even have some new trolls to buy at some point.
That would be spectacular.
I believe that was the answer to.
Is that the hot take? I think that's where.
Yeah, that was your hot
started
takes, wasn't it? Absolutely, that was your hot takes. This is part of your interview. I remember. There we go. Roy Campbell, William. Oh, he's gone. All right, you'll have to answer for William now. How often does Daddy go into a Blood Angel style death rage? That's a good question.
I mean, that depends entirely how much he's irritating with you.
I'll ask him separately, and we'll see if your results collate. Chris then pointed out he couldn't find his Spice Balls grey. Frederick Schultz asked William if he's ever accidentally thrown part of a model into the bin.
I don't believe he has, but I think I have. Part of one of the trolls I've been building, I've lost the back part of his loincloth, so he's asked out.
Does that mean from the back you can see his junk?
Well, no, because it's not modelled on. Perhaps I can get the green stuff out.
You can model it on.
Yeah, for realism.
Remember, you get votes for favourite army. That's Throne of Skull.
That is true.
I like the troll with his balls out.
Yeah, I don't know where that bit's gone. So that could have been swept up in the bin.
That's good. I believe Frederick's actually making a slur about Ayama's arm to me, and the joke's on him because I didn't throw Ayama's arm in the bin. I dropped it in the bin. So, yeah. Rob Langtree, evening all. Only popping in to say hi. No painting for me tonight as I'm away working in Leeds at the moment. I'll try and catch up on the stream later in the week. See you on the next one. Thank you. Chrissy finds his Space Balls grey and says thanks for your help. Frederick Schultz says, what kind of language do you speak on the Normandy Islands?
It is all English.
All English, like breakfast?
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice. No,
all the place names have French sounding.
Do you like ever put an accent on?
Not really. I mean, there is a Guernsey accent. I think it's probably a little bit West Country.
Is that the Guernsey accent where you go, I'm going to bed, I'll be up in the morning. It's hard to make the Bergerac theme tune into a sentence.
Yeah, that's a Jersey. Right.
Well, what's Guernsey's most highest profile TV detective series? Don't have one, do you?
Yeah.
Fred Shaw says maybe it's banana fond propaganda. Don't know what that means. Larry Miller, I have arrived. A little late as I was looking in vain for my old phone. Why? Ended up having to go to my parents and borrow an old phone for them. Why not just use a new phone? Why do you need 2 old phones? What is wrong with you? One comment in and he's baffling already. I was looking in vain for my old phone, so he needs his old phone, and when he can't find it, rather than depending on his new phone, he goes to his parents to find an old phone from them.
I mean, it's Larry, right?
Maybe starring in a period drama.
Again,
Oh,
that's not
Tommy
good.
Murphy. Here's a hot take. A lot of people watch Rings of Power, apparently. No accounting for taste.
Ooh.
You're damn right. No one.
I like Rings of Power.
There you go. I like Rings of Power. What are you
The
saying?
second
We don't
season
have
was
taste?
definitely
We have
better.
taste. Look, I like foot cream. You know?
I mean, I
so,
wouldn't. But
yeah, don't have taste. I like cocktail sticks. You telling me you don't like cocktail sticks? How do you eat your pineapple? Unbelievable. Richard Clamark, William, he's gone. Have you ever seen the Dawn of War opening cinematic?
he has, because it is awesome.
Space Marines. Larry Miller, would you measure one pot of cress? I'm glad someone asked. Would you? These don't feel like they're questions for William anymore. Would you measure one pot of cress as multiple cresses? I would have just considered it one item. Yeah, it's possible I was being flippant, like Mark was with the Rice Krispies. Who knows? And here it comes. So Callum confirms. Too many different types of bread for it to be bread. Bananas first, then 2 pints semi-skim milk. Hey, hang on. Why if bread is... Oh, I see. So he's saying... Right, so he's saying that the bread numbers get divided between the bread.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
guess.
2 pints
Yeah.
semi-skim milk. I mean, you wouldn't get that. What do you get? Buy like a desk of milk in a bag or something. Is that right?
A litre in a carton.
A litre in a carton. Madness.
Or half litre, you can get it.
A half carton? Is that one that just doesn't have the top on?
No, it's just a smaller version of a full one.
It's just a small carton. Why'd you call it a half carton?
Because it's half a litre.
It was half a litre, isn't it? It's not half a carton.
I mean,
See, your milk doesn't make sense. Don't trust the cows that sell it to you in boxes. Old school Chris, who would win in a fight? One mark-sized Williams. I think that should be William. One mark-sized William or 100 William-sized marks.
well, I mean, that's the tough call. 100's a lot, right?
Yeah, and actually, they're not with these questions. The 100 are normally smaller.
Yeah.
They're
I think
normally like
100
it's
million
chickens
to
and horses or something.
just be sheer weight numbers,
I
right?
think 100 children could kill an adult.
Yeah. I reckon.
Yeah. We'll go with 100 William-sized marks, please. Destro Dexterson, Houstonian greetings all. Ashley Fisher is in. Evening all. Just popping in quickly to say hello. I've just moved house. And my dad's here to help with all the DIY. Do it your way. I've left him downstairs watching Two Towers. I feel like I should rejoin him soon. All my models are tools in boxes. If I can find them, I might cynically clean up a hood warrior in front of the TV. Yeah, you got to keep the numbers up, Ashley. If not, see you all on the next stream. Joe Holzman says, is the new Bergerac Neil Dudgeon? That would depend on who Neil Dudgeon is and whether or not he's the new Bergerac. Maybe. He's that bloke from that thing. That's all I can remember. Michael Dublé, I'd like to think the guest hosts were more prepared for the Bublé question by now. I know, right?
No, I feel I've let you all down.
Well, particularly Michael Bublé.
Right. Not so
Why is this the funniest question I've ever read? Calamar, I have a question for Mark and William. Do you like DVDs?
Ooh, he's a bit before William's time, I think.
Is that a joke? I don't get
You
that.
have to deal with physical media, right? I used to have a whole pile of them. When we moved house a couple of years ago, we put 2 1-ton bags worth of DVDs into the recycling bin.
1 ton?
There wasn't a ton worth of DVDs, but we get 1-ton bags that you can fill with rubbish and pay a man to take it away.
You get,
Is that enough?
you get, it's like half
not-
a carton again. You get a ton bag that doesn't weigh a ton.
Well, no, you can fill it with stuff up to a ton, and then you phone them up, and a lorry comes and picks up the bag and takes it away.
But what if the stuff is bigger and doesn't fit in it?
Well, then you have to find another way.
Why are all your things named things that are not the way you measure what you would put in the thing? What is that? What you've got is a large bag. You haven't got a 1 ton bag. You could put a massive bag sized thing inside it that didn't weigh a ton. Then the bag is full, but it's not a ton bag.
No, but it's because you can fill it with stuff up to the weight of 1 ton or the top of the bag. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules.
Oh, I know you don't. You don't sell your milk and you don't choose to sell your milk in half a box, but it happens, doesn't it? No wonder you people are confused when you come over here to society. You're like, what's this called? 330 millilitres. What does that mean? Well, it's really confusing. What it means is there's 330 millilitres inside it. Oh, that's strange. Why don't they call that a half doom? You people. But you like DVDs though?
I mean, again, I used to, and now I still kept some for posterity. Some stuff that's hard to find on streaming platforms. I've got some stuff, like I've got the Blu-ray box set of Battlestar Galactica, because that was awesome until it went a bit weird at the end. Got like all of Farscape on DVD. That's one of Kath's prize
Sort of things that you like. I've got. Is it here? It is here.
I still have my extended editions of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, of course, we all do. Right. I've got to hand the complete box set of MacGyver.
That is special.
Because look at him.
How young he looks.
Look at him staring into your soul. Because it's not available on streaming platforms, you know. So when I want to watch MacGyver, and I often want to watch MacGyver, you got to get it. So some of those series, and outside in the garden room, I've got like the complete Buffy and the complete X-Files, and they're on X-Files on Disney Plus. But it's like, well, what if it isn't? They go like that. They just get taken away.
You had Buffy and Angel, I don't know.
I don't think Buffy is. Buffy's on something like Hulu or something.
One of George's ones that he does watch on DVD is season 1 of the original 1980s Transformers.
Yeah.
We mentioned this before, but
so they are still useful.
Yeah, but I don't think certainly William being again.
Do you like DVDs?
It even enters their mind.
Mostly Blu-rays though.
Mostly Blu-rays. I don't know who that is. I bet Callum's sitting there grinning his head off about what a great answer he got to that.
I was going to say we got a good 10 minutes out.
Yeah. Favourite Schultz, is it another stone? Lol. This is what Lily asks Tom when he says he's brought home some new decoration stuff. Their house has a lot of stones in it. I'm not kidding.
I get the question. I get the comment earlier on before now. I missed that when it said Mark Stone. That sounds like a friend of Tom Harris.
Did you not get it?
No,
Yeah, he loves rocks.
He's only destruct on.
He loves rocks, the boy. He loves them. That's a good joke.
I did do an A-level in geology as well.
Oh, you should chat about that. He loves a bit of that. Old rocks are his thing.
Yeah.
Huge fan. Frederick Schultz says, what? Where did he come from? Who? I don't know what that means. Larry Miller says, are all of the guest hosts living in one house? What does that mean?
I think because that spectre that walked behind you just before.
No, what I was talking about. Entmoot Videos says, WTF. I don't know what's going on here. Frederick Schultz says, a Whittle Michael Haskell. He's so freaked out by what he's imagined that he's typed wild wrong. And then he's written in capitals, what the hell, why? And then
William's not going to point out the typos anymore.
I don't know what's happening to everyone here. Entmoot Videos, was that the man, the myth, the legend? And he says a wild Haskell appears. What are people talking about? Callum R. Michael's just walked into my hobby room too. Which one's the real one? This is good. This is mint. Michael Dublé. I'm now confused as to the layout of Damien's hobby room. Is there another door that we don't know about that Michael's gone through? Who's Michael? What are people talking about? This is crazy. Current edition Hill Troll profile is pretty much just for narrative games with cave troll proxies. Yeah, this is it's so niche, so niche. And then Sam says, "Yes, Mark, unleash the anger to the internet." Calman's still right again. What's going on? He says, "Michael walks in, no explanation. Michael walks out." I don't know. I think everyone just assumed. I don't know what's happened there. And then we're talking about trolls. I wonder because you almost hijacked some of William's questions there. Went off in the hot takes and stuff. So I thought rather than there might be more questions because we only asked for questions for William. But can we pause there and you could do your hobby journey and how you got here and chat a little bit about that and tell us about Mark and his hobby?
Indeed. So, I mean, I guess I got into Warhammer, as I'm sure a lot of us did, a little bit older than William. Went round to a friend's house. His older brother had, I still remember it, he had the old polystyrene Mighty Fortress.
Oh, nice.
Fortress. He had a set of the Ruglud's Armoured Orcs and the Nightmare Legion, two of the original regiments of Brunel fighting battle on it. And I think from that moment, that was it. I was kind of hooked in that. So I ended up getting, badgering my parents till they bought me, I think it was 3rd edition Warhammer Fantasy. It was still the one before the box set with the elves and the goblins. And I got the old plastic, I think it was just called Skeleton Army.
Yeah, Skeleton Horde, I believe.
Skeleton Horde, yeah. You got decent model count for what it cost back in those days. Yeah, and I guess a little bit before that, I had the Hero Quest and Space Crusade, things like that. Played. What are we talking about then? That is probably mid-90s-ish.
I think 4th edition with the box set was 93. I think.
Like it's early 90s. Yeah, that's probably correct. I'm older than I thought. I think I also then picked up 40k 2nd edition, the box set then, which I think was the year after Fantasy. I think it was 2nd, wasn't it? The Fantasy 4th edition was the first.
40k 2nd edition was the box set.
Yeah, but I think that was the year following the Fantasy one.
I think so, yeah.
Probably around 94. And sort of played those games. Remember, 1st edition Necromunda, that was awesome. Man o' War, I know you're a fan of that one, Dave.
Oh, yes.
Absolute ripper of a game that was. Love playing that one. But then again, sort of drifted away from it as I got older, particularly once I started playing rugby and drinking beer and all those other distractions that take some of us away from wargaming for a bit. And then I reckon I got back into things. In fact, what kicked it back off for me was the start of the Horus Heresy novel series. And when they did that initial trilogy, Horus Rising, Galaxy in Flames, what was that third one? I can't remember the other one. Whatever they're called. They're all on a bookshelf next to me.
Horus Resting? I don't know.
Sorry?
Horus Resting?
Yeah, possibly. Horus getting a little bit grumpy with his dad and going rogue.
I disagree.
Started reading those, and sort of actually then started eBaying a few bits and pieces back from those old days and reacquiring stuff.
It's a dangerous thing, Mark, going on eBay for wargaming figures.
And I really wish I know what happened to my old stuff. My mum swears by it, she never got rid of it, but she must have just skipped it all at some point. And there was some absolute dimes in there. All the original metal Necromunda gangs, loads of the original Imperial Guard regiment and things like that.
That's really funny you mentioned that, because I had a weird thing where about 1994 I got a really good deal on eBay for a load of old metal Necromunda gangs and a load of old Imperial Guard units. So, and then I got them. I got them. I didn't want them. I just binned a lot of them.
Yeah, I still think there's a really slim chance they could be in a dark, dank corner of my parents' attic or something like that. Which, go and root in, but that would be like an absolute treasure trove. So yeah, I started getting back into that. I got my brother down to play a few games. Set up a Facebook group as well. Invited a load of mates I used to play as a kid, and we sort of got a little community going. And we've got still got a Facebook group. It's got about 250 odd people in it now, which is pretty cool.
Is this sorry? This one is a serious question. Is this a Guernsey group? Is this you setting up a community group in Guernsey?
Yeah.
Right.
So there might be people outside, but predominantly it's just sort of grown organically from me inviting a bunch of mates saying, "Hey guys, anybody still play or fancy getting a game in?" And then that sort of coincided at the time as well, where we got a new local shop that started stocking stuff that was a bit more active in sort of holding games and had gaming tables and stuff like that. So those sort of two things combined sort of help kickstart a bit more of a local scene, which is great. And then not long after that as well, I met our fellow wanderer in the wild, Adam Trope, who we are incredibly tenuously related somehow. His wife and my wife share a half brother, but they are not themselves related biologically. It does work, I promise you. So that he came over to Guernsey when that half brother got married. At the time, he was writing for White Dwarf, and started chatting about Warhammer for then 3 days straight, pretty much. I went up to Warhammer World and played a few games with him, and I think that was really cool for me, because I think I'd sort of painted some models up, not to any particular standard. And then I got to play against this was 40k we played back then, played against his Dark Angels army that's been in, White Dwarf and other publications on a beautifully sort of modelled Forge World board up at Warhammer World. And it sort of, I guess, lit more of the creative fire in me, whereas traditionally I'd always been more interested in playing the game than the painting and hobbying side. And the next time I came up, I had a much more cohesive army, sort of fully based properly, and squad markings on the guards and all that kind of stuff. And then I think it might have even been on that trip actually, that he mentioned he was taking on the reins of Middle Earth, and that there was a couple of people were forming a team to go to the first Ardacon.
They sound like handsome people.
They very much are handsome people, and 9 years later, we've just completed the poem at the last Ardacon, haven't we? There we go.
Friendship. It's live.
It is.
Look at that guy. He's just seen a rock.
Yeah. So, yeah, and Middle Earth's become a real sort of cornerstone of my hobby. Like, pretty much all the events I travel over to the UK are Middle Earth. Try and get over to Seven Stones, because that's always fantastic fun.
That sounds like a good tournament.
Love the non-competitive element of it, the wild and wacky armies that people come up. But I think particularly since the pandemic, the level of hobby on display at Seven Stones is just off the chain. Like display boards.
There's a nice little growl from over this side of the room there. I was like,
That's quite an appreciative. That's good fun. Ardacon's fantastic, just for not just for clearly, but particularly the sort of the social aspect, getting people from the community the world over together and having a good old laugh over a few games of toy soldiers and a few beers. And
that Friday night seminar is really good as well, isn't it?
Sorry?
That Friday night seminar is always really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Highlight of the event. I'm not a competitive gamer, but it is nice to go in and play some games like that. And sometimes, my pants pulled down and absolutely hammered. Played one in Iverson's in round one. Iverson Senior. Is that
Matt?
Matt, that's right. Lovely chap. Absolutely pounded me into oblivion. It's like, all right, cool. I learned a few tricks there, as you do when you play top players. And then that's good fun. And then Throne of Skulls is my other one. I think this will be the third year in a row that I've been to the Throne of Skulls, because again, it kind of fits my more, I'm here to have fun, play some toy soldiers and have a couple of beers, than sit on the top table. Well, you saw what happened when I got onto the top table last year. Rapidly dumped back where I belonged.
Still got there though.
Sorry?
You still got there.
Yeah, no, it was good fun. So, yeah, that's been my sort of roller coaster journey of the hobby. It's fantastic, and what is nice now, like, you know, William's getting to the age where he appreciate what you guys having some patience with him. I think once he heard his dad was going to be on a YouTube channel, it was going to take wild horses to keep him out of this room. So it's like I might as well embrace it and let him sit in for a little bit. And have him.
He's the future, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Well, that's why he's got a Wanderers in the Wild Polo, right? It's
Absolutely.
the first of the Gen 2 Wanderers.
Yeah, the yearly polo order is becoming ever more complex. I think there were 3 baby grows and 4 kids t-shirts this year.
I mean, I think that's fantastic for us as Wanderers. I mean, because like I say, 9 years, that's a long time.
It is. People said we couldn't do it. I mean,
absolutely.
I don't think anyone said we couldn't do it, but I imagine someone probably thought 9 years ago they probably won't do that.
Perhaps they shouldn't.
Yeah.
But no, it's been awesome. You know, I think all the guys in the Wanderers we get on well.
I honestly think you've just been spiked by Big Russia or something. You said all the guys in the Wanderers are, and then you sort of got muted. What was it? All the guys in the Wanderers are what?
They're just all good guys, right? Like we're a very sort of like-minded bunch of hobbyists. I think most of you guys, I'd say, are sort of semi-retired professional. We're not all about going in and winning it. Jay perhaps is still on the cutting edge of the.
Hey, I do well at Ardicon. I won prizes this year. I
mean, I can't say much because I think when you were on table 73, I was on table 72 next to you. But no, I think you know the Middle Earth community has just been fantastic. I think that's what's kept me in the hobby beyond those first sort of that dip back into some eBay stuff and a bit of 40k here and there. It's, you know, the Middle Earth events are always great fun. Sort of the cool community doing things like this as well. Seeing people turn up to listen to me ramble about nonsense is great to see.
Oh, it's lovely to hear. Lovely to hear. Do you want to jump back in the chat until they start asking you questions?
Yeah.
We have. I'll start going, and you can find me. We have Old School Chris C saying GW trolling us with all these troll sneak peeks and not releasing them. Indeed, Larry Miller, the troll probably isn't that nice, to be honest. I think I've said he's really nice. You're turning to the camera in a manner that implies you found Frederick's comment.
I have found Frederick. The new troll
You're
again.
so
Yeah,
good.
like you said, big in troll horns. Looks like they made them even bigger on the mini. I still like the vibe of them. Will be interesting to see how they actually work in the game. Yeah, I mean, I think monsters are always cool, right? That's why I quite like them. Tommy Murphy, I like the new troll, but I think I will be removing the horns for it to make it better fit the aesthetic. Yeah, and again, I think that comes back to what I said before. It's that tricky balance of them having to stick with what's been put on the screen and, you know, for the animation versus the traditional sort of live action. A 2-hero, 1 warrior troll warband is something new. Yeah, I think it is. And I think that's what we're going to see in the new edition, isn't it? I think it is going to be more prescriptive and you know, people will have views on this for sure. I don't think you're going to have anywhere near the same freedom of list building.
Yeah.
Certainly not in competitive than we're used to with this edition. Whether that's a good thing or not, I guess, remains to be seen. But
I suspect, with having not seen the film yet, that the warband thing is less about, I don't know, an intentional design change for the new edition, and more about the fact that they've only got 1 film and there's a cool troll and 2 orcs that don't have anyone else with them. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and so I reckon they're probably characters. There's a rumor, isn't there, that they just, I don't think they can fancy things. I think someone's just said, and I haven't fact checked. I think it's true that Dominic Monaghan and Billy Boyd are in the movie.
I read that somewhere as well.
Voices in the movie, And so the kind of buzz is that there'll be these 2 orcs.
Okay.
So that would make sense. But what you're basically going to have is 2 hero orcs and a massive troll. And so GW or the license, like, well, we've got to make the troll. The troll's like on all the there's a toy of the troll and the troll's on the books. We've got to make the troll, but the troll doesn't fit in any other army. So what do we do? And they're like, okay, well, let's just make it a kind of Wanderers in the Wild warband. These 3 that don't have any generic orcs and they don't have any more trolls. There's just these 3 heroes. We'll dump them together, and they, I guess, doesn't the thing talk? Doesn't I can't remember the exact word. Doesn't it talk about Helm going out and punching a troll to death, or maybe it's Helm goes out and they think it's a troll or something, but he probably fights that troll, and maybe the troll even does the deed or something. I don't know. And so it's like we've got to have that in it. It's near Helm's Deep, so we'll put them in this army list. So I think it's more like, how the hell do we fit 2 orcs and a troll into a supplement or whatever, an army list that doesn't have an orc and troll army? We'll just make them a kind of unique warband.
But I think, again, it's all sort of supposition. The wording of sort of the war list, they sound very specific to scenarios. I think list building in general is going to be much closer to what we're used to with Legendary Legions than just, here's all the models in this faction and you can cherry pick what you feel like. You're going to be playing closer to actual events seen or, written in the media. You can't just say, oh, cool, I'm going to put, I'm trying to think of something off my head now, maybe like Faramir and Boromir in the same arc, because you don't ever see them fight together at any point in the film. Right?
I get what you're saying, but I think they will be able to, because I think they'll have an Osgiliath army list, for example.
I hope so, because that was my.
I think because they're described as fighting together in the book, so I think you'll be able to do it. But I know what you mean. You won't be able to do like me and Adam took Imrahil and Boromir to doubles. I don't think you'll be able to do that.
You had to raise that at some point.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Still so salty.
I don't get it.
Anyway, where are we? I'm not even going to dwell on. Did you do? Yeah, a 2 hero, 1 warrior troll. Frederick Schultz saying warband is something new. It's just covered. Larry Miller, I like the Snow Troll, but feel GW could have just released parts of him on various characters' sprues.
You get that? That's very fun. That's what the toys are doing. So there's like 4 action figures, and I've never seen this model before, but some of the guys have said they do it. That you buy Helm and you get the troll's head, and
I did hear about this. Yeah.
Buy Heron, you get the troll's arm. It's like, buy this toy and other toys, and you get a free toy. Spoilers, it's not free.
Not free. You gotta buy it.
And if you want the troll, you must buy all toys.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what do they call it? The marketing style that the Oasis got in trouble for.
Yeah.
Progressive pricing or something.
What's it called? It's not in demand, is it? What was it? What was that? Like congestion prices? It's not that. What is it?
Progressive or something like that.
Surge. Was it surge pricing? Something like that. I don't know.
Sean Clark says he went for a power nap to survive the whole stream and slept in. Oh, hopefully you can join us for the rest of it.
I like your dedication, Sean. Thanks, man.
Carol says exactly what you just talked about. I've seen that Dominic Monaghan and Billy Boyd are like playing the 2 orcs.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, nice absolutely. Keeping it in the family.
Yeah. Freddy Schultz, assume they'll probably have some Goblin mercenary type deployment list and be independent from all Dunland, evil men, synergies, etc., but offering something new special to the army. Yeah. I think once we see the film, we'll probably have a clear idea of how they'll interact with the army as well. Right? But yeah.
Give a shout out to Mr. Harry Parkhill, who has arranged a private screening of War of the Rohirrim for the league finale, which is pretty mega.
It's pretty awesome.
So it's on December the 14th, somewhere in Nottingham. And so I think there were still spaces. So if you're interested, there was 37 spaces, a lot of them taken. I'm going! And you'll get to see War of the Rohirrim just surrounded by GBHL nerds, which I think is awesome. So well done, Harry.
don't think I can justify another trip to the mainland for that one, unfortunately.
Presumably as well, you wouldn't know how to order a ticket because you'd go in and say, "Hi, can I have half 3 stubs, please?"
I'll just get used to it. Where are we? That's why I get you to buy like my article. Just easy. Cowboys my Throne of Skulls. Just outsource it.
Cowboys everyone's Throne of Skulls tickets.
Where are we? Sean Clark, there we go. I love everything they've released and announced so far. Much excitement. Yeah, I think it does all look cool. I think the new Eve is really good. The Helm Hammerhand, I think, is a cool model. I'm not 100% sold on the unarmored one, but
yeah, it needed more hammers for hands.
Oh yeah, 100%. But that's just my personal thing. Oh, no, but I've just jumped chat. Sorry, folks.
It does happen.
Here we go. Mute videos, Harry. The troll is so good. The fatter orc looks really poor. I quite like it.
I don't think he looks poor. I think he's the weakest of the 3. I don't think he's bad though.
Another comment I don't understand here. I can't concentrate on anything since they're saying since the Haskell cameo.
Who was that?
Callum R. Sorry, that was.
It's Callum Rutter. What are they talking about? Do you know anything about a Haskell cameo? No, nothing here.
Larry Miller, what's wrong with him, Harry? Oh, the fat orc, I think, looking out there. Frederick Schultz, likely being able to play a Dunland Harad Rowan alliance is very cool. Isn't Harad one of the ones that's going to Legacy?
Far Harad is, but I think the reason is.
Are they doing? Is there new?
Well, the books have got Southrons in them, like in the story they have Southron allies, and the visual companion and that sort of stuff has got pictures of Southrons. And there's the Mummoks, aren't there?
Larry Miller, my theory is based on this being the only troll we've seen with horns and other trolls lack of jambags. is that this is the first male troll we've seen?
I like that.
There you go. Well, perhaps if I do my green stuffing that we talked about before, you can see another male.
You have to put horns on it.
Yeah, exactly. Frederick Schultz, mostly the horns, but not just that. It's probably also further from the older troll sculpts by a different person with different meaning. Also from Frederick, tinfoil hat theory. Will the orcs get a Nasdaq type scavenger? Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they describe
magic rings.
Maybe specifically anyone with a ring of power. F Scrot or whatever his name is kills Elrond in combat, he can take his ring. Then everyone gets their broom out. Row, 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 row. This is overpowered. Row, 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 row.
There you go.
What happens when he kills Gandalf and Elrond and Galadriel in combat in the same game? That's going to be stupid with him having 3 rings.
He just becomes the new Sauron. Jakey, my partner just shouted, he's a wizard though, isn't he? Sorry, Damien, but apparently that's why it was easy. Magic. What are we talking about?
Which one? Was that about Gandalf coming back as an angel?
Oh, yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, this is probably when we started talking about how he finds Gollum.
Yes, that's that. It must be that. It's how did he find...
Yeah.
What's he got? Like, locate Gollum, locate Hobbit, find my Hobbit. Like, what?
Yeah, findmyhobbit.com.
He just goes, ACO Gollum. Bang. That was easy. They could have made a film out of that. That'll be one of those honest trailers things, won't it? ACO Gollum. Poof, the end. Credits.
Yeah. Steiner Carlson's here saying, good evening all. Good evening. How are you? Frederick Schultz, maybe they didn't have any leads on Gollum, but some Bristol or Sheffield. It's a nice pun. Gotta appreciate that one.
I don't think I get that. Oh, it's a Leeds pun. I see.
Yeah, sorry, Leeds was spelled
Yeah.
L-E-E.
Right.
The posting spirit, green stuff firm cheek into green stuff firm cheeks onto that troll. Yeah, there we go. I do need to do something. What's the area there? We're now we're back on the troll's jam bags. Joe Holzman says the loincloth doesn't matter as the troll has no jam bags. True.
You don't know that.
Mason Kingsbury says we'll watch on replay off for day 2 tourney in Melbourne, taking my beloved Eristor.
Enjoy, man.
And it'll help me paint 30 Rivendell Warriors from the mag sitting on containers for over 20 years. Oh, that's
lovely.
great. Proper in the spirit of what BSIME is all about, right?
Absolutely. And Eristor, of course. Eristor's legacy, didn't he? So he's
taking
him out for a final run through.
Yeah, checking out. Joe Holzman says his new phone broke earlier today. I think, this is back on Larry's phone. Larry says, I dropped my current phone one time too many and now it functions. It was 1 week from retirement too.
Larry, your phone has been several months past retirement, like for many years now.
Joe says, someone clearly has been reading the Patreon chat. The live and breathe Steve Crow's in.
Steve Crow?
No lovers.
Steve Crow. Shan't believe it.
Comes in to check up on all us guest hosts. Larry Miller. I know, right? I didn't have a phone for most of the day and managed to catch up. Okay, very impressive. Frederick Schultz, in quote marks, I think 100 children could kill an adult. Sounds like a new mug material.
Put it on a mug.
Yeah.
Steve's just come in and go, what are we putting on a mug?
Jakey exclaims, wait, milk in Guernsey doesn't come in pints. No, it comes in litres. We are...
Or cartons, or half cartons.
Can't.
Where are you getting these measurements?
Carton of milk is a litre.
I'll have a hammock of semi-skims, please, today.
So much hate for Guernsey. Joe Holzman, Neil Dudgeon was the new Barnaby when the old Barnaby. I don't know what Barnaby is.
Barnaby's Midsummer Murders.
Okay.
No, it's not him. I mean, I'm not saying it's not him. I'm sure it is him, but that's not the him I was talking about. The him I was talking about might not even be Bergerac. It might be like Bergerac's mate or something. There's someone in it from something, and I went, oh, it's him.
Maybe Henry Cavill. He seems to be linked with everything.
I think it's Henry
and he's
Cavill.
from Jersey. So
He'd make a great Bergerac.
Yeah, I've met him. He's a nice guy.
Tell us everything about meeting Henry Cavill. I'm just going to drop that in. I can't understand how milk's packaged, but I know Superman.
This is before I also knew. This was before he announced that he was sort of our Lord and Savior, King of the Nerds. But I'd say he's from Jersey, so I used to coach Guernsey Rugby Club second team, and each year we have a fixture against Jersey Rugby Club, and he presented all the trophies, or in our case, runners-up medal.
Oh, you lost?
We did lose. But yeah, he was a nice guy. He stuck around. He was in the Rugby Club for a few beers.
I think everyone there, including me, was hoping that story was about to say that you coached Henry Cavill at rugby.
No, fortunately.
He seems like a nice guy.
He does. He got a lot of attention from all of it.
From your wife?
I think Kath was over there, actually. Michael Dublé, are Guernsey tons different to mainland tons? You guys in the mainland do it all weird. Oh, there we go. Look, Richard Clammer backs me up. Damien's being mean about the 1 ton back. They exist in Britain too. There you go. So it's not a weird Guernsey thing. You're just picking on me, huh?
I've never needed to get rid of a ton's worth of stuff.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. People coming to Guernsey defence. The post-team spirit. Damien's really giving Guernsey both barrels tonight.
He's giving what?
You're giving Guernsey both barrels.
Which is actually how they measure milk.
In the barrel. I mean, it's hard to do it, but what can men do against such reckless hate? Eric Schultz, keep it going, gents. My slow braised beef tacos is coming along, ready to shift to legacy mode momentarily. Oh, there you go. These Eric. Oh, sorry, we've got Eric Schultz and Frederick Schultz. All right, there we go.
Different Schultz.
Different Schultz, yeah. But the comments were next to each other. Like if I just read, just can't read properly. Frederick Schultz, you get 1 ton or 1 ton bags for rubbish. You also single bin. What do you call
that's how you get rid of your 1 ton, right? No, I wanted a 1 ton bag, not a 1 ton bag. No, Steve's going. They're different words. Different words. It's a 1 ton. It's a 1 ton.
No, that one took a bit. Sean Clark, what is this Larry-esque line of questioning? Not sure which question we were on there. Larry Miller's got at least 4 copies of iRobot on DVD, apparently. It's a good film. I'm not sure it's 4 copies of iRobot.
Why? There's also the great cautious use of at least. So I don't want to lie. I don't want to. I'm going to embarrass myself if I find 5 when I count them later. Why do you need 4 iRobots? That's such a good number of iRobot DVDs.
I think I'm going to briefly rescue a beer from the fridge.
Oh, that's good. Larry, every single sentence about you is beautiful.
Joe Holzman says, Hulu's on Disney Plus though, Damien? Have you got Disney Plus?
Oh, no.
Watch it.
Well, maybe, I don't know, is Buffy on there? Maybe Buffy is on there. I don't need it, I've got the DVDs.
Frederick Schultz, whoa, Damien, is that Jack O'Neill from the awesome Stargate SG-1? Yes, it is. But before SG-1, he was definitely famous for MacGyver. It's an insane TV program, but 100% worth checking out. Like his name. Kamar, thank you for a much more comprehensive answer to my DVD question than I was expecting.
I don't know why he asked. Like, what there must have. I don't know what the link was. There's Callum just sitting there going, I wonder if they like DVDs.
I don't know.
What was?
I mean, it was clearly a good question, right?
That's BSIME. Put it on a mug.
Larry Miller, you know, Damien, you could get a box set of a better show with Richard Dean Anderson in. Assuming it's another story.
That is not true. Look at this. This is what Richard Dean Anderson thinks of that comment.
I mean, I get the MacGyver love. I'm into that, but SG-1 is.
Look at the way it comes in a selection of incredibly thin slipcases that are hard to navigate.
That's terrible.
But each one is helpfully labelled something like 4. but Mark, look how many there are.
I know. It reminds me of my works experience when I had to upgrade PCs from Windows 3.1 to Windows 95 floppy disk. Please insert disk 1 of 32.
I think actually I'm being unreasonable there because it does say in the top corner it says 4.5. So this is season 4, 5th disc. There's also, look, check this out. Special features.
Wow.
Do you know what the special features are? It's all of the MacGyver episodes again.
Brilliant. Where are Generation Shift? Oh, sorry, GS.
GS bases.
Yes, sir. Yeah, GS bases.
He's celebrating,
hey
isn't he?
guys, hope you're all doing well. Only just popping in to say hi. Much love to you all. Good to see you, my friend. Hopefully catch up with you next week. Michael Dublé says Buffy's
Right.
on Disney.
I just wanted to do a little magic trick for you. I think Matt is celebrating tonight, right? Celebrating the launch of GS Bases.
Yeah.
So I just thought, on behalf of all of us, unfortunately, I don't have any party poppers, but if we all just think really hard, really, really hard to congratulate Matt, maybe something magic could happen.
I mean, that was everything I hoped it would be.
Where's the box?
Didn't work. Tried, Matt. I can't believe you can't pull a party popper. I've got it. Look, I don't think we've been able to do this. I've got into this one. Look, unpopped party popper. Check that out.
Yeah. There you go. I don't know who you're talking to.
You've insulted Matt and you've embarrassed me.
I'll go back into the corner, sir.
That's just Charlotte. She hasn't gone to bed yet.
Generation Shift 92 continues to be kind, saying, look at us two handsome fellas.
Have you seen this? I've just got all this out, right? So you got this at the end.
Yeah.
And then I had all this stuff inside wrapped up.
Yeah.
And then further up, there's another round disc.
Yeah, is that not the one that pushes the other ones out?
Well, I don't know. I've never looked. I've never been able to actually look into the mechanism for it. Are there 2 round discs for every party popper that fires? I thought there was only ever 1 round disc.
Never really dissected that.
Well, you shouldn't. Famously so. It says, "Do not dismantle." Specifically tells you. That's why you haven't.
There you go.
Keep. It's a category F1 party popper. F1 is the ones that don't work. Keep away from eyes and ears. Yeah, take that, society. Do not dismantle. See package for instructions. There is no package.
Well, there you go. Probably didn't read the book.
Bright Star Fireworks. Melmerby. You know where Melmerby is? That sounds made up. HG4 5MB. There you go. Sorry, dude.
Epic fail.
Yeah.
We'll see lots of math bases on display next week at Furniture Store.
Absolutely.
Michael Dublé, the movie and the series, I think that's Buffy again. Frederick Schultz, BSIME community being gaslit into renaming the Mandela effect into the Michael Haskell effect.
The Michael Haskell effect is where you're convinced you saw Michael Haskell walk through a stream one time.
Yeah.
I don't get why people are saying this. It makes no sense. Well, I don't get what it is.
Why would he be on the stream? He's not guest hosting.
Why would he be on the stream? He lives like 1,000,000 miles away from me. It's madness.
Isn't it?
These people.
Larry Miller said, like the Eisenstein. I think that's when we're talking about the heresy books. I think that's the 4th one, isn't it? I don't think that's 3.
Yeah, no.
It's an awesome book. James Wilson. Damien did really well to get an eBay deal in 1994, considering it didn't get founded until 1995.
I had the beta version.
Alongside my mum.
It was founded by Mark's mum trying to sell his stuff.
I wish eBay was founded by my mum. Without Sony mean, I wouldn't be sat here doing this stream with you. Where are we at? Larry Miller. Am I the only person hoping Michael is going to randomly walk into Mark's room at some point? I mean, that would be...
Imagine if we could make it work like the chocolate bar pass, you know? I mean, that would be sublime, right?
Sam Page, the Sunday Night Chinese, our favourite part of Articon. Absolutely, Sam.
Oh, my, yes.
Well, it's part of the institution now, isn't it? One of the highlights of the event. Larry Miller says, no, Mark, he was an ice troll. I think that's why I call it a snow troll, didn't getting my winter weather effects mixed up there. Apologies all.
He's a snow troll.
Is he?
He's named a snow troll.
It's probably then no comma. Mark said he was.
Oh, Mark said he. Oh, it's ice. It's ice troll. You said he was an ice troll. It's a joke. An ice troll sounds like a nice troll.
Okay.
So what you've said, he's an ice troll, and Larry said, what makes you think he's a nice troll? He's being hilarious.
I mean, yeah, I can appreciate it. Calvin asked, where are you at on Horus Heresy at the moment, Mark? Have you got the Siege Chariot? No, I haven't. I've got bogged down in some Salamanders short story stuff that's been hard work to get through, but I'm persevering.
That sounds fun.
They're not. Some of the stuff's great. Some of it takes some work, but my completionist nature is making me refuse to skip any.
That's
I'm
quite
desperately
like life,
trying
though,
to
isn't
go
it?
through the rest of it to get to the Siege of Terror, which is supposed to be.
Oh, fuck, I put blue on his hand.
The post-teen spirit. My rough idea was to make the troll have his horns trimmed like Hellboy. That would be quite cool.
Why does everyone hate his horns? Is it just me? What's wrong with his horns? That's my hot take. I've got my hot take. I don't mind the horns. Have a look at his horns. Do you like the horns?
Yeah, right. Balrog's got horns.
There you go. Charlotte thinks the horns are all right. Balrog's got horns. It's a great answer. Balrog's got horns. Why can't Troll have horns? His horns are all right, aren't they?
Goats have got horns.
Goats have got horns. Erkenbrand's got a horn. Legacy, rest in peace. Helm's Deep, massive horn.
So much horn hate. Michael Dublé, I'm afraid my man flu's got the best of me, but we'll catch up tomorrow night all. Sorry to hear you're not feeling too well, Michael. Rest up.
Yeah, he's got to rest that voice for the Christmas season.
NB videos. I've also seen these rumours Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan in the film, but there's no official sources confirming it, and they're not promoting the film on the socials. I'm skeptical at the moment.
Oh, maybe it's all fake news.
Cal Counters with Dom had a photo of him and Billy recording for the film on his Insta story.
That's quite compelling.
Dynamic pricing was the words we were looking
That's
for.
the one. That's the one.
Thanks, JP, for helping us out there. Frederick Schultz, doesn't the book mention snow trolls just once saying Helm walks around like a snow troll? This probably gave them the idea to do a snow troll in the film.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I couldn't remember if he like fought a snow troll or he fought like a snow troll. But yeah.
Also, I believe one of the recent voice actor promo videos briefly shows Santa Fist Helm and the snow troll.
Yeah, it does. I've seen that. He looks like it's a very similar scene. When he says he fights like a snow troll, do you reckon he goes out and like watches a snow troll and sort of like shadows him to learn how they fight and like is walking along, I'm a troll, and then he's doing this like horns.
He's got to get the horns.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll find out soon enough. And one of the ways you can find out is
Joining our patron scheme.
Well, yeah, or going to see the film with NB videos on the 13th.
Yeah, that too.
There's a few tickets there. Lambo UK says, good evening all. Hello, how are you doing? Elliot P, I'm looking forward to GW's new watcher that can deploy it as a tree at the start of the game.
That would be cool. Like you can deploy him in any forest.
Yeah, that would be quite cool. The post-team spirit. Does Michael Haskell have a cameo in War of the Rohirrim?
Yeah, nothing happens and everyone claims they see him.
Yeah. Oh, so Frederick Schultz says they clearly ripped off the Warhammer Ogre design on the fat orc. On the fat, yeah, he does.
It's the
He does
metal
look.
plate, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, Larry's telling me off. Apparently, I missed a pun. I thought it was a typo. Mark missed my hilarious pun. I said, "What Wrots wrong. WROTS.
That is hilarious.
That is the orc, isn't it?
Yeah.
I missed. Apologies. But it is great. Tommy Murphy, the poor orc being body shamed, clearly just getting ready for a long winter. 100%. Right. Lee McCrazy, with 3 rings, he can raise a family. Ooh, that's a War of the Ring reference there, I think.
There were 3 rings he can raise a family.
I think we saw the orc family, didn't we?
Oh, right, yeah.
There we go. Larry is saying Damien's really milking anti-Guernsey stuff. Yeah,
Hey.
At what point can I just register this as a hate?
Yeah, I mean, again, you've noticed his milk pun there, right?
Yeah.
He's not showing you support. He's just using a pun he wants to say.
Another pun.
Never ever think Larry is supporting anything or anyone. He's completely people agnostic.
I like to think we're famous for more than just milk.
I don't think he has friends. I think he just has sources for puns.
Guernsey surely is known for more than just milk, right?
No more than what?
Known for more than just its milk.
Guernsey?
Yeah.
I don't think it's known for anything.
Matt Letizia?
Yeah, no, you're right. Matt Letizia, yeah. Everyone's
Got
always
Molly
like...
Letizia. She's currently playing for Man United in the Women's Premier League.
Yeah, no, it happens all the time. People go, oh yeah, I was on holiday in Sark, and I go, is that the one that Matt Letizia is from? And they go, no, that's Guernsey. Oh, yeah. Guernsey's known for being not the one that's not as big as Jersey, isn't it? I think that's...
Pretty much, yeah, unfortunately.
Guernsey known for anything else?
Tomatoes, we used to be big on those.
I think he's dead. Is Guernsey known for anything else?
Only part of the UK occupied in the Second World War.
There you go. That is also
Great.
correct.
That's a great answer.
Well, at the Channel Islands.
The Channel Islands, yes.
There's no one there, by the way.
It's just disembodied voices telling you facts about Guernsey.
That's an awful thing to be known for, though.
I mean, I can't imagine it was fun.
That just means you're rubbish.
Well, technically, it means you guys are the other ones supposed to be responsible for our defence.
We can't look over you. We can't look over you. There's a sea. You can't do anything over there.
Yeah, it was. There's quite a lot of sort of bunkers and things still around the coastline of the islands. Remembrance that we get a day off on the 9th of May every year.
Well, when you don't play tax, I guess you've got time for golf.
No, tax is overrated.
Yeah, that's it for me. St. Peter's Port, is that Guernsey?
St. Peter's Port, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
It is very nice.
I think it goes. I honestly think it goes. Maybe not as big as Jersey. Mark Stone, the only part of the UK occupied in the Second World War.
I'm pleased to be bigger than Matt Letizia.
Matt Letizia is a long way down the list, mate.
Where are we? The post-teen spirit. If we think really hard, we can imagine a party popper being silently pulled.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you hear that? Just a whispered sorry from the side.
Enric videos, grip it firmly by the tip and tug it hard. I think that usually makes it go pop, right?
Sometimes it doesn't go off.
The post-teen spirit. Never mind, I'm clairvoyant. There you go. And then again, Charlotte's voice is broken early. Larry Miller in big capital letters, dismantle one. I think he wants us to dissect the party popper and then also put it next to your mouth and nose.
I'll put it next to my ear. Hopefully that'll sate his desire for chaos.
Ethan K. Morning/evening all. No legacy minutes is primed and ready, unfortunately. Too soon/sad.
Ba 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 ba.
Classic sad music. That gets stuck in my head at the end of every moment for about a week.
So also, I think when they announced another great Scrubs reference would be when they announced the legacy matches, most of the community went mistake.
Yeah. No, it's we've come. I only got halfway through that, didn't I? I did want to check if you're doing any SBG magazine deals for Black Friday. Have a good streamer.
We do, and we are, but I'm just behind on sending them out. Tom wants to do it, and we will, but we always forget, and then we end up making it like like Sharice Tuesday or something. So we will do a deal, I think, and it'll be quite a compelling deal. So yeah, who's asking?
Ethan K.
Where is it? Has it done a jumpy thing? And it. Oh, we got dismantle one. Oh, there it is. Ethan K. Yeah. Yeah. So my last message. I'll read. Have I got a phone here? Where's my phone? I'll read you my message. Right. I think this is funny, and he rarely watches all of it, but I think he'll laugh. It was. Which one was it? This is fun to watch. So he said, "Hey dude, do you want to pop a post up in the GVHL saying this and maybe mention an advert? Don't think we need to push deals. Maybe just say get in touch with the Black Friday. We're going to close because he's off to New Zealand." And I said in my extremely stressed state, "Can you just do the post please? If not, it'll just be something else I forget to do / deprioritize." And he said, "Yes, will do." And here we are. So
The thing is, there is going to be a deal. You will find out about it. We're just not quite sure what that is.
If you ever wanted an explanation of what good businessmen me and Tom are, this is how much we want to sell mags and do deals and make money. He was like, "Should we do this?" And I went, "Can you do it?" And he said yes, and then he didn't do it. So I think there will be a Black Friday deal, and it will just be late. And yeah, if you want some cheap SBG mags, we'll do them.
Quality products sell themselves, right?
Yeah. All right. I mean, there's some absolute toilet in the latest one. This is really good issue. But at the end, what would you say? Faulty products, is it? Look at this guy.
That is top quality content. I'd pay to read that.
But you didn't have to, did you?
No.
High quality tree reading there.
Yeah.
Mark Stone has been a wargamer for over 30 years, but only started playing MESBG in 2016. However, since he joined Tom and Jamie's GVHL team, the Wanderers in the Wild, he has become an unshakable advocate of his beloved Gondor, despite not being known for his stellar tournament record. We wrote that. We could think of no one better to extol the virtues of taking the forces of Gondor to war. And on he goes.
There you go.
Good stuff. It's a good article.
That was immense fun doing the first issue about thing. What, 530 models? I think we had it, something like that, for the Battle of Osgiliath.
Pretty fair.
Well, I mean, it was spectacular. Let's be honest. Was the board put together by
Rick Fry.
Rick? That's it. It was absolutely stunning. Is that my tape measure one? Have I got the tape measure in that one?
I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah, that is quality tape measuring. It's quite a scary face, actually, isn't it?
Such good fun.
Where are we at the chat? Larry Miller, Horus Rising, Full Scars, Galactic Flames. Those are the ones. Full Scars is on the screen. Larry goes on to say, "I lost my heresy momentum as they legacied all the books." Yeah, they did actually. That's really annoying.
So they legacied the books?
You can't buy some of the older ones and that's frustrating. So I've had to start buying some on Kindle, which again, I love Kindle, it's great, but because I've got so many of the heresy books in physical form, I kind of want them all, and I can't get them. And so the prices for some of them on eBay are, I mean, just ridiculous. You're talking like a couple of £100 for a £6 paperback book.
Yeah,
I'm not going to. I assume at some point they will do reprints.
I know the limited edition ones were always went for crazy money, but do they print the books in house?
I'm not sure, but I even struggled to get some of the Siege of Terror ones. The last two books.
Origin Legacy a book?
The End and the Death. I had to get off Amazon US site and get them shipped over because they sold out so quickly in both GW and on Amazon. So yeah, more legacy.
Bet the Emperor wishes they'd legacied Horus.
Yeah, there you go.
Am I right?
Spoilers. Larry then says, very late getting to painting with all the phone misadventures.
Sorry to hear that, my friend.
There's nothing worse than losing or your PC break.
Actually, do you know what? In Larry's case, I think him losing his phone is probably for the best for all of society. Like, because
makes social media a safe place.
Except, I don't think he should lose his phone. I think he should burn it, because if he loses it, he might find it again.
Or worse, someone else might.
Someone else might have it. Go, ooh, a phone. Little do you know. This is just a black rectangle full of spoons. Can't call anyone.
The post Team Spirit says, that takes too hot, Damien. I need to go take a breather. What was your hot take? Oh, that you like the horns.
Yeah, I think my hot take was I like the horns. Yeah, I like to drive clicks. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is definitely riding close to the sun. Boromir had a horn for a little bit. Ouch! Too soon, Jakey. Too soon. Boromir's my boy. He's my first hero I painted for SBG. My first army was Osgiliath themed.
Yeah, I know. I had to read the article about 10 times before we printed it. God, enough. Oh, I love Boromir. He's really good. Yeah. That's what you sound like.
That good an article, you have to read it 10 times.
You have to. Tom was like, will you proof marks? I was like, not again. Please. I'm joking, it's brilliant. I like the bit where you mentioned killing my troll. That was
glorious. Again, Boromir with a lance.
That's your hot take. That should have been your actual hot take.
That should have
Boromir with a lance is better than Boromir with a banner. That's a great hot take.
Look at Rob Cron though. He's converted me. Since he got me to use Boromir with a banner, I've gone, actually, he is a bit good, isn't he?
Yeah, that's because your hot take is awful.
Hot take. I love Boromir with a lance. He's nowhere near as good as Boromir.
It was really nice that in issue 12, Rob wrote an article talking about Flagomir, and then a few issues later, you got to write an article talking about Lancermere. That was cool.
I converted up a Lancer.
You did?
Oh yeah, killing your troll with it. Where are we? Joe Holzman, Helm's Deep, massive horn. Sounds like a touchy film. Yes, it does. Again, good job, William's gone to bed for that. Larry Miller is working on Groblob, who's been sitting part painted for ages. I haven't had any need for him. Also, my Witch King set.
Pour one out for Groblob.
Not Nathan T. Evening, no painting for me tonight. My 3-week-old keeps me busy, wanting to come say hello.
Is he 3-week-old?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Wow, that's.
Nathan.
Not Nathan T. His 3-week-old is keeping him busy, wanting to say hello.
It's not. This is going to sound like a stupid question. It's not Nathan T. Nathan T.
I don't know.
Or is that Nathan died? Is that Nathan died? I didn't know. Well, congratulations, Nathan.
Yeah, man, I don't miss those days. 3-week-old kids. I love my boys to the moon and back, but
Like Savage
Newborn.
Garden did.
No?
And I will let you to the moon and back if you be my baby. Oh, that's going to get us shut down in Chad, isn't it?
It's a good track, though. Do you like it? So,
It's certainly, to my mind, the 6th or 7th best Savage Garden song of all time.
that's right.
It was I Want You. Thanks for asking.
The post-teen spirit. Charlotte is very knowledgeable on her World War II trivia.
Well, I'm raising her right, man. I am raising her right. She knows facts about. I've taught her facts about World War II that I don't know. I've taught her to learn for herself.
Yeah, Joe's come up with a banger here, although I haven't seen this. But the Literary and Potato Peel Society, that was based in Guernsey.
Here it comes. Here comes the Guernsey love.
Nick Oolala, as if Guernsey get a day off to celebrate my birthday. The Liberation Day. The Liberation Day is also my wedding anniversary, somewhat ironically.
So is that to celebrate the fact that Nick was liberated from our mother's womb?
Impossible, but probably more likely to do with the Germans leaving.
Well, hang on. Let me check in. Charlotte, was it the Germans or was it the mum womb thing?
Pass.
She doesn't know.
No one knows. No one knows.
No one knows. We can't be sure.
But either way, we celebrate it nonetheless. I think always get my wedding.
I think it's the womb.
I think it is. I think next May the 9th I'll celebrate the womb. Larry Miller, fun fact, I spent years thinking Guernsey was in the Hebrides because I assumed Mark was Scottish since he partnered with Chris all the time. There's some logic to that, right?
No, there isn't. There's no logic whatsoever to that. There's a man near another man. He must be from the same place.
No.
It's great.
No, I think we have been, for most Seven Stones, the furthestly separated partners geographically.
Did you just say furthest least separated?
I've forgotten how to speak.
I like it. Furthestly is a great word.
Furthestly separated.
I enjoy.
It's a Guernsey word, you wouldn't understand.
No, quite.
Larry goes on to say, only just realised I was wrong this year. I mean, ordinarily I'd say that can't be true, but it could well be. Right? No, here you go. Larry says they never do Black Friday deals, but sometimes do, say that, cerulean? Is that a colour? Cerulean Tuesday deal.
Is it cerulean?
Cerulean. Is that a colour?
Yeah, cerulean.
Joe says Black Friday is not until next week anyway, so it's not late.
Yeah, but you're assuming that we're going to get it up by next week. I'm preparing you for the fact it will be late.
Get ready for your disappointment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Larry Miller, I was genuinely planning to get a new phone next week. Was just waiting until Black Friday. Sensible man. Scott Johnson, need to call it an evening. We'll catch up tomorrow. Thanks all and enjoy the rest of the stream.
Scott.
Larry, no, he's clearly not Nathan T. Well, what the name says, right? Otherwise, he would be not Nathan T. Joe Holson, yeah, it was filmed in Bidford though instead of Guernsey. Yeah, that caused quite some controversy in local scenes. That the can't speak anymore. Literacy and Potato Peel Society thing. Basically, the reason for that was they tried to do a number of shots on the Guernsey coastline, but didn't get any without, like, there was too many buildings and stuff. So they went somewhere else where they could get cool coastal shots.
Buildings?
Yeah, I mean, the argument against that was surely things like Photoshop exist, right? You can film and edit out some of this stuff, but
I didn't know you had buildings.
we do. You got to put 65,000 people somewhere. We don't sleep in one big pile in a cave.
That's exactly what I thought. honestly, mate, that's exactly what I thought happened. Giant pile covered in milk in a cave. That's how I've always pictured Guernsey.
One big, massive Guernseyian.
Everybody back in the pile.
There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex outside. Fun fact, we don't have any moles or foxes or squirrels.
Well, that's until someone sells you out, and then you will have one.
Not Nathan T is yes, Damien. It's Nathan Dye. Ditch the old master ball name as literally used this for SBG comments. And thank you. Very tired, but it's worth it. Future doubles fun. Absolutely, that's what we saw early on. Right? Operation Grow Your Own doubles partner and opponent.
Nathan, I've got to say, mate, as someone who has enjoyed your support for many years and has painstakingly learned and tried to remember that Master Ball UK is Nathan Died, changing your YouTube username to something that references a different Nathan is honestly about as unhelpful as it gets. but dude, massive congratulations, man. Hope all's well. That's super cool.
Brilliant thing. Joe goes on to say, God only knows, no one wants to go to Bideford. Never been, don't know where it is.
I haven't been, but then I haven't been to that place on the Party Popper packet either. So I'm not particularly well travelled. Have you been to Bideford, Charlotte?
No.
Not that well travelled either. Ultimately, I'd have to drive her. So.
Not Nathan T says the not Nathan T thing is something me and Nathan T have going on. That's a lot of Nathan.
That sentence had too many Nathan T's in it.
Surprised I got that out, given the way my speech has deteriorated over the last half hour. Julian Hammond's here. Hello, mate.
Julian Hammond, does I live and breathe?
100 children could kill an adult. Sounds like an Alan Partridge idea for a new program. I think it could be a thoroughly entertaining one as well.
Monkey tennis.
Joe Holson, Cerulean must be a colour as its name of a city in the original Pokemon game.
It's a bit like that, isn't it?
There you go.
Yeah, it's a blue.
Yeah, got on Pokemon now, and Williams. Larry Miller, the lack of accent never really occurred to me as something he might not be Scottish. I don't know who's more. I think Chris would probably be more offended than me and thought you calling me Scottish. Keeps calling me French, but I think it's fine. He's an Arsenal fan anyway, so don't worry about it.
Not a City fan. Be good if there were some City fans in there. I wonder how. I noticed Johnny Wright is not in the chat tonight.
Literally crying away. 5 in a row. When was the last time City lost 5 in a row?
I thought you meant the amount of goals that have gone in against them today.
Yeah, posting script probably just didn't notice because he was beside Chris. Good enough. James Wilson, one Throne of Skulls seminar, I famously asked Rob and Jay if they'd rather fight 10 hobbit-sized Balrogs or one Balrog-sized hobbit.
How many? 10?
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Was that 10 hobbit-sized Balrogs?
Would you rather fight 10 hobbit-sized Balrogs or one Balrog-sized hobbit?
See, that one's not as obvious as you'd think, because the hobbit-sized Balrogs, again, they're the kiddie size, so we've already determined 100 kids could kill an adult, but they are 10 demon god kind of things. So I think the 10 hobbit-sized Balrogs would probably kill you, and I think they can do flames and stuff. But then equally,
Balrog-sized hobbit.
yeah,
would be pretty
exactly. A
terrifying, isn't it?
Balrog-sized hobbit would crush you. So, I'd go for the 10 Balrog-sized hobbits and hope for the best.
You hope that their flames are somewhat diminished by their size.
Yeah, well, I couldn't see any way I could take down a Balrog-sized hobbit, but I could, in theory, step on 10 hobbit-sized Balrogs.
You offer it a barrel full of beer. It comes in barrels.
Yeah. So I mean, there's ways, aren't there? There's ways.
It's like Bideford's not on the coast though. In North Devon, about 9 miles away from me. I mean, I don't know exactly. To be honest, I've not seen the film. It's not my my cup of tea. I just know that there was a hoo-ha about them filming it, and they needed more sort of wide open space to show what Guernsey used to look like, as opposed to
It's like The Simpsons.
the metropolis that it is today.
Like Guernsey doesn't look like Guernsey anymore, so we have to tape a bunch of cats together.
I think Guernsey's pretty densely populated. An island, 65,000 people, 25 miles square.
Yeah, it's a big cave.
In a big cave. Litres everywhere. And cows roaming. The post-team spirit. So Nathan T called not Nathan D to make it easy. But is Nathan T called not Nathan D to make it easy?
What?
I don't know. I'm gonna leave. All right. No, Sam. Larry established he's not Nathan T. This is hard work. The post-team
It's been
spirit.
4.5 years, mate. Try it. 4.5 years of Miller.
The post-team spirit says, of course, silly me. And Larry also only knows Carla from Pokemon. Yeah, I didn't realize Pokemon was their education. So I can let William carry. Entry video says, well, that clears that up then. I'm giving that a reference to the not Nathan T or maybe Nathan D. God, here we go. Not Nathan T. Nathan D, not Nathan T. That's Nathan D, not Nathan T. Okay, I'm Mr. D. He's Mr. T.
You sound like Eminem.
I'm going to lose myself in the chat, right?
Nathan D, not Nathan D. I'm a Nathan D. That's Nathan D. It's just too tricky for me to see.
I think I got that one out. I don't think I slipped. There you go. Not Nathan T. Sorry, just wanted to give you a tongue twist. I think I nailed it. I think I got it.
You did well, man.
Joe Hosen, at Larry, do you also get most of your tree name knowledge from Pokemon professors?
Ash, it's an Ash joke.
Oh, there you go. See, I miss some of these puns. Just not down with the kids these days. Post-team spirit, that clears that up beautifully. And then says, so what's Mr. T from the 18 called? B.A. Baracus, Larry Miller, I get most of my tree name knowledge from looking up trees to make ent puns. Oh.
Ent puns are good puns. Ent puns are strong puns.
There's a good one. Did they film the Hebrides instead? No, but perhaps they should. Not Nathan T. In all seriousness, if you guys run a Black Friday, I messed that one up. I missed it. Just general speed. In all seriousness, if you guys run a Black Friday / any following day, I'd probably come collect from Throne of Skulls on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll do that. I won't have to post them.
Okay.
We'll do that. I'll bring you a set and we'll do it cheaper than normal. Promise.
Richard Clammer, are we getting a deep dive? Did Damien say?
Yeah, I can do a deep dive. I think Mark is about to catch up on the chat, and we'll do a deep dive. Deep dive.
We are very close to. Frederick Schultz, Nathan TDTTT is like Stevie's. I won 1-1-1 on 1-1-1-1.
Good old Steve. Crazy Steve. He's always good for a laugh.
Well, no, you've been called out now, Damien. Joe Holzer says it clearly wasn't an Ash joke. Damien, Ash is not the professor.
I know.
I can hear the disdain.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know nothing whatsoever about Pokemon. I just knew there was a guy in it called Ash, so I took the punt, and now I feel so foolish.
All the professors in Pokemon are named after trees. Okay?
All right, so here's my question then.
So,
if all the professors are named after trees, and Ash isn't a professor, why is Ash named after a tree? What's that about? Is he just taking the piss with them?
maybe he's a future professor. I don't know.
Was he like a senior lecturer or something?
No, like nobody knows. Julian Hammond, Horus Rising, Full Stop, Galaxy Flames. Yep, cool. Yeah, good. I do recommend that. There's some hit and miss ones, but those first three are good. Larry Miller, it wasn't actually a joke. All of the professors are named after trees.
Will you come and sit down and just talk to Mark for a bit?
Yeah.
And then when I come back in, just leave.
Brilliant.
Make no reference to it.
You know, actually, had a Pokemon, some guys that I worked with a couple of weeks. And the associate director at the firm I worked with came round and then spent a good 45 minutes talking to my son about Pokemon whilst the rest of us started playing poker.
There you go. In preparation for the deep dive, as you do last few comments, I'm just going to go and get a beer, all right?
Yeah, no worries. Did you will the deep dive into sorting out Guernsey? Will the deep dive? Sorry. There we go. Damien's back. Will it be a deep dive into sorting out Guernsey by Damien? And Damien's the last person to sort out Guernsey. He's not. He's named after Burn. Sure. Larry says, I think people have theorised he may one day become a professor. Feel less guilty for derailing the chat with 40k going into Pokemon. Ash is named after the ashes that the children of Kanto rose from after the war wiped out most of the animals. There you go. Larry Miller, but in the game. And we are caught up with the chat.
Excellent. How are you, sir?
I'm really well. How are you, friend?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much. So how have you enjoyed flying through the chat?
Been a few tongue twisters in there, but I think I managed to navigate most of it.
It's a different perspective having listened to it for all the years, but then to actually talk it through and then having to remember what you were talking about half an hour earlier, so that when you read the comments you think, now I see. Yes, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
No, but it has been a thoroughly entertaining evening, certainly on my part. Hopefully the rest of the guys are enjoying it.
Yes, I mean that's the beauty of the chat. We never quite know. I know we've obviously got a topic or two to talk about, but the chat can just take it in all sorts of unexpected directions.
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's the charm of this community that we've got.
Yeah. How is your Throne Skulls prep going?
Well, some of the BSIME patrons will know that mine's actually finished. So I finished mine last weekend. There's a couple of bits drying, and there's a couple of very tiny bits to do a fix, but I'm sorted. This interloper is now going to make tracks and let the real star take centre stage again.
How did you get in?
See you next week.
That was weird.
What?
I thought I saw Michael Haskell.
No, I'm just chatting to myself.
I thought I saw a putty cat.
I thought I saw a putty cat.
You did.
I saw a putty cat. God, I haven't heard that in a while. Oh, Michael Haskell's here. I mean, I think I know everyone was convinced they just saw a vision, but Michael Haskell in the house, right?
Good evening, all.
Wait, it's not Charlotte. Michael Haskell's here. He came over. He said, "Can I please come over and watch all of MacGyver?" And I was like, "You can." You can. He said, it's not on Disney Plus. And I'm sick of Frozen. That's what he said. Yeah, he's here. Did you tell him why you're here?
Because you're so far behind him, you throw the skulls, bro.
Yes. He's Haskell Poppins, who has finished Throne of Skulls. He's like Flexi Steele's right. He just doesn't bang on about it on the internet. He's finished. And I said in our little chat, I was like, "Well, come down here then." And he went, "All right, I will if you want." And Michael Haskell's come to visit, and now my children love him more than they love me. If I'm honest, they're as enamoured with him as the rest of the world. Olivia spent about 2 hours with him yesterday. And in the car home, she sang, "I love Michael. Michael is my best friend. I love Michael. Michael is my best friend." He's like, just knocking it out of the park. 10s across the board from everyone. Wonderful scenes. So yeah, I'm hanging out with Michael Haskell for the weekend. It's pretty awesome.
Definitely worse place to spend a weekend, right?
That's my house.
Well,
I don't know if there's probably worse places he could spend the weekend. But yeah, I am chronically behind on my Throw the Skulls project. And Michael is steering me through it. He's emotional support. You know, he's not doing it. He's not painting it for me, but he's there, telling me it'll be all right and helping. You know,
in that opening paint pot.
Yeah. It was cool, man. It's good fun. To answer the question that someone asked earlier, and I didn't want to let on that Michael was here at that time, but someone said, "Is there another door?" And it's like, no, there's not another door, but I'm not in a cupboard. Like the room doesn't end here. And it is always interesting whenever you see these places. I always get this whenever you're watching people online, and then you see the room and you go, "Oh, that's not how I pictured it." But there's more room over here. And I mean, you know, you've been in it. So yeah, the stressful Throne of Skulls shed vlog will feature Michael Haskell. It's gonna be pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I think there's a few more comments now, but we were caught up in chat.
Very cool.
Bash out the last.
Yeah, do you want that? If you've done a heroic job there, Mark. I can grab this deep dive if you want to crack on with some painting. You've been super helpful. I've made some good work on two more Hobbits. I was hoping to get 2 Hobbits done tonight. I haven't quite got them done, but they're well on their way. Done the majority of them, so thank you for that. And yeah, if you start painting, like, because I don't want to distract you now, but how is we were going to Throne of Skulls? I think that's exciting. That's super exciting. Like how is your prep? And I cut you off earlier because you were talking about the wrong thing. You were meant to be slagging off GW instead of talking about your excitement for Throne of Skulls. But you're bringing the Trollership.
I am bringing the Trollership. So, Birder, 10 cave trolls, and Durber.
That's so cool. Birder, 10 cave trolls, and Durbers. That's awesome. Which is why I've been demanding you take it for a year. Like.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, I don't know. It'll either absolutely wreck face or get destroyed. I think it's going to be incredibly.
You came up with it last year at Throne of Skulls, right?
I did, yeah. I was sort of thinking about what's a completely bonkers off the wall army, and I think it worked out. You could get Birder and 11 troll would fit at the time. And then I got even more excited without wanting to cover old ground when new stuff got released, because Hill Trolls are 75 points like Cave Trolls. That's brilliant. You can buy the new ones, have a little separate, warband. and do it that way. But GW had other ideas. So I guess it's slightly annoying to have to put the goblin in there. But to be honest, it gets me a couple of extra might points that the army sorely.
I think the goblin's cool though in a way that like because we were talking about your other options, weren't there? I think Balrog Dragon. Is that it?
The Balrog was the cop out version because I've got that army done. So then
I mean in terms of like the hero of valor who could lead them.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, I could have put a dragon.
And they don't work. Whereas a little goblin hanger on, I think it's cool.
My idea of it now is that like Berda's delivering all the cave trolls to Moria, so they're no longer allowed to be in action.
It's the handover from Berda to Dervers.
My display board is the direction. The east gate of Moria, which Dervers will be stood at, and there'll be Berda delivering a bunch of cave trolls to him.
That's mega. Go on, lads, in you go. Like first day at school.
You're no longer welcome here.
You're gonna like model one of them to be crying because he doesn't want to go in.
Yeah, I've had to fix a few because some of them are eBay rescue jobs that were a little worse. But there's a couple of tiny little conversions. I think I've only got two of the trolls are exactly the same.
That's really cool. I've seen some conversions.
Out of 10 cave trolls, I've got two of the plastic ones.
I was going to say, I know your board's coming on. You could always borrow my Erebor board. It was the gifting of the Wind Lance.
Yeah.
Scratch it out of the gifting of the cave troll.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's that sort of idea. How can I kind of make some kind of almost nonsense theme out of it?
But it's also, I mean, you're creating a story there that you don't need to create. It could just be a troll army, and then you've just got a goblin running around after him like a little fan or something. Do you know what I mean? I think it's mega. Michael said he thinks it could hurt. I think it would destroy me.
Against some armies it will, against others it will get destroyed. Like, Iron Hills or something. Yeah, absolutely fine. Anything possible.
How many is it? Did you say Berda and 11?
Berda and 10. There's 11 trolls in total.
It's 11 fight 6 monsters. That's pretty great.
Yeah.
I've gone for knoppers. Cheers, very
34 wounds at 1,000 points isn't a lot.
It'd smash me, but then everything would smash me. You'd do alright against that. You've got loads of heroes to chop them up.
I think it'll be fun. Hopefully it'll be fun to play again as well.
Yeah, I'd enjoy that.
Lots of trolls charging in, hurling models around, trying to have a trolling good time. But, yeah, no, I'm looking forward.
And you're coming to see me?
And I fly over Thursday morning.
Are you still going to be here Thursday morning?
You moved in.
I would like you to. Yeah, I would. I really would. I'm just working out if you'll be sharing a bed. I think he thinks he's leaving tomorrow, but he's not leaving tomorrow.
Your emotional support.
I think I could break down in front of him and emotionally blackmail him into staying. He worked remotely a lot of the time, though. He's nodding.
There you
go. Yeah, it's cool. So you're coming over here, and then we'll travel up together, and we're rooming together.
Yeah.
Will you be blowing your glittery load all over my face?
I'd imagine so, knowing your dress themes.
That's a shame. Laughing, dirty.
You made it dirty. Almost, my son's on the street. But yeah, no, I'm really good. I think this will be the third I've been to, I think.
Not sure.
I think I've done 2 before. I got a last minute ticket.
Yeah, you've definitely done 2 because you've blown your glittery load all over my face twice.
I think it's maybe either way. Like I think I got a last minute ticket the first time I went to, and it was just such a great event that I have to make this a fixture on my trips to the UK. So I managed to negotiate this one in with Mission Control.
It is awesome. It is awesome. I love it so much.
Those are my three.
And there's such an arms race now not just it's not an arms race to win it, but the kind of hobby and theming arms race. So you look at what Cal's done with the fancy dress. There's no fancy dress with the objective markers and with his display board and all that. You look at what Michael's done. I know you haven't announced yours, have you, publicly?
Well, the BSIME patrons.
Yeah, but not anywhere else.
No.
So like what he's done for his and his theme and his board and everything is amazing. And just the effort that people go to for it, I just love it so much. I just can't wait.
Yeah, I was chatting to some guys on our local hobby group chat today. Saying what's taking fantastic or probably rubbish, and he was like, that's brilliant. It was almost that I wish more people just played the game for the sake of playing the game rather than, hey, I just want to kill everything as quickly as I can. And don't get me wrong, there's a place I think that's what GTs and corners like exist. And I have absolutely nothing against it. As long as you know that's what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's when you have games where one person is very much in that sort of fluffy, I'm just here to have a good time mindset, and someone's built some sort of horrific top tier tournament and gives them that. That's where, that's why William wins every game.
I love. I knew you'd do this. I love that when William's there, William says, "Yeah, well, I win more games than he does," and he waits till he goes to bed. And goes, I let him win. But obviously, I think everyone knew you let him win, but you had to say it.
It's the point. You want people to enjoy the game.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, I go to the GT every year and I enjoy it, but part of me sitting there always thinking, I just wish I was dressed like a tit and I wasn't playing another net list. Do you know what I mean? I was just like, it's all a bit too serious for me.
You can throw them off their game, dressed like an absolute tit, and they'll be like, what is this? Am I at the right one? And then you wipe the corner with a bunch of Fowler at times.
Yeah, I agree. There's lots of B-Simers in the chat as well going to Throne Skulls this weekend as well, so we'll have a nice B-Sim hangout as well, which will be awesome. On the chat, you're meant to be, while we were having this little natter, you're meant to be painting really. How far did you get, mate?
I think towards the end of the Pokemon stuff. Yeah.
You've got
Larry's comment in the game, he's named Red.
Right. Okay. So Sam Hardy says Damien looks very different in his glasses. That's not true. I look the same. Oh, do you know what I did last night after staying up stupidly late hobbying? Pulled my contact lens out and it ripped in my eye. Yeah. Half a contact lens in my eye. I was stumbling around the house at 3 o'clock. He didn't help. He was just asleep. No help at all at that point. I was on bang on door. Michael, if ever I needed you, can you scoop half a contact lens out of my eye, please? Nothing
lost
from
a couple behind.
Behind?
Yeah. Oh, they come back out then.
Oh, I've never had it actually go behind.
Most times whilst playing rugby, you get a whack in the side of the face. One disappears around the back.
I once had it hit so far in this eye that it jumped and landed up in the other eye. It was pretty cool.
That can't be
But you
wish it was.
You want it to be that.
I'm going to try that for a week.
Larry Miller says, I think I'm going to need some help from Michael here. Larry Miller says, he's the last person. I'm ahead of someone.
I think was that in reference to Throne Skull?
Don't know, I wasn't there. Joe Holzman says, in Japan he's called Satoshi after the creator. I'm sure that's about Ash. He also says, if Larry or I are involved, hopefully it doesn't work.
What?
Old School Chris E. Mark, flying through the chat, has taken a total of about 5 minutes. Clearly Steve was just slow. Yeah, I know. I said it for years. And Tommy Murphy says, sage words from Damien. But I believe that means you. So whatever you were saying, they liked it. And then Sam says, look out, Damien. Emma's behind you. Callum says, the Michael Haskell in my hobby room's eyes are glowing red and he's chanting in Aramaic. Pretty sure your one is the real one, Damien. Thoughts and prayers, Callum. James Wilson, I am calling it a night, gentlemen. As I'm getting up at 6 a.m. to watch the F1 Las Vegas Grand Prix. We'll catch up with the rest of the stream tomorrow night. All the F1 is just people going round and round and round and racing. And here we just go round and round and round about legacy models. And then Sam says, to be fair, we get it. Don't know what it is. Joe Holzman, if it makes you feel better, Damien, we all love Michael more than we love you. Whoa, it does not. Even Michael's not happy about that. But I love Michael more than I love me, so I don't blame you. I wouldn't expect to come out higher in the rankings than you in the liking. I'm fine with that one. It's like, so if I came out lower than Mark, I'd be worried. They all, mate. You're flying. They all go for the guest host. They all love the guest host. I've just been, Steve going on sabbatical has just made me the target of everything. It's awful. It's really bad. But then people say maybe you shouldn't be mean about Guernsey for 2 hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do kind of borderline bully me, I think.
Joe Osman, Larry says that's not that hard, Joe. I think that's we all love Michael more than we love you. Thanks, Larry. Sam says Mike's there with the cattle prod for when Damien passes out. He's far more soothing. He'd have a cup of tea and stroke my hair.
I'll say not by my record of doing party poppers, that won't work.
And Larry Miller asks Mark, why didn't you buy any of the new ones? I think meaning the trolls. That's a great point.
It is, yeah. I mean, I should have done, really.
Eric Short says Michael's there as a special guest for the film of Palante 100 Spectacular, right?
There's only 2 people that can do that.
This week, are you drunk? Larry Miller says the gifting of the cave trolls.
There you go.
Sam says you could convert the goblin to have a UPS uniform. And he thinks that the troll army will not do well against terror. I don't know if you roll high. Larry Miller says, it's been so long since I went to Throne of Skulls that the last time I went, Damien wasn't in costume.
Look at that. There's a long time.
That's 2017. And that was the old format of Throne of Skulls. That was the sort of format that Harry won, where it was just favourite game votes that won it. I didn't go full tilt, but enjoyed having the antler helmet at a competitive event. Yeah, that was a GT. He had the antler helmet. And Harry, speak of the Entmu. Sad to be not popping along to Throne of Skulls this year. Busy one for me as it clashes with Mrs. P's birthday and a gig on the Saturday. Oh, that must be going to a gig. I suddenly got excited that like Harry would be drumming somewhere or something. I hope you guys have fun. Thank you, my friend. It will be missed, but I will see you 2 weeks later at the finale. Joe Holzman, figuring out what the chat means. That's a reference to a previous comment that I didn't understand. Larry Miller says that was about Mark saying... Oh, God, they started to explain their comments. I hate this bit. No. That was about Mark saying that Damien would be the last person thing. That was about Mark saying Damien would be the last person who should be reforming Guernsey. Whoa!
That was when I said the deep dive should be Damien fixing Guernsey.
And you said something when I was out of the room and couldn't defend myself.
Well,
I could reform Guernsey. I like Bulwarks.
You like what?
Bulwarks.
Bulwarks?
is that how you say it? It's called the Bulwark of Guernsey, isn't it?
Bailiwick.
Bailiwick.
Yeah.
I'm a fool. Bailiwick.
The Bailiwick of Guernsey.
Bailiwick.
Bailiwick's Guernsey, Sark, Alderney, Jetty.
It's the collective, is it? The collective now
Bailiwick
for a
of
bunch
Jersey
of backwards islands is a bailiwick. I could reform.
I'm not actually from Guernsey by birth. So.
And I actually really love the Channel Islands. It's all just deployed to get clicks. Adam G is in. He says, hello there, friends. Hope you're all well. We are. Larry says, I think it was when Harry won. Or maybe I went to one after. Yeah, I think Harry won the last one that was just about favourite votes, didn't he? I think they changed it after Harry won. I think.
Because Harry won, or
What?
because Harry won?
Because Harry won. Oh, he's awful. We can't have this. The system's flawed. And he's here. He says, my winning one was still a mix of gaming success and fave game votes. And I definitely remember a few had been cut. No, it wasn't. I mean, I grant you, you should know more than me, but I'm just going to ask you to reflect. Are you sure? Because there was a period where Throne of Skulls was just, the winner was just the person who got the most favourite game votes. And I'm sure that's the year you won with Fellowship. And if you now reply and go, no, it wasn't, it's going to be very hard for me to refute you. I grant you that much. But I'm sure that was the year you won that. Didn't we even riff on that when you wrote the article? We wrote the article about Fellowship, and the whole point was that you'd won it because of favourite game votes, which is not a bad thing. But yeah, you had the Fellowship. I'm sure it was in the era where the winner was just the person who got the most favourite game votes. That's why all the competitive players hated it. Well, I don't like being nice. I don't know. And he says, I beat J. Claire with my Fellowship, I'll have you know. Larry says, I think Damien had the Battle of the Five Armies. We were talking about that today. That was 2014. I did that. That was probably a Throne of Skulls. That was when we used the Mirkwood rules. And he says, when I went, you got points for favourite game votes. When I went, yeah. As well as well, there's been 3 versions of it. There was the version of it that Tom Harrison won and James Long won was like a normal tournament, and then it changed to just being favourite game votes, and then it changed to what it currently is. Such is history. But yeah, done it. Caught up on the chat. So I'm going to jump into this little book here. I did this, and there's not much to it, but I looked up all this stuff when we were doing the, for the, was it the, I'm not even sure if it wasn't the Halloween episode, was it? It was the Dead or Done Harrow. Harry says, I'm fairly confident it was a mix. I won 4 games. I got loads of fave game votes and hobby votes too. Cool, fair enough. I thought it was different, but I'm not going to argue with it. Whenever we did the Dead or Done Harrow stream, and we went there, and then we ran. I think it was the one I did with Harry, and we read the section from it, but ran out of time to do the deep dive. And I've left the post-it notes in it. I'm going to be absolutely honest. The level of stress I've currently got about Throne of Skulls, I haven't gone back and prepared this. So I'm going to trust in past Damien's ordering of these post-it notes. So get your paints out, settle down, and I will read you some of this stuff. My memory serves, there's some early mentions of what the dead are going to be, but then there's some just long sections of stuff that I could read through that is basically about the differences in it. But I just don't, because I haven't reread the first section in the published book, I can't remember the differences. But here we go. So our first mention of this is very, very early on in 1944. So 10 years before it was published. In an early draft, we have Book 5, Begun and Abandoned, it was called. And he says, the news from the south that a great king has descended out of the mountains where he had been entombed and set such a flame into men that the mountaineers, where the purer blood of Gondor lingered, and the folk of Lemonin had utterly routed the Southrons and burned their ships. The fleet sailing up the river is an ally. Aragorn reaches Osgiliath by ship like a great king of old. So that's the first mention Tolkien ever makes in this kind of plot outline of them coming up. And then a bit later, in 1946, so 2 years later, he says that Gandalf and Denethor learn of the defeat of the flank attacks by the Shadow Host. So that's the first mention of them. And there's a note there for note 4, if we jump to that. And Chris Tolkien says, this is the first reference to the part played by the dead men of Dun Harrow. For the earliest hint of the story, see the outline 5 that we just read. So that's the first hint that the Shadow Host would then have any effect on the plot, which is quite good fun. And then we have to jump quite a way on. This is all coming from the War of the Ring, by the way. He's gone. Mark didn't like the deep dive. Oh, he's back. It's all right. I thought you'd rage quit when I started reading.
I can't find my gun now.
Can't find you what?
Just a paint, like metallic paint, base paint.
Gunmetal.
Yeah, so I like the army paint metallic over the GW ones.
I think a lot of people do. I think I would too, and I don't like the GW metallics, but I'm just too lazy to bother changing.
Yeah, I mean the local shop stops them, so I was like, well, I'll try them out. Someone else said take these ones, and they are.
My life would be so much better if I could just be bothered to make it so.
There you go.
We then have the first mention is then the next mention. Sorry, is in. Is there a date on this one? There's not, but this is sometime. So we're in the last debate chapter, and it's obviously given here at the head of the page. My father afterwards penciled a note asking whether it might not be a good idea to have part of this told by a man of Morthond Vale, but nothing came of it. And he says there, Aragorn takes the paths of the dead on the morning of the 8th of March, in case anyone's keeping track. So that's the first mention then to the paths of the dead. And then we jump on a bit further, and I've described much the same word in Return of the King, but the conversation that follows is altogether different. At this stage, no account had been given of the path of the dead, so the only mention we've had of the path of the dead is that single line about Aragorn takes the path of the dead. In the outline at the beginning of this chapter, my father has suggested that the story of the path of the dead would be told at Feast of Victory in Minas Tirith, and had mentioned that in tunnels under the mountains, the company saw the skeleton in armour of Bealdor, that's a change in spelling, son of Brago, but except for the dark and a feeling of dread, they met no evil. And then we get on to the story, which I believe is going to... so here it comes. Settle in. So it's Pippin asking about the story. This is in the Minas Tirith bit. Yes, do tell us, says Pippin. I tried Aragorn, but he was too full of troubles and just smiled. I even like that wording. It's like, what happened on the paths of the dead? And he goes... And Pippin goes, right, thanks for that.
It's helpful.
It would be a long story fully told, said Legolas, and there are memories of that road that I do not wish to recall. Never again will I venture on the paths of the dead, not for any friendship, but for my promise to Gimli, I would vow never to go into the White Mountains again. Well, for my part, said Gimli, the fear is past, and only wonder remains, yet it cannot be denied it's a dreadful road. What are the paths of the dead, said Pippin. I've never heard them named before. It's a path through the mountains, began Gimli. Yes, I saw the door from a distance, Merry broke in. It's up in Dunharrow, in the mountains beyond Theoden's town and hall at Edoras. There's a long row of old stones leading across a high mountain field to a forbidding black mass, the Dwimmerberg they call it, and there is a cave and a great opening at the foot of it, which nobody dares to enter. I think the Rohirrim believe that inside there dwell dead men or their shadows, out of a past long before they came to that land. So they told us, said Legolas, and they forbade us to go in, but Aragorn could not be turned from it. He was in a grim mood, and that fair lady that lies now in the houses below Eowyn wept at his going. Indeed, at the last, in the sight of all, she set her arms about him, imploring him not to take that road. And when he stood there unmoved, stern as stone, she humbled herself to kneel in the dust. It was a grievous sight. I can't remember that. I don't think that happens in the book, does it? Eowyn doesn't hug Aragorn and kneel in the dust in front of him, does she?
No.
Don't think so. We don't think so, but maybe, I don't know. And then if we jump on a bit, and we get to the line about the thingy son of Brago, it was certainly not because he concluded Aragorn did not know who he... Oh yeah, sorry. So you know they don't mention who the skeleton is. I think in the published book he just says, "Long has he laid here," and then it's Theoden who talks about it being Baldur. At this stage in the evolution of the book, Theoden had told at Dunharrow how Baldur, son of Brago, passed the Dark Door and never returned. But with the removal of the story from the Paths of the Dead, the removal of the story of the Paths of the Dead from the present chapter to the passing of the Grey Company, the discovery of the skeleton of Baldur came to stand before Theoden's words about him at Dunharrow. And this is, I suppose, why my father changed the passage. It was certainly not because he concluded that Aragorn did not know who he was. In the passage in Return of the King, it's clear that he did know, though he did not name him, for he knew that he had lain there in the dark through all the long years, as the burial mounds of the king of the Mark were raised by one. And then we get to this bit. Yeah, so then this is the next description of them passing through. Gimli does not record any words of Aragorn's to the dead that followed. And so we turned away and left the dead untouched, and passed out of the hall that was his tomb, and hurried on, for behind us now fear seemed treading ever closer, and just when we felt we could endure no more, and must either find an ending and escape, or else turn and run back in madness to meet the following fear, our last torch sputtered out. Of the next hour or hours I remember little, save a blind groping dread that pressed behind us, and a rumour that came behind like the shadow of the noise of endless feet, as horrible as the ghosts of men themselves. And we stumbled on till some of us were crawling on the ground like beasts, and suddenly I heard the trickle of water. The dead were following, said Legolas. A great grey host I saw come flowing behind us like a shadowy tide. Shapes of men there were, and horses, and grey banners like shreds of cloud, and spears like winter thickets on a misty night. The dead are following, I said. Yes, the dead ride behind, said Elladan. Ride on. It then kind of says the next bit is the same as in the published book. And then bells I heard ringing in fear far below, and all the people below fled before our faces. But we being in haste rode swiftly as though in pursuit, until our horses were stumbling weary, and even Gimli of the mountain was spent. And thus just ere the midnight hour, and black it was well nigh as in the caverns, for though we did not know it yet, the darkness of Mordor was creeping over us. Just ere midnight we came to the hill of Eric. And what is that? Asked Merry. You should ask Aragorn, said Gimli, or the brethren. They know, as it is fitting, all the lore of Gondor of old. It is a black stone, they say, that old tales tell was brought in ages past from Númenor before its fall, when its ships would come to the west shores of the world, and it was set upon a hill, and thereon the king of the men of the mountains had sworn allegiance to the west. But afterwards the shadow men fell again under the dominion of Sauron. Isildur came to the stone of Eric, when he gathered strength to resist the power of Mordor, and he summoned the men of the mountains to come to his aid, and they would not. Naughty, naughty, naughty men. Then Isildur said to their king of that day, Thou shalt be the last, yet if the west prove mightier than thy black master, this curse I lay on thee and thy folk, to rest never till your oath is fulfilled. For this war shall last down many ages, and you shall be summoned once again ere the end. And they fled before the wrath of Isildur, and did not dare to go forth to war on Sauron's part, and they hid themselves in secret places in the mountains, and seldom came forth again, but slowly died and dwindled in the barren hills. Chris Tolkien then says, this account of Gimli's to Merry and Pippin at Minas Tirith is the forerunner of Aragorn's to Legolas and Gimli at the Hornburg. I think it may well have been at this point that the story of the breaking of their oath to Isildur by the men of the mountains first emerged, and that it was now Aragorn's words that the Hornburg were enlarged to include it. Gimli continues, but afterwards, in the days of Gondor's later power, men set a ring wall about the stone of Eric, and built beside it on the hilltop a tall dark tower, and there was guarded the seventh Palantir, which is now lost. This is all new. I feel 2 months ago I was certain. I don't think this happens at all in the book. I don't think there's a tower next to the stone of Eric, and I don't think it had a Palantir in it. But maybe I'm wrong. I've forgotten. The tower is ruinous, and the ring wall is broken, and all about the land is empty, for none will dwell near the hill of Eric, because it is said at times, the shadow men will gather there, thronging about the ruined wall and whispering, and though their tongue is now long forgotten, it is said that they cry, We are come, and they wish to fulfil the broken oath and be at rest. But the terror of the dead lies on that hill, and all the land about. Thither in the blackness before the storm we came, and at last we halted. And Elladan blew his silver horn, and Elrohir unfurled the banner that at the Hornburg he bore, still wrapped in grey, and dark as it was, stars glinted on it, as it was spread on like a wind, like a breath of ghosts coming down from the mountains. Nothing could we see but the 7 stars of Elendil, and yet we were aware of a great host gathered all about us upon the hill, and of the sound of answering horns, as if their echo came up out of the deep caverns far away. But Aragorn stood by the banner and cried aloud, The hour is come at last, and the oath shall be fulfilled. I go to Pelargir, and ye shall come behind me. And when all this land is clean, return and be at peace, for I am Elessar, Isildur's heir of Gondor. Then there was a silence, and no whisper or rustle did we hear, as the night wore away. We lay within the ruined ring wall, and some slept, though we felt the terror of the dead that hedged us around. And then, what did past Damien decide? I think past Damien wanted me to read this bit. There's a nice line here. Oh, past Damien, what were you thinking? Chris Tolkien then suggests about a revised version, and there's a nice reference here where Gimli says, "Almost I wished I was an elf and had no need of sleep, or could both sleep and wake at once, as it seems that Legolas can." I don't think that's in the published book, but it's a reference to the fact that, particularly in that bit with the 3 hunters, there's a slightly strange wording where it seems that Legolas is able to keep running without sleep, and he doesn't need sleep in a kind of spooky alien way. And then there's orange here. Yeah, so then this is the revised version, which again, if it's in here, means it is different to the published text. This is Gimli. I was never in that land before, and I could not tell you much of our road, even if you wish to hear it, but it is, I reckon, some 60 leagues, as birds fly from Erech over Tarlang's neck into Lambden, and so crossing Kirill and Ringlow to Linhir beside the waters of Gilrain, where there are fords that lead into Lebanon, and from Linhir it's 100 miles if it is a step to Pelagia on Anduin. The next morning day did not dawn, as you will remember well, but it must have been before the sun rose above the vapours of Mordor that we set out again, and east we rode to meet the gathering gloom, and ever close behind us came the shadow host, some riding, some striding, but all moving silently with the same great speed. And when they overtook our horses, though we pressed them to the utmost, the shadow host swept about us on either flank, and some went ahead. Terror and wonder ran on wings before us, and all that was left of the folk of Lamadan hid or fled to the woods and hills. Thus we came at nightfall to the second day from Erech to Linhir. There the men of Lambden had been contesting the passage of Gilrain with a great strength of the Haradrim, and of their allies the shipmen of Umbar, who had sailed up Gilrain mouth and far up the waters of Anduin with a host of ships, and were now ravaging Lebanon and the coast of Belfalas. But defenders and invaders alike fled at our approach, and thus we crossed into Lebanon unopposed, and there we rested, and sorely we needed it. Next day we made our greatest endeavour, for Aragon was pressed with a great fear lest all that he did would prove too late. I counted on 2 more days at the least, he said, but those who challenge Sauron will ever fall short of their reckoning. Now already Minas Tirith is beset, and I fear it will fall ere we can come to its aid. So we rose ere night had passed, and went as swift as our stout-hearted horses could endure over the flat plains of Lebanon, and behind us about the host of the dead flowed like a grey tide. Great rumour of dismay went on before us. I do not know who set the tails and on the wing, but as we learned after among both friends and foes, the tidings ran wild. Isildur has come back from the dead are come to war, but they wield living swords. The Lord of the Ring has arisen. And all the enemy who heard these things fled as best they could back to Anduin, for they had many ships there in great strength, and we hunted them out of the land, and all day and through the next night with few brief halts we rode, and so we came to the better last to the great river again, and we knew ere we came that it was near, for there was salt in the air. The mouths of the Anduin were indeed still far away south and west of us, but Anduin is ever at Pelagia, so great and wide that almost it seems a slow-flowing sea, and countless birds are on its shores. It was day, I guessed, by the veiled hidden sun, the 4th since we left Dunharrow, when we reached these shores and saw the fleets of Umbar, and then we had to fight, at last, but fear was our mightiest weapon. Many of those who learned of our coming had already gone aboard and thrust off and escaped down Anduin to the sea, but the enemy, whose main task it was to ravage South Gondor and prevent help going north to the city, had been too wide scattered for all to escape to. And while they marched abroad, their ships were left with small guard, but there were among them captains sent by Mordor and Orc chieftains, and they were not so easily dismayed, and they endeavoured to hold their men to a defence. And indeed, the Haradrim are a grim folk, and not easily daunted by shade or blade, but their resistance did not last long. For now, seeing that we were indeed come to aid them, many of the more stout-hearted men of the land gathered to Aragorn, and on the ships the slaves rebelled, for the corsairs of Umbar had in their ships many new captured prisoners, and the oarsmen were all descendants of slaves made in years gone by. Before the 5th day was over, we had taken well nigh all the fleet, save some ships that their masters set ablaze, and all the enemy that were not slain or drowned were gone flying over the borders of the desert that lies north of Harad. And he says, here the revised version stops, and my father struck out the whole page and wrote a penciled note, no fight, but shadows flow into the ships, and all men leap overboard except the chained captive. but rangers went to each ship and comforted the captives, and that sounds like the published book. He then rewrote the page, and this was obviously done immediately, beginning at the same words. So he rose ere night had passed, and went as swift as our stout-hearted horses could endure over the green plains of Lebanon, darkling under the shade of Mordor, and all about us the host of the dead flowed on like a great tide. Still the rumour of our coming went before us, and all men were dismayed, and none, neither foe nor friend, would wait for our approach, for the darkness weighed on the allies of Mordor, not being orcs or folk bred in the Black Land, and those that could fled back to Anduin, where they had gathered many ships. Thus we hunted them from Gondor all that day and on through the next night, halting seldom and sleeping not at all, until we came at the bitter end to the great river. I knew it, said Legolas, long ere we reached it, for there was salt in the air, and my heart was troubled, for I thought that I drew near the sea. But indeed the mouths of Anduin were far away to the south. Fear was only the only weapon we needed, for the grey host passed on to every ship, whether drawn up or anchored in the tide, and all the men that were in them fled or leapt overboard, save the slaves of the oars that were chained, or captives under hold. And when all the fleet was in our hands, Aragorn went up to the ship, which he took for his own, and let sound many trumpets, and the shadow host withdrew to the shores, and stood in great array there silently, and there was a red light in the gloom, for some of the enemy had fired their ships ere they abandoned them. Then Chris Tolkien writes, Aragorn's words to the dead, now I will hold your oath all fulfilled, are close to those in Return of the King. It is a tall figure of shadow, not as in Return of the King said to be the king of the dead, that steps forth and breaks his spear. The remainder of the story is very much as in Return of the King. So I think even in the last revision we don't have the king of the dead. We just have a tall figure of shadow. And that's that. That's all there was. And so there's not much. It's one of those ones where I'm always fascinated by this stuff. That if you read the really early stuff about the Shire, he took so long to write the first half of the Fellowship of the Ring, and like revised it so many times, and then the further you get in, he just writes quicker and quicker and quicker, and there you have effectively what amounts to the entire, Army of the Dead, Dun Harrow sequence being completed in 3 revisions, effectively, which is kind of fun. But I think nice stuff there about the Palantir being in the tower next to the Stone of Eric, the idea that you don't have the King of the Dead, and some other fun stuff in there. And if I'd have read this 2.5 months ago, it would have been a bit better. So I hope you enjoy. There we go. A deep dive, and I know Frederick Schultz has been waiting for that deep dive for quite some time. So I raised my knoppers to you, Frederick, and hope it was mildly worth the wait.
It was interesting.
Mark, do you like Dead of Dun Harrow? Have you got any Dead of Dun Harrow experience?
I've not used them, but I do have back of them, not the fancy new see-through plastic one, but it's definitely an army I'd like to do. I've got the new King of the Dead heralds. They're actually in the cabinet there behind me.
Oh, what, painted?
No, not yet. They've been undercoated. They're on my shelf. They get so close to being painted, and then I end up having a tournament or something to get to the back. But it's definitely an army I'd like to do. I think it's quite cool that you can play it sort of with 3 hunters.
Yeah.
And adding great company and stuff like that.
It is a cool. I mean, I've used it so much over the years. It's a cool Legion. It is good fun.
Yeah.
Do you like the
games, like having a sort of a big board of them? I think is quite effective. Feels very.
What? Sorry, mate. You broke up at a big horde of them. What?
I think it's, to me, like, regardless of game wise, it's an army I'd like to play in like a larger tournament, like 1,000 points or something like that.
Yeah.
I think you got some heavy hitting heroes in there, but just thematically, it feels like there should be numbers. Right? It's an army of the dead, not a little squad of the dead.
Yeah, and as soon as you take, I mean, you have to take Aragorn. You have to take, assuming you're doing 3 hunters. Very few people just do the Army of the Dead because it's not very good and it's not very thematic. Right?
So yeah, that's it. That's what I mean. You've got to take like the 3 hunters.
Dead of Dun Harrow just off on one of those. They do mention that they seem to terrorise some of the fiefs around there, some of the local people. So I think it can happen, but there's not many people. I don't think there's just that many people go, oh, I love that bit where there's rumours that the Army of the Dead come out and scare farmers. I'm going to recreate that on the table. So you almost always see them with 3 hunters. At which point you have to take Aragorn, you have to take the King of the Dead, and then you're probably going to take Legolas. And once you've done them, it's like what? When did I take them? Teams. I take them to teams, I think. But it's like I'm going to take Gimli because it's cool. not because it's the best choice. And a lot of people take a Herald, and before you know it, you haven't got any models.
Yeah, I've played against it a few times. And it's quite fun to play against, but it looks like it's a fun list to use.
Michael, any Army of the Dead experience or thoughts?
Just played against them a lot of the time. And I mean, it's something I've toyed with, especially with those new super duper ones that we've got.
Did you get some?
I did get some, yes.
Oh.
So it's something I probably still want to do at some point. I've done it with the Heralds. I have played with just pure Army of the Dead.
Oh, you did it?
I've tried it with the Heralds. Yes, no, I have done that before.
How'd it go?
I'm trying to when it not great.
I can't imagine it would.
But it does have something going for it, and does well in certain situations. But
King of the Dead
good
is
matchups
terrifying.
scenarios.
Is that the King of the Dead's terrifying?
There's a chance that, if he gets a wound through, then that's it, right? You're done.
It causes terror.
Right? Well, yeah, I mean, it causes terror, but like, it's a genuinely, like, a bad run of dice rolls could really ruin your day.
He's very good. He's very
King
good.
of it.
I thought I should say he causes terror to save Larry typing it.
I'm sure it will.
It might be too late. Because but there we go. It's the legacy model stream. There's chat about Throne Skulls, and there's a Dead or Done Harrow deep dive. This is one of, if this was an issue of Battle Games in Middle Earth, we would say this is rubbish. None of it's connected.
It's potpourri.
It is. It's a straggler stream. Shall we go and see what the wonderful BSIMers have been up to on the Facebook thread?
Go for it.
So I am going to change to this, and I'm going to try and capture this window.
Whilst you do that, I rather shamefully didn't get any paint on my legacy model. A little bit done, but that's as far as
What during your specified painting time?
Yeah. I did enjoy a comment from Larry in the chat about he spotted my my rather lovely candelabra that sits behind me. That was a Christmas present last year.
Oh, very nice.
Favourite possession. So yes, it is a candle.
That was, yeah, we got, there's a few comments in there if you want to do them while I set up Facebook. It's from Adam G saying cold reading, nice. Is it cold reading? What's cold reading?
Cool reading, maybe?
It's at the start though. Cold reading? You typed
Cold
cold.
reading. Well, it's cold reading 9. I'm assuming that's referencing the name of the book. I think that's very.
Is it like a in cold blood or whatever? Like you haven't worked up to reading. Like you're just going to start reading. I don't know. But he says it's nice anyway. Over to you, Mark.
That's when Larry jumps in with a wait. Does Mark have a freaking candelabra? Which yes, I do.
Mark does have a freaking candelabra.
Adam G says, looks like it may burst into song and dance about dinner at any time. I really should. It's one of my favourite Disney songs of all time. Do they still not have electric lights in Guernsey? Of course.
He's catching, mate. It's not me.
Everybody's hating on Guernsey. Fine, one day we'll rise up.
Guernsey are going to rise up, are they? Ooh.
How many times do we have to say we need a locking mechanism on the guest host chairs? Yeah, no. Flipping paint, which I didn't find, so I got even less done on. But thought you said can't find my Gungan.
That was about gunmetal.
Equally, I can't find my Gungan. Adam G then also says, tell us more. No, mate. I think that's the Merry and Pippin and Aragorn.
Yeah, Aragorn smiled and went, no.
I enjoyed this comment from Larry in capital letters. Read the fluff.
Yeah, good. Nice Seven Stones reference.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Adam G goes on, everyone wants to leave Eric Stone alone. Well read, Damien. Joe Hosman, I took Return of the King to Articon one year. I've taken it to a couple of doubles events. Yeah, I've seen it. It was a cool list.
I really like it. I like it a lot.
It is at sort of events like that. It's getting the balance right, like which hero. It's I mean, what's Article 650 these days? He's probably not going
It is
much for
650, yeah.
Aragon and King of the Dead, right? That's 650.
I've taken it. I took Return of the King to Ardacon, maybe in like when it was new, like 2019, and I think I did Aragorn, King of the Dead, Legolas, and then Warriors.
Yeah.
And it
So
did. I think it would have done alright. I don't think it was bad, but it didn't do well at Ardacon because there was just too many other like top table tournaments, top table armies. Do you know what I mean? It was all right, but it just wasn't up there. It wasn't good enough. Just not enough numbers.
Certainly beyond that, you're sacrificing too many points. Read Adam G read many a battle report where the king has killed a mummock in one hit. Yeah. I when I played Dan Entwistle last year at Throne of Skulls, he managed to gank my barrel rock with the king. No, obviously not in one hit, but he took half the wounds off, and Aragorn and Gimli in the whale on him as well.
I feel like he's trying to get revenge because I played him at the King of the Dead Throne of Skulls for 2018. I played him in the first game on Twitch, and he had the Mummock War Leader and another Mummock, and I had it was pre-Legion, Gondor at War was now, so it was Aragorn and just Warriors of the Dead, and it was literally like, will the Mummocks trample the army of the dead before the King of the Dead can stab him? And he got, because of the filthy Mummock War Leader, he got this I'm gutted. They got all their stuff off, so it's not on Twitch anymore. They deleted it, which I thought was really sad. But he trampled like 15 Warriors of the Dead, like into Aragorn or the King of the Dead, one of them, and because of their fate, they just survived. And then I was like, all right, and then it went, and managed to get him. But it was great fun. It was really enjoyed it. And then I think we played again on the stream because the game had been quite short. So like, let's do it again. It was a good laugh.
Yeah, that's a good one. I almost got Gimli. I almost managed to win. If I'd have done that and just taken out one of the big heroes. Different story, but Salavi, swap dice games work, right?
So you will, so you won't. So you'll do what I don't. So you're true. Say to me, won't you say Levy?
Well, I love a bit of where are we? Yeah, kill the monk in one hit. Yep. Joe Holzman also played the Penor Field scenario early in the year. King of the Dead killed 2 mummocks in a single turn.
So it's horrible sometimes if they've got a couple of them. You just need a bunch of King of the Dead, Warriors of the Dead, the King of the Dead, and someone else to call a combat. Awful scenes.
Yeah. Larry Miller still only counts as 2. Very well done, sir. Adam G, cold reading, as in not having read properly before doing so live.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, no, I didn't. I rehearsed it 3 months ago. Yeah, you're right. Let's hope these post-it notes are right. Thank you.
And Gary George also says, cold reading is accurate speak for reading something about. That's all. And then says, by the way, hi from down under.
Hi, Gary. Thanks for enjoying us. I can only assume it's probably not very early anymore, actually, is it? Was it about 9 a.m. there? 10 a.m.? Something like that? Thanks for joining us. Was what?
So it's a positively civilized time to be enjoying some hobby time.
Absolutely. Hope you're drinking.
Joe Holson, the last double event I took it to, my partner bought the King and 2 Heralds, and it was glorious. Yeah, I like the look of Heralds, but lots of people say that they're not worth it. But I like the idea of the King of the Dead having might.
Yeah, well, me and Joe have talked about this before. I think he might be like going, go on, you say it. Go on, you say it. That I've used one. I used one at teams. I thought they were all right, but it's like I don't. It gives him might, which is great, but it's not. Is it might? It's not. Is it? It's heroic actions.
They can use. I thought. Is it?
So he can't use it. He can't use it to do the wound, but he can do it to. He can use it to call extra strikes.
Yeah, they can use the will of the.
Yeah, it's the will of the heralds. They get 3 will, and he can call heroic actions. But it's like, but then if you put Gimli in, you get 3
strike.
Yeah, he can strike. So yeah, the king of the Dead gets extra strikes. But then if you got Gimli, he's got 3 might to call 3 heroic actions, including heroic strike.
You could do like then you get strike with Gimli, and then is the King of the Dead. What actions has he got?
He's got strike, and then I think he might have like resolve or chant or something. I think he might have defense. But
yeah.
And I've never been convinced he's better. I've never been convinced the Herald is better than Legolas or Gimli in the list.
Because they're not cheap, like what?
75 points, I think.
Yeah.
But you got to remember you're getting a Warrior of the Dead for that. That's the other thing. It's not just the rules. So you get a Warrior of the Dead, but you get a Warrior of the Dead with 2 wounds and 2 fate. So you kind of get 4 Warriors of the Dead. Like 3 on average in terms of your survivability. The Warrior of the Dead's got fight 4 and 2 attacks. That's handy, but it's worse than Gimli.
They've been released, you can get killed from them. So.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like I just don't think. I don't think it's better than the other heroes, and I don't think I'd ever put Gimli in the list, to be honest. Whenever I've used it, I think the best list is Aragorn, King of the Dead, Legolas, and then Warriors. But everyone's different.
Yeah. Last King and 2 Heralds. It's glorious. King splashing might everywhere. Post-Team Spirit says check the email.
I just checked the emails, and there are no emails. I've done that before he wrote that. I'd already checked the emails, and so I've gone and checked them again, thinking Sam sent us an email, and there are no emails.
Yeah, and then Joe Hoss said depends which side of the island.
Yeah, that must be about you on Guernsey. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. But...
I can't remember the context of that. Adam G says actor speak being normal speak for him.
Oh, Michael's in.
Mark.
Hello.
So I've got a Guernsey-related question.
Yes.
So my son lives in the Isle of Man.
Okay.
And one of the things that the Max people do, they're not allowed, or not allowed. They don't call the UK the mainland. It's called the other island.
No, it's the mainland.
So you don't sort of, you're not sort of high and mighty, as it were, and think you're important, and that this big other place over there is something small.
No. It's the mainland for sure.
Maybe they're talking about Sark.
Could be. I was curious. I mean, obviously the Isle of Man's got one of the longest running parliament, I think, in the world scenario. So
obviously.
But yes, it's just interesting that it's not allowed. They don't call it the mainland. It's called the other island.
I think we've got Jersey next to us to be our rivals. We don't need to pick a fight with.
That's true.
I'll jump ahead. It wasn't about Guernsey. It was actually about Australia. So the time depends. Whether it was very early. It depends on which side of the island. So again, I can't. The very idea of calling Australia an island is it's a fucking continent.
That's it. Like when I can drive around my island in 40 minutes.
It's going to go and nip round Australia. How long is it going to take you? Like my life.
Yeah, we're not the same.
Australia's got nothing on Guernsey, mate. You don't let those Australians bring you down.
Joe's saying perhaps it is heroic actions, but it means you can save his might for the wound roll. That's true.
He's only got one, hasn't he? He's got one might. Is it? I just don't think it's that good.
It's the difference between killing a mummock and not killing a mummock.
But I don't think you struggle to kill the mummock. I don't think you're not going to kill the mummock. So say what does he need? He wounds against courage. The mummock's probably courage 3. He probably needs 4s to wound it. So if he's got a might point, he needs a 3 to kill the mummock. When you've trapped the mummock and you've won the fight against it, which you always will because your fight's always going to be high, I don't think your game rests on killing the mummock on a 3+ instead of a 4+. I think you go, no, I've rolled a 3 and I don't have any might. I'll kill it next turn instead.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Larry says, I've been wanting to run all hero Return of the King for a while. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. I just think it's
like 10 heralds.
all 10. I'm assuming he's meaning the 3 hunters.
Yeah, but I mean, like it's 3 hunters, King of the Dead, and then you fill it up with heralds, right?
Take Halbrand in it as well.
No. That's the Grey Company list.
Oh, okay. I thought it was in that.
Grey Company's fun as well. Me and Trekkie took that to doubles years ago.
Yeah, Joe says we bought Leggy and Gimli too. It wasn't instead of one of the big heroes.
What points level
Yeah,
was it, Joe?
ideally, you want all of them, right? It's just how many groups you can.
Yeah, I just think it will hit your numbers too much. But yeah, whatever.
Tommy Murphy says, seeing as I just need to finish the face highlights and do the eyes, and the fact I am 3 whiskeys deep, I may finish Gildor in the morning. Good
I
shout.
honestly thought the preamble to that sounded like he was going to stay up and get him done, you know. Just got to do the eyes and I'm 3 whiskeys deep. I'm in till the end.
I mean, that's it. That you might as well have a 4th whiskey and finish Gildor, right?
Yeah, that's it. Perfect for painting eyes. I do the eyes first. What kind of... when do you do the eyes?
I do the eyes last because I'm just terrified of doing it.
But you do them after you've done the skin?
Yeah.
See, I use the skin to kind of tidy up the eyes.
My fear would be I'd spend the time doing the eyes and get them done, and then I'd cock them up when I try and do the skin and paint over it by mistake.
Michael, when do you do your eyes?
I don't have one set point. It varies depending on the model, but usually fairly early on in the process.
Cool. There we go then.
Yeah, maybe I'll take a switch and start doing my eyes. More reckless Guernsey.
You say more reckless Guernsey hate?
Yeah. Joe Hosman says, I'd bring Gimli over Leggy, but that's just because I'm not competitive and Gimli is clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Joe, it was actually about home earlier. It wasn't sure yet. For that one. And then he says, it's a bit hard to call them the mainland, the other island, you have Jersey.
That's what you
I
said.
don't think we'd ever refer to Jersey. It's just the he then says it's a landmass surrounded by water, it's an island. I don't think we were debating Australia's island status, just perhaps the scale of it compared to the Guernsey.
Some islands don't. They're not the same. You know? Not all islands are made equal.
Bloody big island, but still an island. Yeah. Gary George, fairly sure Australia is slightly bigger than Guernsey.
Clearly you've never been to Guernsey.
I mean, bigger in landmass, but in heart, maybe not.
Definitely not in heart, no.
And we got better milk and cow. Joe Hosden, when you've chucked someone else's might at a heroic combat, you definitely spend the might to kill. I think that's entering into the mummock. Do I kill it or not debate? Yeah, you're probably right, actually. If you've spent someone else's might, you use the might to kill rather than say, yeah, I'll kill it next turn. If it's in a combat or someone struck.
That wasn't what I was saying. What I was saying is that if you the idea of taking the herald is that you get to the King of the Dead gets a might point to wound, right? So he can use the might point to do the auto kill. And what I was saying is in that army, if you roll the 3 instead of the 4, because you've already used the might on his heroic strike because you don't have a herald, I don't think it'll affect the game. I think you'll kill it next turn. I think if you had the choice, you'd obviously use the might point to wound. Of course you would. But,
yeah. Team at Tiberius, evening all. Got to finish the dishes before I get some touch-ups on some old models.
You better hurry up. We're going to go to the Facebook thread whenever Mark's caught up on the chat.
See if I can read some comments slowly, then give me a chance to get in. Larry Miller. 3 hunters, king, and then as many heralds. All hero return of the king.
See that might not be awful.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the king stays alive, right? The king gets ganked, then your heralds
Yeah,
are
absolutely. Then you've got a whole bunch of heralds with a whole load of will.
No one's casting many spells. But... Joe Holson, base coat the flesh, paint the eyes, use the base coat to tidy up the inevitable mistake. Only sensible way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I do.
The post-team spirit, you guys are painting eyes.
I'm painting
That's
Hobbit eyes, man.
Another way to deal with it, right? Larry says, I don't paint eyes officially as I think they tend to look too big when painted, but reality is just because I'm painting. I'm on the fence. Like sometimes I do them, sometimes I don't. Depends on how much I really care about the unit, to be honest.
I've always done them, even on like the BSIME stuff. So even on the stuff that I'm not painting as well, I still do eyes. I think they really make a model pop. I just don't on those models. I don't care about how good the eyes are.
And I think it's good practice to do them on some of your chat models, so that when you do want to do them properly, you're not going cold, right? It's one of those things. If you don't like doing it, you've got to take the medicine and do more of it to get better at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I started painting eyes on guardsmen or Gondor soldiers.
Yeah.
Like Sean Clark, painting eyes first is the sensible approach. It must be another island. More reckless Guernsey hate.
That's how we do it on the mainland.
Tommy Murphy, I am staying up to have another whiskey, but the pupils will wait till the morning or else it will all look like Marty Feldman from Young Frankenstein. I mean, that's fair enough. I guess maybe painting eyes is like sort of playing pool when you're drinking. You've got a peak where, a few beers and you're getting better, and then you hit a tipping point where it suddenly drops off and you're infinitely worse than you were before that last year. Joshua Crosby, my Dead of Dunharrow.
Josh Crosby? Who's he been lurking? First comment of the night? 5 dice Crosby. 4 dice Crosby? I keep forgetting. He's 5 dice Crosby because we now got 6 dice colours.
Well, that's almost as many as you get for subscribing to the Patreon, isn't it?
Not
black, 10
purple ones. I get 8.
8. What does he say? My Dead of Dunharrow slow grow is not including the 3 hunters. Just painted them as an evil undead arm. And King of the Dead is thematic Witch King using the King's rule.
Very cool. Josh's hobby, as ever, completely off the charts.
Well, that is pretty cool. Tommy Murphy says, also to clarify, I do the eyes first, but the pupils are done last once the model is varnished.
What?
I find it easier, but my painting method is odd, I admit.
That's the craziest of all options. I'll paint some of the eye now and some of it later.
Yeah. Joe says he paints the eyes on most things. Stuff like these Easterlings, however, where you can't really see them, and the gap in the helmet is smaller than my brush. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't often paint eyes on models with visors. I didn't paint eyes on the. No, I did paint them on the Palace Guard helmets, but then I thought it looked really stupid, which had this little black slit with these 2 eyes.
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of these shots. Like 100%, I need to paint the eyes. But some of the face sculpts, like the trolls are really squinty. It's like, why have you given these? Like, they should be easier on monster models, right? Because they're bigger eyes, and then they've got these really like squinty, slitty eyes. Like, you've just made it harder for the sake. Anyway, that's another troll rant.
You struggle through your 11 pairs of troll eyes, and I'll keep going on my 80 pairs of hobbit eyes.
All of a sudden, I don't feel so. Here we go. The posting spirit. The painting gets far worse, but the confidence is at an all-time high. Dangerous, Nick.
What is that after whiskey?
I think that's after the whiskeys, yeah. And then Adam G, just stick googly eyes on, much easier, and adds comedy value. I mean, I think that I could probably do that on the trolls.
Googly eyed trollership.
Googly eyed trollership. And that, boys and girls, is the chat. Oh, there you go. Larry's just popped in. That said, I just painted Grobby's eyes. They're really. And I think as it's his fair one.
Well, I think the goblins tend to have quite big eyes anyway, don't they? Quite bulgy eyes.
Yeah,
A little bit easier to paint.
My Warrior Goblin captain. So I didn't do all the Warrior Goblins.
Alright, that was some top chat catch up, my friend.
See.
I will transition us to the Facebook. Oh, it's doing that thing. Why does it do that thing? I never understand why it does this. Alright, I believe. Can you just confirm someone that's now popped up? It's a really weird thing. For some sort of reason, when you transition to it, despite it being on the left on the previous screen, yeah, it's there now. That's cool. Oh, is it gone again? It's better.
Yeah.
There we go. We're good. We're golden. Great. So, welcome as ever. Tonight it is ineligible for the record because it's a special. But let's have a look at next. We're going to call it Legacy. Now, I think I'm going to need Mark and Michael's help to tell me if these models are Legacy models or not. It might be tricky. So we're going to kick things off with Mark Greentree, if we're in agreement. Thank you, everyone, for agreeing. We're starting off with Mark Greentree, doing some more work on Metacell tonight. Quite a way to go yet. Looking awesome, my friend. He's making a massive Metacell out of at least 5 Rohan boxes. That looks cool, dude. Stephen Ryan is painting Vrasku. Vrasku is Legacy.
Legacy, yeah.
Pour one out for Vrasku. Lovely to see, Stephen. He has a reply. So, also painted the last 2 Uruks from the mags I received 20 years ago. Hooray. I love to see it. Michael Dublé working on some Black Shields this evening. Black Shields are Legacy. Pour one out for the Black Shields. Michael Dublé.
Even as a Warrior player, I'm sad to see.
Oh, and a mince pie as well.
Pretty. Rescue looks cool.
Is that what?
Rescue looks cool.
Went to Charlotte's craft fair after school with her yesterday. And while she was doing her activities, I bought her a hot dog and I bought me a mince pie, and she ate both. So, that was going to be my first mince pie of the season, but 'twas not.
I like the screenshot in the background there as well.
On who, sorry?
The one you just showed.
On Dublé. Well, a massive Gildor. Huge TV-sized Gildor.
I like that. We've got time for that.
Joe Holzman. Got a few things on the go. Fellowship Frodo, final batch for now of Eastling Warriors, and a Witch King. I like how he's put separate in brackets, because that's what it says in the article. So the Witch King is in, because he's named in the article as being repackaged separate. Good work from Joe. So that is the first of the biggies in. That is 5 dice Holzman in the draw. He's seeking to join the heady heights of 6 dice colours. Could this be his night? Michael Haskell is in, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Haskell hasn't written anything in the chat tonight.
No, he's not. He's been suspiciously absent from the chat all evening.
I didn't know, but I don't know if you remember, Mark. But a few hours ago, I said I thought I had a funny feeling that someone would be working on a night at White Tower. It was
really?
Michael Haskell.
Outstanding.
And also, I'm gonna look this. Who knows what other treats will be there? Do you know what you're seeing in this picture?
Woman.
That's my chair, top right.
I mean,
that's where I'm sitting.
The gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, on the left, that's the tripod for Dice Cam. You have leaked everything.
Wait till the next picture.
Wait till the next picture. It sounds like a threat. What spoilers has he got? My Frederick Schultz says, now I wonder where that picture was taken. And Mike, OMG, look at that angle. Yeah, Michael, he looks lovely. Well done. Did you enjoy working on him?
Yes, Just need some more highlights.
Good work, good work. And look at that. That must be the first time in BSIME history that we've got a model entered into the draw in the same room as the stream's being done. Incredible seeds. Classic Haskell. Do you know what would have been beautiful, genuinely beautiful, if you had like made no mention, if we'd got through the stream without any mention of you being
And that was the first thing.
Wonderful seeds. So Michael Haskell gets play, and you are damn right. I'm going to be getting Michael Haskell to roll the dice tonight.
Oh, it'd be controversial if he wins it with his own die.
Yeah, think of the clicks, Mark. Think of the clicks. But yeah, I've never had a guest in the room before. It's wonderful. James Wilson, converting my second Candish chieftain to have an axe instead of a bow. Everybody pour one out for the Candish chieftain. It's a bit sad, isn't it?
Is it?
Everyone celebrating all these models, but then that's the point, to give them a little hurrah.
Little send off.
Yeah, it's nice. We got some replies. He says he's got a whip. Swapping the bow out and putting on the quiver was pretty straightforward. So yeah, he's doing a conversion. Let's see both of them. So that is swapping the bow out and putting it in the quiver. Oh yeah, I see. So he's added the bow to the quiver. That was pretty cool. And then he's excellent. A bit rough around the edges, but he's done. Looks cool, man. Bit of green stuffing on the spear. Lovely stuff. And James, I know Sam's out there as well. I don't give up hope. I hope you two get Throne of Skulls tickets and we get to see it the weekend. Crispin is oh my god. So he says Throne of Skulls preparing for me, and then sends a photo of 100 models. Help me out, boys. There's a Witch King on there. We'll allow the Witch King. Does it have to be the same model? I don't think it does it? Doesn't have to be the right model, because we don't know what model it means. I think we can allow that. Crispin's in.
I think you can.
Yeah.
On Brewdog representation, see.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and half a bar of chocolate. And I think that's kind of hidden to make it look like he hasn't eaten half of it. Folded over. Lovely stuff. So it looks like Crispin's bringing a kind of orc arm. Is that what do you think about that? Is that the new Rise of Angmar, host of the Witch King Legion, I reckon?
Yeah, possibly.
Got some Barrow Whites. Is the Shadow in there? We've got some orc captains at the back.
You got Captain Bessler.
I don't think so. So at the back, he's got Witch King, then he's got 2 orc captains with pick. Who's that next to him? Almost looks like a Morannon orc shaman, maybe. And then is that the Shadow of Rudal next to him? And then 2 Barrow Whites? That's cool, man.
Green in the middle.
Neither Mark nor my in-room help are helping me out on the identification of those models.
The one that's in red between the captains and what looks like Rudar, I can't quite make out.
Quite small on my screen.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sam Page says, finishing off Aerostor tonight. Oh, it looks great, Sam. And he might get better, because I think there's some replies to this. I need to finish his missing leg greave and then finish his base. Oh yeah, he's got a gold greave and a silver greave. Let's see if we got some updates. It looks like we do. So Sam, but there he is, looking lovely, my friend. Good work. Pour one out for Aerostor.
Looking awesome.
Yeah, it's really good, mate. I'll as soon as you post it, I'll have a look at the reverse angle as well. There's the back. Lovely cloak work. Looks great, mate. Jake Pollard working on Frida with plenty of tea and custard creams. Oh, look at that Halloween mug. Frida, of course, is one of the most modern sculpts to be legacied. You'll find lots of people on the internet going, this is ridiculous. She only came out 2 years ago, when she actually came out like 4 years ago. But it's still sad.
Yeah, I think
maybe 3 years ago. What was it? Warren Rohan was the lockdown. No, that's Quest of the Ringbearer, so it must have been before that.
Yeah, I would say 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, it must be like, was it 29? SBG was 2018. Then it was Gondor at War, which I think Warren Rohan was maybe 2019. Yeah, it was 5 years ago, man. Crazy. Jake Pollard, base coats on Frida done. So here we got a picture of her with the Oathmaker. Oh, that looks awesome. quick contrast base coat job for the Oathmaker. That's great, man. Contrast working for you. Matt Baker, painting up the only eligible... Oh, here he is. It's our first one. It's Gildor.
Got a Gildor.
Ba 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 ba. It's Gildor in front of the giant screen Gildor. The only eligible model for tonight's stream. The MVP from the Hobbit's journey to destroying the ring. Absolutely, because he sits them down, tells them nothing, and has a picnic.
Yeah, but maybe it was the picnic that got them through it.
But no, he sends word, doesn't he? That's the one that triggers it all off.
Oh, what? Sorry, what did Harry prep you? Did he send you in with notes? Did he? What does he do? Is he the reason Glorfindel comes and gets them? Is it?
I think so. I think that's the idea. It's the one that picks up effectively Gildor's. Hey guys, these guys need some help.
Of course he is. Scott Johnson. Musca! Man, Musca is the most recent casualty. Oh, bonus William Stone. Scott Johnson is painting Musca going, I only just bought this! Even then, what were they... what was Defence of the North? That must be at least 2 years ago now.
Yeah, but there was a gap.
That's a few. Because Chris and I took Defence of the North, 7 stones. That was when we won the spoon. Hang on, I can tell you when.
I'm not saying that.
It's 22. Oh, yeah, maybe it is only two, maybe 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't be sad about the models going, but I don't think they're as recent as some people claim they are on the internet. If that makes sense. Some progress. Look at Scott Johnson sticking Mark Stone with his filthy spear. You love to see it. Sticking it right up his nose. Good work, Scott. And need to call that a night. We'll finish tomorrow and catch up with the rest of the stream then. Looks good, man.
Yeah, that is right up the old beat.
He got you good. Tommy TSP is canned for me. It looks like he's got 4 different guys possibly. Might be. Oh, they look great. That is a lovely grey you've got on them. Oh, hang on. Yeah, all of canned are going, right?
Yeah.
And here we go. They look great, man. If you're painting those up now, are those freehand stuns? They must be, right? The suns aren't sculpted, are they? They look great. Hopefully there'll be plenty of independent tournaments where you'll be able to take them along with. Tommy DSB. Dom Lord painting up Erastor, super cool model, nice theme. Sad to see him go. Oh, and he really did. He did get the message here. Snacks, Cadbury Marvelous Creations, Haribo Super Mix, and Haribo Monsters. 50p reduced. It's another Erastor. Dom Lord. Good selection of snacks. And Dom has... Oh, he does. That'll do for now. Can finish the rest another day, but it's tabletop ready at least. That's great, man. Again, just the... I say it every week, but it warms my little heart just seeing people painting these models that they're never going to paint, so he's just ready to go. I love it. Sam Huddy, for me, it's all about... For me, it's mounted Elisar for next Saturday. Now that I have a chuffing ticket. Sam has a ticket.
Yeah.
Sam Huddy's got a ticket. Amazing. For BSIME, I got a hold of the Dwimmer Lake and the Tainted. Oh, amazing, Sam. That's awesome news, mate. So he's oh, great. Oh, wonderful. Lovely to see. Hopefully Jane's got one as well. Galaxy Smooth Milk and Thatcher's Juicy Apple Cider. And he's painting along with some of the... it's a Dwimmer Lake and the Tainted. Pour one out for the Dwimmer Lake and the Tainted.
People sad about the name Wraith.
Are people sad? Was that?
Yeah.
I think people are sad about anything going. There's nothing good about models leaving the range, is there? But
I know they've sort of split opinion for a lot of time.
they're not nearly as bad as they were in the old edition, I think. I just think it's any option, isn't it? It's just options. People losing options. I don't think anyone's going to be happy about any of them going. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a shame. But they're probably, I know what you mean, they're probably quite low down on the list of things that people are pissed off about, I think.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz says, got a bunch of BSIME supplies, including Blue Fanta, Dr. Pepper, and Pickle. Hang on. Is that Dr. Pepper and Pickle? Or is it Dr. Pepper and Pickle? And Tafifi.
Pickle, like a pet name.
Oh, yeah. Where is it? Blue Fanta. Oh my God, he's got pickles in the Dr. Pepper.
Oh.
Frederick, it's been 4.5 years. How have you kept this nonsense quiet? What the hell is that? Michael? Gherkins. Gherkin in Dr. Pepper.
In a burger, yes. In Dr. Pepper.
It's not a burger, it's a glass of Dr. Pepper, mate.
No, I'm not convinced.
That is monstrous. I was looking for the pickles, and it never occurred to me to look in the glass with the cola. Frederick, you have the chat function. Explain yourself, my friend.
It's different.
Yeah, different.
Feels absurd.
I like gherkins, and I don't mind Dr. Pepper, as we discussed on the stream some time ago. But that is crazy, isn't it?
I'm not a Dr. Pepper fan. Maybe put a gherkin in.
No, well, that's what me and Steve found. We had it on the stream, and we were both like, "This isn't what it used to taste like, is it?" We also found out it wasn't cola. Among them, and he's got some Blackguard and done lendings for his conversion, so he gets to go in. But I don't think he should get to go in because he's put pickles in his Dr. Pepper.
I don't think you can just arbitrarily.
I'm not sure if I can do what I want, can I?
Fill in the beverage choice.
We've got some responses. Probably everyone saying, "What the hell are you doing?" Frederick Shaw says, "Almost done there on this Dunlending warrior turned rugged Huskarl Morgul Knight horsetail serving as a sport of pit while gluing." I do that. That's looking very cool. Also, spontaneously decided to assemble my alternative Witch King for my Angmar army, which one's that? Dark Marshal? Dark Marshal sword out armor. And then Frederick Shaws did less. He's put hobbling than I thought. I presume he means hobbying. I did less hobbling than I thought tonight because I randomly embarked on a Channel Islands, Crown Dependencies, Privy Council, weird stuff reading journey. Mark, you have educated the world about Guernsey tonight.
You're proud of that, yeah. Everyone's a little bit wiser about the Crown Dependencies.
There you go. You see, all my barbed words were just there to get people to educate themselves. Shanklark. He's got crewman for my great beast. This feels like nonsense.
Crewman for my great beast. I mean, that's just called orcs, right?
Oh no, they are. They are. He's right. They're the great beast orcs. I thought he was being cheeky. That they are the orcs from the great beast.
These specific sculpts for the great beast.
Yeah, they're all mega.
What
the hell are you eating? Filipinos, extra tin, Turon, Releno, Cremoso, and Galata. I know none of those words. Extra fin or extra tin, do we think? Extra fin. It's like a shark with double fins. I mean, it looks good, like chocolate blanco. So white chocolate.
Some sort of nougaty, peanutty thing?
Maybe. And there's rings and biscuits, it looks like, right?
Pretty strong. I'd give them a
go. It looks a bit like... Yeah, I wonder if they're going to taste like... You know those... I don't really like them. You know the snowflakes, you know that Christmas gingerbread kind of stuff? Do you know the Christmas biscuits? And I don't mean gingerbread, but there's like a very like brand of biscuits you only get at Christmas, and they taste, I think, a bit of ginger, a bit of cinnamon in, and I don't really like them.
I think I know the ones you mean, yeah.
I know that saying, do you know the biscuits I'm talking about? Those ones that I don't really like. Isn't that helpful?
You like gingerbread, though?
I do like gingerbread, but that's what I mean. They're not like gingerbread. They're like, and you eat them and you go, oh, that's nice. And then after I go, I don't actually like this. I'm just pretending to.
Cinnamon.
Yeah, well, but I like cinnamon. It's so hard to explain, but I think you'd know the ones I mean. They're all soft. It's very, very soft. Oh, I don't know. I'm never going to get anywhere. I think someone in the chat will go, oh, I know what you're talking about. But maybe they won't. And Sean Clark has an update. Didn't manage to finish them, but good progress. Army of Khan Doom is growing ever more. Looks amazing. I love his Army of Khan Doom.
Leverkusen.
Yep.
That's what the chat's saying. Your biscuits.
Oh yeah, possibly. Yeah. See, my description is obviously recognisable. Tommy Murphy. Gildor. We've got another Gildor. He's primed and has a Zenithal. Made a start on his face while waiting for the stream to start. Got my old-fashioned here ready too. You love to see it. Another Gildor. Tommy. That's auto-corrected Tommy to Roomy. Roomy Murphy. Tommy Murphy is in. So far, we only have Joe Holzman of the Big Four in the draw. Oh, and as if by magic, Covers is in. 6 dice Covers is in. He couldn't get 7, could he, Michael? He couldn't get 7. You what?
One for every day of the week.
Oh, imagine. He's doing Murin and Dra. Pour one out for Murin and Dra. I think Gildor and Aristor have been our most popular so far.
2 each, I think, so far.
Probably because Harry sent everyone a Gildor this week. We've got an update. So here are Murin and Dra. Looking lovely. Pretty happy with these and happy to have finished them on stream. And I am delighted that you have finished them on stream, my friend.
Adam would be sad at the demise of them. He's had them in his Iron Hills up the last couple of hard cons, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, Harry Parker's in. Of course, Gildor's already painted and displayed proudly in my cabinet, but Golfinball deserves a day in the light. He does indeed. Harry is in with our first viewing of Golfinball. Oh, we've got some responses. Frederick says, wow, you've even got the special man-spreading edition. Do you have a special cabinet for all your Larry's giving a bit of a poke. Do you have a special cabinet for all of your mannish hilted models? And Harry says, yeah, he's alongside all the Rohan. And then we have an update picture. Very little process on Golfinball in the 4 hours. Most of the progress has been in the last 30 minutes. The clue as to why is in the picture. And I'm sure if we look closely, you'll all see the lovely, beautiful little telly in the corner that's been distracting Harry. Harry Johnson will start on one. Oh, there's a bonus Johnson. We had Scott in the chat, but Harry's here. Harry Johnson will start on one of these. Think of the Night of Umbar. So he's got some ring race. So he is in. Harry Parkhill followed by Harry Johnson. Back to back Harrys. Only one will live.
2 Harrys enter.
That'd be a dark turn on the stream, wouldn't it? So what we're going to try tonight is one of you has to kill the other. And we've got an update picture. He's gone for the Night of Umbar, and he's made some great progress on him. And it's like beautifully cropped in the headline moaning. I don't know if that's a description of the stream or my thoughts on Guernsey, your thoughts on trolls. Who knows? Rory Campbell says he's got the unarmoured elf twins, which I believe are being legacied. And they have been in a box for 3,000 years. Unarmoured elf twins? Yeah, they're going, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're being linked.
But of course, they're not really being legacied because now all that will happen is you'll be able to use those models as the elf twins. So they're a fairly minimal cut. Brian Metalhead, list doesn't specify which Witch King pose, but I'm simultaneously working on 3. Yep, so we're allowing that in. Same reason as before. Brian Metalhead. You love to see it. Lovely work on the Felby wings there, right? Cameron Bell, evening gents. Painting up this guy who'll be joining me for skulls, and it is Grimbold. He's got no axe. So Cameron is going to Throne of Skulls. Lovely. Is that what has happened there? Is he missing a peg, or has he drilled a hole there to add something else? I can't remember how Grimbold goes together, but I don't think he'd have a. Is that a hole for hands to go into?
It's suspicious.
Does look a bit suspicious. I don't think I thought I thought the hands were on the axe and that piece glued on. What are you up to there, Cameron? Let us know. Let us know. Christopher Cooper, 1 for Harry Parker tonight. It's another Gildor.
Gildor taking the lead.
I think that's Gildor taking the lead. But he's had such a huge propaganda campaign behind him, you know. I mean, look at the thumbnail. Right, I didn't help.
Justice for Gildor.
Did you go straight from Rory Campbell to Cameron Bell?
Via Bryant Metalhead.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got that one. That's fine. Yeah.
So alright, thanks for keeping me honest. So Gildor from Chris Cooper, well done. Ethan Walker, is it? Oh, it's back to back Gildors.
Okay, they're four now.
He's storming ahead.
Yeah.
I got a Gildor in the cabinet somewhere. In the 1 day pile, not in the cabinet. What's the other one? The case.
Harry's propaganda campaign is working.
Absolutely.
I've got the unarmoured Glorfin that I used to do for one of the scenarios.
The unarmoured one.
Yeah.
I've got him. Horrible model, and I'm keeping him for that issue of the magazine. I'm gonna paint him up on that issue of the magazine because he comes very late in the run. Eric Schultz says not sure what I'm targeting yet, and then instantly, I think these are meant to be together. So he's got a whole bunch of. He's got some Dunlendings out. He's got Goldfinball, and he's got Grimbold. He's gonna do one. Yeah, look at Grimbold's axe there. That looks like 2 hands on the axe to me. It looks like there's a hole in the Grimbold. And he looks like he's in a very... Eric Schultz, that looks like a very swanky Christmas place. Nice wooden panelling, big TV, Christmas decks up. 'Tis the season.
Oh, Christmas doesn't start till
Yeah. Actually, one of the jobs me and Michael got to do tomorrow is get the Christmas boxes down. So that the sorts can begin. I was like, do you have any idea how much work I've got to do on my board? Michael does not have the capacity to be getting boxes out of the loft. Sam Earnshaw says, RIP lads, to, I want to say, the Dwimmer Lake and the Tainted. This is a nice idea. It's nice to get them, all these models painted up when they would probably languish in boxes and then potentially never get done now. Richard Clammer, Budweiser Shandy, nachos, donuts, and giant buttons. It's definitely going to be a good night. Going to assemble the Far Harad and Candish stuff I got over the last few nights tonight. That is a hell of a spread. So he's obviously in.
Guess on the legacy ring stuff when you're running most of them as regular range.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What is that? Is that a toad in the hole?
This is nachos.
Was it nachos?
He says this is a slog. So many flashworms. I've never heard them called flashworms before. On these models, my fingers are practically silver. Well, at least they're legacy in them. It's not all bad. Yeah, I can't be doing with metal models. I know some people really like them, but I was like, there's just horrible things to clean up and they're horrible things to file down. Gary George. Cheers, BSIME. The stream's giving me the kick up the bum. I needed to get a bit more paint on this sadly neglected Lothlorien Stormcaller. Love to see it. And a cheeky Wood Elf Captain down below again. Bye-bye. Gary George.
Yeah, things like Stormcore, I think they just add a nice little bit of variety, right? They're doing no harm. I can see why they need to get it.
They do, but again, for me, I couldn't care less. I don't think an elf army
I
needs a
don't really care,
Stormcaller.
but I don't see what value you really get.
It's just about like if they have to get rid of X number of products, which I think is what's happened. But yeah, if I had to list them, if I had to rank them, Stormcaller would be very high up my list for kind of things I'd get rid of. Dwelling Grudgebane, albeit not a GW mini, Greemer's horse is to go, though I doubt not even to Legacy, even though he rides it in the file and book. That must be film. This is the fullness of the evening hobby and preparations for next week's He Eats It by the Block tournament. Well, I'm very glad to hear you're not taking that to Throne of Skulls, quite frankly, because that looks absolutely spectacular. So, it's a not... we've always had a... I'm going to be grumpy about this. We've always had a rule that it's like GW models, I think. So, yeah, I think that's always been the point. You have to paint the right model. So I'm gonna call standard BSIME rules on that one. We can pour one out for mounted Greemer, but it doesn't go in. It just gets too messy in terms of what an orc is and stuff if we start letting in any other brands of orcs and all that sort of stuff. Katie Webster says, Throne of Skulls prep continues. So Katie, I think, is bringing an Isengard army because she's working on some fight in Uruk-hai, but they are not being legacied. So no chance of a dice. Katie has sacrificed her chance of a dice to prepare for Throne of Skulls. If you could just see Michael sitting cross-legged, happy, contented in the knowledge that Throne of Skulls is finished, sorting through black cotton wool on my behalf. It's just a thing of beauty.
Yeah, us two that are way behind, sitting here reading all these comments.
I'll say it if you could only see. Michael, smile.
You sure there's no spoilers here?
I think they know you're here now. It does look like you're just farming a wig of some sort. If anything, it will be an enjoyable, what the hell is Michael doing moment.
Guess what Michael's doing competition.
It looks like you're weaving. So yeah, Katie not coming, not getting in. Chris Webster, the last mini. Look at this. This is fate. The last mini that Chris needs for Throne of Skulls is unarmored Glorfindel being legacied.
Yeah, I thought it was. Let me check.
I'm going to put you on, but my man Haskell is on the case. I think he is.
I think he is. Yes.
Should be. Horrible model.
I know unarmored Elrond is.
I think he's also in the sort of camp of why would you ever take unarmored dwarf?
Yeah.
Unless you're doing something at 7 stones.
Well, quite.
Oh, yeah.
But I love the fact that Chris has got one model left with Throne of Skulls, and he saved it, and it's a legacy model. Tommy Murphy, it's another Gildor. Considering it takes me weeks to paint models used, I'm pretty happy on progress so far. It looks amazing, dude. Oh, hang on. It's not another Gildor. We've already got Tommy Murphy in the draw. It's progress. It's an update on Gildor. Larry Miller says some progress has been made. He's working on Groblog and the Witch King, so Larry Miller is in.
Yeah, Glorfindel unarmored has been.
Sweet, so Chris is in. Yeah.
Sale.
Lovely. We've got some update from Larry. It'll be his computer screen, won't it? Classic. Oh, he doesn't. I like how Groblog has a racially appropriate hilt. Just Crosby is in. That's 5 dice. Crosby's in, just back from Nottingham. Listened to the stream on the drive. Going to try and finish the crew of one of my great beasts and get their bases done before bed now. Oh, look at those orcs. So good, man. And another appearance by the great beast orcs. I love the little crouchy dude. He's awesome. I think we've got an update from Josh. They're just beautiful. I love Josh's work so much. That green on the cloth he gets for his Angmar is just the best. We also have Josh TM80 per Tiberius in. Hopefully this shows up in time. It did. Partway through the faces. He's got another Gildor and he's got a Glorfindel.
Double trouble.
Lovely stuff, Joshua. And there's a reply. Glorf is coming along. Gildor will ruin him some more. Eric Schultz has a progress picture, and the progress seems to be that he's tipped the picture on its side. But he's working on the Dunlendings and Goldfinball. So I think it's only Grimbold that fell by the wayside. The one we wanted to know more about. Larry Miller.
A map of like the head.
I've just found it. Informative stream. It's really put Guernsey on the map, and you'll notice that Guernsey has been drawn up here.
Close.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's there. Pretty sure. I thought it was this one. I thought it was this big grey one on the left. I always thought that was Guernsey, and then the little orange bit at the top of Guernsey was Australia. But what do I know? Larry. And Joe Holzman, very productive. Joe is in, isn't he? Yeah. Very productive evenings, hobby. Frodo and 4 Easterlings just need their bases finished. 5th Easterling just needs base and banner done. The Witch King separate's finished. Congrats, man. I'm glad you have had a productive evening. And look at that cheeky little Pippin. There's a cheeky little Pippin like hanging out on the left, like he is at the Council of Elrond, going, "We're coming too." Oh, you little monkey. That says 63 comments. I am going to refresh the page. It now says 74 comments. My heart breaks. Let's go back in and just check. I'm going to scroll all the way to the bottom and just see if they're new entries or if they're comments on other ones. And Joe Holzman is still the last comment. So that is indeed it.
Outstanding hobby.
Well, absolutely.
Well, Gildor wins out.
Yeah, Gildor definitely the most popular. I'm rechecking the emails, but there are still no emails. I think that's just Sam helpfully saying, just it wasn't his email. He just wanted to make sure that people did not miss out on the email. And I think I can go picture image. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm just preparing a picture. And I am delighted to present Michael Haskell, weaving a beard. Look how happy that man is. He is having the time of his life. Lovely, lovely stuff. Thank you to Michael for all of your efforts. So, 1, 2. Now it's actually a bit like you're here now because you're on the screen. You're just very still. Do you want to catch up on the chat while I prepare the people?
Further down. I've got to try and work out where we got. Yeah, I think we did this bit of it. That said, just painted Grobby's eyes there, are really large from Larry. Then the Facebook pops up and a bunch of comments saying they can see it. Ryan Cuthbert says good night to us all. Facebook's put.
Others has gone again. Last time he left early, he won a dice.
So you're going to have to leave it there. Thanks for a great stream.
Thank you.
Popped up. The comments are coming from inside the house from Joe Holzman. Larry says separately with a winky face. And then says first time that you know of with another winky face. I think that must have been in reference to something that was being chatted about. No worries there. We know school would never cheat. That's a reference to me saying, imagine cheat one.
We know who would never cheat? Michael.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone. I think everyone would just be cheering for him if he rolled his own number.
There is a Witch King, but it's separate. Okay, I think that's what Larry is about. It's like the Witch King has to be separately, right? The post Team Spirit, DW, we have a plan. James gets a ticket. He turns up on the morning and takes a drop out space, or we split my army side by side.
Oh, so you both coming? That's sweet.
Joe says, if you didn't, my entry would be in headquarters. I'd have to dig around for a different legacy model before you finish the thread.
What? Do you mind just turning to face it again? You're all crackly again.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, I moved a bit. Frederick Schultz says, and War of the Rohit was late 29. Yeah, they're 5 years old. Time flies. Certainly does. Adam G, nice use of the Sad Scrubs theme. I think one of us must have sung it at some point. Frederick Schultz, the Dr. Pepper is an internet trend thing. I tried out, saw it on Sorted Food. Still gross, man.
Okay, well, you saw it. It's still weird.
There are also people doing Coca-Cola with salted peanut. Yeah, I mean, again, that just sounds weird. I like peanuts and I like Coke, but I wouldn't put my peanuts in Coke.
You won't put your what in your Coke?
My peanuts.
Oh, good.
What? No, let's not go there. Busy, right?
Put that on a mug. You won't put your what in a what?
Sean Clark said, would you rather have toast in your tea or a pickle in your Dr. P?
Oh, that is gross. I mean, that if we're not clear, that's a reference to the fact that Steve dips his toast in tea. I'm going to say pickling Dr. Pepper is better than toasting tea.
You think you're toasting your tea? That's insane.
Yeah, with butter, mate.
Northerners, right?
Yeah.
Lebuckchen, I think this is your weird biscuits then. Leberkuchen.
Yeah.
Joe, that was Joe and Harry. Joe says, I wouldn't buy it, but it's all right. Harry says it's awful creation.
Yeah, see?
Clearly no one is a fan.
I'm glad. There's other people out there.
Apparently then there's Leberkasse, but apparently that's something completely different.
That's when you eat it in the house, I think.
Frederick said, Leberkuchen is the thing. I don't know about Germans know if it's still filthy or not. Larry says, putting a pickle in Dr. Pepper is almost as crazy as putting cereal in your milk. T-Mac Tiberius, as our resident expert on cereal and milk, I take your word on that. Frederick Schultz says, at Larry, pop kettle. Larry says, whoa, he's working on 3. That's the exact opposite, except I think this is reference to the witch.
Oh, yeah. It's not separate at all.
Not separately. They're being worked on together. Larry says, I heard a theory that the King's Huntsmen, Stormcallers, Knights of the White Tower, etc. are going so they can go back to metal 3-pack. What? Because I guess, what, were those came as resin?
Who's saying that? Is that Larry? Then it's not true, it's a joke. I had a theory that the King's Huntsmen, Stormcallers, Knights of the White Tower, etc. are going so they can go back to... He's talking about something to do with the fact that the command groups used to be sold in metal 3-packs, and then... Oh, no, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. Sorry, he's saying not those models. He's saying they're removing those models so they can scrap the Finecast models and start selling the remaining models as metal like they used to. And in 2012, they added one of those models in to the command groups to turn them into Finecast.
There could be some logic. It's clearly like metal's still a thing. Like they're bringing back a load of old world stuff in metal again, aren't they? For the new Empire release.
Yeah. War wagons.
I've still got a war wagon.
Mine's long gone.
Joe says they appear to be trying to phase out most of the Finecast models, so that theory makes sense. Must be late. We're all agreeing. Joe says, unlike many of the other theories you suggest, there you go. Larry says, the Witch King separately. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Joe says, the Pippin is there as he's from the same army as Frodo. Same army as Frodo will be, and I was ensuring basic consistent. Then check emails, which I believe you've done several times.
I have checked the emails.
Harry says, not sure how long exactly I've known Mark, but it was at least 4 years. I thought he was Scottish. Probably longer than that. When did I first come to 7 Stone? It was a while ago. I've been to at least 5 and I missed one. So it's at least 6 years I've been going to 7 Stone, if not longer.
Probably after the first article, wasn't it?
Then it came straight away after the first one.
Why not?
I don't know.
I didn't like my tournament.
Maybe. It was the Warg attack first. We got Wargiest and attackiest Warg. There was millions of them. Larry says, great content this thing when we were sat.
I think that was when I was putting Michael's picture up.
Larry says, I thought that was a video at first and he was just sitting still. I think that's Michael's picture.
It is a video.
He's just very, very, very still. Posting Spirit says he's got stage fright. Richard Clammer says, "Is Michael a scout?
A scout?
An Urukai one, or
Maybe it's because he's weaving.
not wearing a woggle?
He's earning his weaving badge.
I was a scout a long time ago.
There you go.
See, he's not still.
He said that without moving his lips, though.
Very good.
Tommy Murphy says some amazing paint jobs, lads. Agree, there was some great hobby in that quote.
Always is with this wonderful community.
Larry says it was a reference to Damien saying it was the first whip photo from inside his house.
But what was?
Eric Schultz says, looks like Misery 2. Nice job hiding Michael's busted UO ankles.
Looks like what?
Don't know what that means. Looks like Misery 2. Nice job hiding Michael's busted UO ankles.
It's a reference to the film Misery, where Kathy Bates smashes James Caan's ankle so that he can't escape.
Okay, I've not seen that.
That's exactly. It's hobbling, isn't it? That's what it's called. I've done it. I've hobbled it.
Yeah. Joe says, I think most doctors would also recommend not dipping your peanuts in Coke.
Dipping your what in what?
Exactly, your what in what now? Michael, if Damien is holding you prisoner, blink twice. Right?
There's no blinking. He's not blinking.
Still continuing to stare on, so he
He's
must
just
be
staring on. He's perfectly happy. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You leave him right where he is.
Posting spirit, toasting your tea, Jeremy. That's insane. Yeah, I completely agree. Everyone seems to agree on that one, I think. Frederick Schultz says, background info. Apparently, the Coca-Cola peanut thing was a workers' meal thing in the past in the US. They could drink and eat without having to clean their dirty hands. I guess it's like the American Cornish pasty is Coke and peanuts. Joe says that doesn't make it any better, Frederick, and then goes on to say, so the other models in the packs would be metal, not converting those fine cast into metal.
Yeah, we got
that. Larry says, I joke, but I genuinely view milk and cereal the same way you view pickles and Dr. Pepper. I think that's... Let's be fair, George really doesn't like having milk with his cereal. He has his cereal and then he has a cup of milk, but he then proceeds to dunk his cereal in the milk, which is just a ridiculously messy way to eat his breakfast.
Somewhere in Watford, Larry went, yes, no, at that point. He was like, he has them separate, yes. He has a cup of milk, yes. He dunks it in. No, you've ruined it.
George has got the excuse to fine. Larry says they did that with the Europe Command packs. Yeah, I think they did. Yes, but as discussed many times, Larry, you are insane. Okay, this is interesting. Frederick Schultz has heard a rumor that GW wants to get rid of resin due to a non-recycling. So plastic plus going back to metal would ironically be better for them in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that, but it sounds feasible. I wonder what that would mean for Forge World.
Doesn't sound good.
No, I mean, I think resin's not the easiest to work with. I think some of the results that Forge World get from their resin is phenomenal, better than metal. It's really a lot better. It's sad to see that.
Yeah.
Larry says ahead of the curve, and then that seems reasonable. Joe Hosman, he must have already earned his ventriloquism badge. And staring badge. Well,
That's good.
Phenomenal. Larry said that was the first he knows about. And then Moot Video says, gents, I'll catch up on this in the morning. Great to have company this evening. So best of luck with Throwing Skulls hobby.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, dude. To see you in 3 weeks, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, wait, see you next week, Harry. Catch up soon then. Joe says, Misery's a great film, Mark, and a better book. Pick up the DVD and give it a watch. Link back to the start of the month. How about that?
Do you like DVDs? Would you like to watch DVDs with other DVD fans in Guernsey? Why not try Mark Stone?
We'll all, I'll have to hire out the communal DVD player.
Who's got the Guernsey DVD player? Do you like DVDs? That's low-key the funniest question I've ever heard.
And then
Right.
I was just hooked up with that was about Damien saying which pictures were the first from inside his house. And that is the chat.
Indeed. And I'm delighted to announce we have 32 entries tonight. That's 32 legacy models being bid farewell by their ensaddened owners. And I think with this we're gonna head over to Dicecam. But before we do, I think we should introduce Mr. Michael Haskell on Dice Duty tonight.
Cool.
Mike was there.
I know, right? I've kept him secret all this time.
Outstanding.
But yeah, so we're gonna have 11, and then we're going to have 11, and then we're going to have 10. So we've got a group of 11, a group of 11, and a group of 10. That's. Would you like to introduce yourself to the audience again?
You should know me by now.
If you don't know him by now, you will get to know him in a few seconds. Michael Haskell.
Hey.
I've never done this before. I'm handing over the dice, courtesy of Michael Curtis. A different Michael. There you go.
So Dicecam's actually working, is it?
Dice can's working. It always works. You want to keep this job? You shut your dirty mouth. It's literally not working. I'm not even joking. It's gone.
All right, we tested dice.
I know. That's the problem with Dicecam these days. She's a temperamental creature. Oh God! Now she's turning my video off. Come on, Dicecam. Not when we've got guest Haskell on Dice. Dicecam. So remember, everyone, we are playing for this fair creature, the black Battle Streams Middle Earth dice that only rolls 2s. Perfect for when you want that game to end. So we have a group of 11, our first group, and you're in this. So this is where you roll your own number, right? We've got Stephen Ryan, Michael Dublé, 5 Dice Holzman. He's one of the biggies. Michael Haskell, so you are on a 4. That's the number you're hunting for. James Wilson, Crispin Farbrother, Sam Page, Jake Pollard, Matt Baker, Scott Johnson, and Tommy TSP. We are re-rolling 12s here. Are we ready?
So for a twist, are you going to say roll?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I don't want to deny Mark.
That's
Mark.
true, yeah, Mark.
You tell Michael when to roll. Oh, let me clear the playing area.
Right. You ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, roll.
Oh, he's missed it. He hasn't done it. It's a 2. It's Michael Dublé. Storms into the final, and we avoid controversy. Somewhat disappointingly. The second group of 11 is Dom Lord, Sam Huddy, Frederick Schultz, Sean Clark, Tommy Murphy, 6 Dice Covers, Harry Parkhill, Harry Johnson, Roy Campbell, Bryant Metalhead, and Cameron Bell. We are re-rolling 12s.
Ready, roll it.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Covers!
Oh, you're kidding.
You've put Covers in the final!
Flash of the heavy.
He's got it all worked out.
It's
Comes to the
6
stream, then
dice
goes
colours.
to bed early.
Oh my god! There's still a long way to go before victory, but oh my goodness! And finally, we've got a group of 10. We've got Chris Cooper, Ethan Walker, Eric Short, Sam Earnshaw, Richard Clammer, Gary George, Chris Webster, Larry Miller, Joshua Crosby, and Joshua Kamakakaweo. Sorry if I've butchered that, Josh. So Crosby, a major contender, is on 9. We are re-rolling 11s and 12s.
And roll it.
We are re-rolling
Rolling
the 12. Good
12s.
for the drama. Good for the drama. Nice.
Re-roll it.
Oh, it's another 6. I thought it was a 9. It's Gary George. All right. Then we have our finalists. Well done to everyone. Well done to everyone. This is the sacred D3. So our 3 finalists. On number 1, we have Michael Doublé.
This is intense.
Who has won 1 dice. On number 2, we have Ryan Cuthbert, who, does it need to be said, has won 6 dice. And on number 3, we have Gary George, who has won no dice.
All right.
So I think we found our people's champion.
Indeed.
So Michael, over to you. It's a 1 for Michael, it's a 2 for Cuthers, and it's a 3 for Gary George.
You're still calling it, Mark?
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
That was sick.
I went early.
You're still calling it, Mark. I'm free. I'm going to roll it whenever I fucking want.
It's a 1.
It's a 1. Okay, Doublé. Doublé has stormed ahead. It's his season.
Right.
Is it his
more,
hour?
I'll pay more attention. Sorry, Mark.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, here comes Cuthers. Here comes Cuthers. Can no dice George find a way?
Go for it.
Oh, no! It's Cuthers! It's Cuthers! No!
And roll it.
Oh, it's Doublé. It's 2 for Doublé. It is 2 for Cuthers. It is nothing for Gary George. Where even is he? He's just staggered by the hugeness of the event.
And roll.
Oh, there comes George. Staggered. You're staggered, he says. That's the
Win the game.
But Doublé and Cuthers are still at match point.
And roll it.
Gary George is gone.
It's all down to this, isn't it?
It's all down
It's
to
all down
this.
to this.
All down to this one roll. We'll give it a countdown. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, it's Doublé. Doublé has taken it.
Tis the season.
Oh, it is the season to be
Tis the
Doublé. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for guest dice roller, Mr. Michael Haskell.
Thank you.
You did so well. Oh, I mean, I thought, I've got to be honest there, I didn't think it was Doublé there. I thought it was Cuthers breaking hearts and dreams again, or Gary George storming back with 3 in a row.
That was a valiant fight.
It was. He saved his pride at the end there. You don't want to go down like with a 0. No one wants that. I will attend to the spreadsheet while if you want to see what the peeps are saying.
I mean, the chat's got absolutely crazy.
Well, as soon as Cuthers got into the final, the chat would have gone off.
Joe says, I'm pretty sure Damien posted some with his own stuff to the thread before stuff on the.
That's a fair point.
Larry says he said it. Yep. Joe says Dice Cam did not care for the Haskell abuse. Yeah. Posty Spirit, I'm sure that's the sound of the like button being pressed by Larry. And then, oh my god, how many is enough covers? The man's insatiable.
What was that? How many is enough Cuthers?
Sean Clark says Cuthers isn't allowed to leave early anymore. Joe says I don't think Cuthers will be happy until only he owns the black dice.
He's gathering them all to himself.
Joe says that more so root for Doublé, fellow West Country man. Team spirit. Others steps into the arena, dusting his hands in the sand. Oh, that's a bit harsh. Joshua Crosby's chanting, "We all hate colours. We all hate colours."
Well, that's 5 dice Crosby. He doesn't want. He doesn't want. He doesn't want. He's within 1. You know, when the 6 dice colours and 5 dice Crosby, you can reach it. If he gets 2 ahead,
That's become a stretch. Gary George says, "Oh my God, the excitement is massive."
Oh,
I mean,
he was there.
That was intense to be just involved in it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a huge sporting event.
It was, yeah. Sean Clark says, "Colours waltzes in after swiping an ice cream out of a child's hand." And then follows up with a "Come on,
Doublé.
Joe is Sean Clark. He didn't even want the ice cream. He just knocked it to the floor. And then Posty Spirits Colours is livid. He's smashing the place up. And then it's Joe, Gratz Doublé, Sean, yes, Doublé lad. Walk home Colours.
Walk home Colours.
A few from Josh Crosby. Posty Spirit, Gratz Doublé, and well done, Mike.
Oh, finally, someone says, well done and congratulations to Michael for his sterling dice work.
What did I say? Do I need to go into hiding from Colours?
Probably, yeah. He's an angry man.
Larry and Frederick, congratulations. Josh says, bye Colours, see you later, mate. This rivalry is bitter. It's intense. Really. Joe is so. Michael provided the dice. Michael rolled the dice. Michael won the dice. If Haskell's integrity wasn't impeachable, I'd be calling for it.
That was a triple Michael combination there. He's absolutely right. Curtis with the dice, Haskell with the roll, Doublé with the win. You love to see it.
Larry says, I bet he's feeling good now.
Mark, it's capitalised.
Is that song?
It's a Doublé song.
I'm learning. I clearly need to do more research when I do.
All you need to do, mate, if you want to understand it, all you need to do is do 4.5 years worth of 5-hour streams every 2 weeks, and you'll be up to speed.
Oh, we'll be 100%. Eric says, congrats. Joe says, unimpeachable. I think that's the correct. Yeah. Gary says, thanks to my sterling competitors, clearly the best dice man.
That's very, he's magnanimous in defeat. What's Colours doing? He's just asleep somewhere. Classic Colours. Well done to Michael Doublé. What a way to start the Christmas season. I tell you what, I updated the spreadsheet. I didn't update the prize winners. Michael Doublé has now won 2 dice. He's quite a late bloomer. He won stream 85. So nothing for 85 streams, and he's since won 85 and 106. And if we now sort by dice wins, he now joins a heady group of 11 people who have 2 dice. George Galloway remains the only person in the world on 3 dice. Ashley Fisher now the only person in the world on 4 dice. Holzman and Crosby on 5 dice. And Colours, of course, way out in front by 1 with 6 dice. And there we go. That is us. Mark Stone.
Outstanding. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you all for listening to my waffle.
Well played, sir. Michael Haskell live in the room and everything. What? Any final thoughts from you, Mark? Anything you want to say? Anything that you can pass on?
Me?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I don't think so. I think I've had an absolutely whale of a time. It's been brilliant fun, and looking forward to Throne of Skulls. Not looking forward to having to finish my army off before Throne of Skulls.
Yeah, quite. I can't wait for this time. I actually can't wait for Friday night, because on Friday night, even though it's the night before, it's always done because we're in Nottingham.
Be where we are.
What?
So we'll be where we are by that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Thursday night, takeaway curry and frantic Throne of Skulls finalising.
There's just 5 more nights of hell. It'll be all right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing the weekend with you, my friend. Michael Haskell, you've been here. You've been a kind of guest host, kind of like a very much a celebrity in his house.
Just a presence in the background. I mean, it was just to say thanks to William as well. We've got bonus Mark as well, or Mark Junior as it were.
Double stone.
Yeah, double stone.
He absolutely made up telling his mates that he was on YouTube at the week.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah. But yeah, these are a blast. There's a lot of fun, just whether you're involved or listening to. So, and I think we should say a big thanks to Damien for keeping them going, because it's really appreciated in this quarter at least.
It's all right. Thank you for that, Mike. It's very kind. But thankfully, Larry is also representing that, because he says, yeah, good job, Mark and Mike, and Damien, you were here too, I guess. I think Larry shares your sentiment. We've got a couple of others. Sam Huddy says this is about colours. Asleep somewhere, assuming it's one him another dice. Larry Miller asks, has Double now got double dice? I'm not sure how is that meant to be read as has Double now got double dice? Is it has double now got double dice? Is it has Double now got double dice? I don't know how he's hearing it, but it works better spelled than spoken, I think. And Sam Hardy says, well done, Mark and Mike. Sam says, cheers, David. And Sean Clark says, love BSIME, love the people. I couldn't agree more. Michael, anything more from you on Throne of Skulls excitement or anything like that?
Can't wait for the weekend.
Absolutely, it'll be a good one. Thank you for coming. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here. It's been awesome. It's been nice to have someone in the room with me, I'm honest. And Mark, thank you very much for joining us. To the future, I feel really bad for this. So our next magazine, which is the Witch King week, if I go and have a look,
singular,
separately, I believe is the word.
As soon as you said that, all the listeners were saying, Witch King?
Yeah, well, indeed. So issue 100, Armoured Merry and Pippin, on which a certain Michael Haskell was the guest host, was streamed on the 4th of October. That was the last time we did an issue, because we had specials. We had Halloween special, something else special. What was it the Fellowship of the Ring one? Fellowship of the Ring special, then Halloween special, and now the Legacy special. So we've had 3 specials, and I feel quite certain our next 2 streams are going to be specials. The plan is to have 2 streams in December. I don't know which order they're in yet. One for our annual Christmas stream, and one for War of the Rohirrim, basically. Probably the wrong way round, just based on if the, I don't even know if they're rumours, but the suggestions are true that the game comes out on the 14th, then we'll probably want the kind of War of the Rohirrim one to be the later Christmassy one, and maybe have a Christmassy one first, or something like that. But the plan is to have 2 streams in December, and based on the fact that Throne of Skulls is next weekend and the league finale is the weekend after that, I will be trying to arrange one for the weekend, maybe of either the 6th or the 7th of December. So that's when, it's not locked in yet, but that's when I expect the next stream to be, and maybe that'll be Christmas themed. It probably won't be War of the Rohirrim. But that's just to give you some idea of when you can expect our next stream. So probably in 2 weeks' time. And I will be sitting here, probably without a Michael Haskell, but D-Mob happy that Throne of Skulls is all done and dusted. But yeah, we probably have a few more. Calamar says, good night everyone, both from me and the Hell Demon that has taken the form of Michael Haskell and joined me for the stream. Sam says, your silence after mentioning that was mildly alarming, Callum. Your silence after mentioning it. I think I understand. What does that mean? Your silence after mentioning that was mildly alarming.
So I think he mentioned that he had a thing turning into a demon.
Oh, I see. So yeah, we hadn't heard from him in a while. Larry says, we're obviously definitely having another stream in exactly a month's time, right? Is that Christmas Eve? Yeah. Well, I've got new co-hosts now. I'll have to see if any of them are game. I know for one, I'm not game, but we'll see. Calamar, I've been distracted. The nutter keeps asking me about DVDs. Joe Holzman suggests it should be on Christmas Day. And Sam asks if you're tormenting demons as a door-to-door salesman. And Stephen Ryan says, any Rings of Power special at some point. We did say we'd do a Rings of Power special. We said we'd do a season 2 Rings of Power special with all spoilers. So maybe this dear lady gets punted even more down the track. Who knows? But yeah, it's no rush. You know, I'm not in a rush to get through them. We've got all the time in the world. So we'll see where the streams take us as ever. And I inexplicably seem to have developed a splinter. Thankfully, Michael Haskell is here, and I'm sure he'll sort that out for me very soon. It's been a delight, Mark. It's been a delight to you all. Thank you all so much for joining us. Michael, thank you for being here. Mark, thanks for being here. We love you all very much. We hope you enjoyed it. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, drop a comment down below, and if you want to keep on this crazy chat in between the streams, you can always join our Patreon community. But until then, hopefully see lots and lots of you at Throne of Skulls. And beyond that, we'll see you on the next live stream. Ta-ra!